Streaming. Let's take a look and see if we're live streaming. Okay, start sending your video, it says, and hopefully it registers. Says excellent. Let's see if the image is appearing, at which point we go to YouTube, and then we confirm that by going to the home page. Then if it shows up, we click on that. You'll hear an echo. Okay, and with the echo, we upvote. Everybody upvote. Make certain that you hit that upvote button because there's plenty of people right now who are hitting down in order to hide this episode, as they do every episode. And with that, we turn towards the email and see if we get the notification that we are live. At any rate, with that, we are going to start the infinite call. Let's start infinite. And okay, call options, audio. Let's get that going. And then we check again the email. Okay. So, dear Aristides, is that you? Yes. Somebody answered, didn't they? Okay, nobody answered. Well, that was weird. Okay, audio call. That was like the call ended or something. What was that? Is there anyone on besides myself?
What was the what?
Okay, that was...
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really weird. Okay, so both of you are on. Amy Como and
I'm here.
Aristides.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
Yep.
fine. I have no idea what happened, but there was a weird glitch. Let's see if
It
you're
was
yeah. Go
yes, I was listening on the other app and it was making noise. I didn't shut it off first. Sorry.
Oh,
How are you
okay.
doing?
Oh, fine. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Very good to speak to you. I got some emails from you. I'm not quite sure what the last one meant. Well,
I don't
anyhow,
know either. I forget what I send you.
yeah, no worries. We can get back to that. You know, it's not important. We can get back to that later. So dear Aristides, are you ready to do the blurb? You know, if not, let me know. And of course, take your time. It's no rush.
I suppose.
That's good. And I'm so glad Amy's with us. And we have some wonderful materials from dear John here, John Doe, who is T-Tank Berry. Just seeing them now. And thank you for sharing these, John. I'll acknowledge them later. Meaning, of course, it's T-Tank. But with that, all right, Aristides, take your time and, you know, shower us with your dulcet tones.
All right, hold on a second.
Okay, he said, hold on a second. Well,
Oh.
hopefully he'll be back.
Something happened.
So it's just you and I now. And I'm trying to regain my voice.
Aw.
So,
Oh, geez.
yeah, tell us a bit about how life is going for you. Obviously, people care about you to enough, you know, like any member of Team Dietrich.
Yeah, to stand up for me when you guys are giving everybody the lowdown on my maple syrup addiction.
Yes, people stood up for you. Yeah, they did.
Isn't that funny? I had to check out right after I saw that Sheila was onto you.
Yeah.
She was onto you. She wasn't gonna let you talk bad about the maple syrup because it's just how it is. Like, it's cold, you know.
Yes.
You need something sweet
Yes.
for the cold.
Oh, before you go on, just wanted to thank Pigeons1221 who says thumbs up. Thank you so much at Pigeons1221. Thank you so much at Douglas Marks 2867 who says hello everyone loud and clear. Thank you so much for that confirmation. Shout out to T-Tank Berry, who of course is our man, and says good evening loud and clear, brother. He says Amy is crystal with a heart. So blessings to all of you, and I'll while I'm giving them a little response in text, go back to what you were saying, honey. Yeah, take it away.
I just wanted to comment on your epiphany about the people pleasing as a fawn response to stuff that's not really happening right now. Yeah, that was really that was something I just got into because I'm so far behind. I really haven't been paying close enough attention to anything other than my own good time. I keep trying to make sure every day is like something I'm excited about. And I'm like doing really good. I just need to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just not
Well, you
in a
seem to
bad
be
way.
you seem to be doing very well. How did you manage this? I mean, you seem to be doing better than you have in a long, long time.
Isn't that crazy? Well, I
Yeah.
stopped seeing doctors. Which is so funny because right before you called, I was looking at this old phone that I don't ever look at.
Uh-huh.
And it told me I have a doctor's appointment with some doctor at this center that I don't go to, never talk to. But this, that's like the thing that like is persistent. There's always something coming in to the phone, to my email, somebody sliding into my direct messages. I love that phrase. But yeah, I just keep trying to ignore all of that. Like, just keep that noise like at a real minimal. And then just do something that makes me feel really good every day. And carry on with I don't sleep at night the way I used to.
Wow.
So but also I'm also realizing that this is a seasonal thing. Like it's annually, like this time of year, like I just don't sleep at night. And it was interesting that this year I started noticing in myself just that this is not something different from any other year. Like at this time, I'm always like just awake at weird hours. And then, when it starts to come more light during the day, it just settles back out and I'm not like sleeping from 6 a.m. till noon, which, I mean, it doesn't work if you're like trying to like interact with people in a meaningful way.
That's for fucking sure. Yes.
No morning meetings, no attending anything before 3. Yeah. But at least I've discovered that it is definitely a seasonal thing. Like I'm not so worried about things that don't really matter, like health insurance. Like your health insurance isn't going to save your life. We're all going to die. It's all going to end at some point for everybody. And this argument that everybody wants to get into about like, you need this. There's nothing. I lived without it most of my life. And they're going to figure it out. Like at some point, somebody's going to do the right thing and turn this ship around, head back to wherever they came from, realize it's not worth it. Abandon your hopes and dreams, all ye who enter here.
I'm
How much more rambling do you need me to do?
All right,
Where
I'm back.
is
I'm back.
Aristides? Okay.
Right, and
Sorry about that.
no, we appreciate that fact, Aristides, and perhaps that will I would just say that our dear Amy Como went down a fascinating path, and I'm not quite sure how to interpret that either. But we can ask about where she's coming from when we're done with the blurb. But take your time and make that blurb as long and sweet as it takes. I mean, are you yourself doing okay?
I'm all right, and I apologize for that. I did get my team straightened out in the phone because of something else I was doing, and it was all goofed up. But I'm going all good now. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're always good. You're always fine. And but that having been articulated, so Amy, just hold that thought, and then we're going to turn over to our man Aristides.
All right. Well, sorry for the delay, but as soon as you get here, as I have, you want to hit that thumbs up, upvote there under the window, the like, if you will, not just to show your support, but to show the algorithm to boost Douglas's content. This is also important because there are those who put thumbs down, sad as that is, but that influences the algorithm in the other direction. So this affects how he's likely to come up in search results or suggested content, etc. So please do that right away, first and foremost. To do any of the YouTube things, you do have to be logged in to YouTube to do these things. So if you're trying to like and it won't let you like, and that's probably why. It'll probably tell you log in. So use the login if you have it. If you don't have it, you can log in with a Gmail. Most people have one of those. If you don't, very easy to make. So please do consider that, and get with the times. Everybody's got a Gmail, right? So
yes.
Google, Big Brother.
Yeah.
So,
By the way,
right.
The logic is that everybody has Gmail, or they wouldn't be able to access YouTube because YouTube's owned by Google, I think.
Right. There's plenty of stuff on YouTube, to make it worth it, I'm sure. So,
yes.
And interacting with it as well. So,
yeah, but
all
especially
right, so
me, but especially us.
Right. First of all, after you've done your due diligence and listened to Douglas's entire transmission and all the past transmission,
Yes.
as far as you can go.
Yes.
Anyway, so please hit the like. Please at some point try to hit all the buttons except for the thumbs down or dislike, such as the share, which will generate a link that you could also grab right out of the browser bar. But I think that will also, YouTube knows you hit that share button, unlike the copy out of the browser bar, I think. So that'll help the algorithm. There's like a little save. You can save it to favorites there internally to YouTube. On the PC here, at least, it says, little thing says clip. It shows some scissors. You can clip out a 1 minute or so little sample or teaser of the program, even while it is live. Apparently, if I hit it, it's about to let me there. So I've never tried that during the live. You can also do it on the replay, which means after the live, it turns into regular video. So please do try that. Do log in, as we said. Once you're logged in, if you look in the upper corner, there should be a little icon, account settings there. You can create a little picture for it. If not, I'll probably have some of your initials or something there. Please do look in there, give a glance, and in there you'll see such things as switch account, which theoretically you could log in with different logins or Gmails, or even within the same login, you can actually create channels. It's different than a login. There's no name or password. Just underneath your account, you can make different channels with each have a different identity. People would normally use them for different types of content, keeping them separate, whatnot. But the cool thing is each one of them can do separate upvoting, as could each of your overall logins if you have more than one. So please do remember that. And I already switched between and did a second upvote as one person. That's our the Douglas Dietrich democracy here that we practice. To get them boosted up there. So other than that, yeah, please share anywhere you think is appropriate, or at least not entirely inappropriate. Copy get the link there down at the share, put it in some group chats, drop it anonymously somewhere, and then you can think of, scribble it on the bathroom wall, so to speak.
Yes.
Whatever, be creative. We thought of some things before, paper airplanes and what else? Laser projection, and you can make QR code out of any link. So there's things for that you can easily find online. Make up some stickers, right?
Yes, these are great ideas.
Stick them up in the subway, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Start printing T-shirts.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sure we think things all day there, but please do share. And apart from sharing the content, a lot of times now I try to mention this even before all of this is the one thing Douglas needs you to do is send your financial support, because he doesn't and he can't do this for free. This is his job. As it is established that he must earn some money doing this. He doesn't get a free ride. He does get some assistance and stuff that he duly earned, as a veteran and otherwise. But he does need your support to keep going and do things such as feeding and drinking things besides poisonous tap water and whatnot.
Thank you.
And some semblance of enjoyment in life outside of the estates, which of course doesn't require money from him, but which is his other job. But anyway,
that's right.
That's different. That's not in dollars. That doesn't work in dollars.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, send money, and you do that with PayPal. That is the one preferred method. Let's get the PayPal link into the chat. Here, let's see. Yeah. There you go. I must have. Sometimes when I try to copy paste, I cut and paste, but wait, I can easily. It's the anyway. You don't need the link to find Douglas and PayPal. All you got to remember is he's there, and his handle there is Douglas D. Dietrich, as he has on every single front thumbnail of every program. You can't miss it. Right there where it says PayPal.me. You don't have to worry about the .me or .com or .this or that. Just type in PayPal in your search engine. I'm sure you'll get there. And find Douglas D. Dietrich and send him money there as much as you can afford, as often as you can afford, even regularly scheduled. Peel a little bit off at payday there. You could probably set that up. They have automated payments. So please do consider that and do whatever you can there. If you can't do PayPal, we can discuss other ways. I guess the best way would probably be just to comment in the chat, or if you're shy, email Douglas. Say, I've really been burning to send you money, and I don't have PayPal for reasons, because I'm on the run from the law or whatever. Stole a bunch of money from this bank, but before I depart the country, I want to send you a giant gift.
Yes.
By secure mail, and put he'll give you his I'll tell you what you need to know. Is he freely gives out his email and address. So what's the email? It's just Douglas Dietrich.
The Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. It's my full name, and yes, it's a doozy. It's
yeah. Dwayne, D-U-A-N-E.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So if you can't do PayPal, get in touch, and he will surely find you a way to send money, or we will, if you can't do PayPal. But PayPal is by far the easiest. The Douglas D. Dietrich is his personal one that it does not get slightly taxed, as opposed to his business account, which may come up upper right hand corner yellow button, as someone used to say.
That's right. Yeah, you always kept saying that. Yes, that's the only thing you ever did. It didn't make any sense, and it never did anything. But
right.
Yeah, there you go.
On that would be on the webpage, not on the
that'd be on the website,
right? DouglasDietrich.com, right? Which is kind of just there.
Yes, that's right. Someday I hope to do something with it again.
Yeah. You can like access it, right?
Yes, I'd probably have to call Bluehost to figure out how to get behind the scenes of it, so to speak.
For sure.
I really got to get my voice back.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's probably not much point in that unless you had a webmaster. Right?
Yes, that's right. Yes,
you're not gonna really take that on yourself.
No.
Let's be real.
Yeah, seriously. I'd have to. It's not that I'm incapable of it, but I'd have to get somebody working with me for a while. At least until I get used to it. Once I get used to something, you'd be surprised what I can do. But still,
sure.
I'd have to have somebody really helping me with it for a while.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right, but nonetheless, you can check it out.
Over?
Well, we would work that out. I mean, I've had people over here fairly recently. I wouldn't do it until, after certain conditions in the building was done, but obviously it could also be done remotely. There's different people who could help remotely, potentially. It's not an issue right now. It's not an immediate issue. It's hardly something I'm dwelling on. If I wind up relocating, then it's not a problem at all. Meaning that I maintain the space as storage space, of course. Yeah. And there,
Right.
that makes sense.
Okay. Just a couple other things. Let's see. You can after the live, once it's replay or regular video, comments will be enabled beneath the window. It's different than the live chat that's on now. That will likely be replayed, but Douglas will leave a comment, hopefully a pinned comment with this crucial information. Please be sure to like that also.
Oh, I'm not allowed to pin my comments anymore by YouTube.
Okay. You can't miss it, and it'll likely be the only one, and it'll say, you'll see them there. So like that, because if it gets thumbs down and not thumbs up, YouTube might disappear it. Please feel free to leave a comment of your own. It doesn't have to be serious. It doesn't have to be well thought out. It just has to be not completely vulgar or offensive.
Well, it can be, but YouTube, just understand YouTube will
Right.
yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's not that we're bothered. That's we kind of live and breathe that every day. But yeah, it's YouTube. So, or like any other positive comments there, just like it, just like everything. All right. What else? Yeah, leave comments. Let's see, during the replay also, you can right click on the window in the PC. I don't know how to do it on the phone. And generate a link with a timestamp right at that time. Everybody's been listening, who cares, and it's thought, there's a certain point where, oh my God, so-and-so would love to, just needs to hear this right now. This what's being talked about right now. So you can generate a link that brings them right to that point by right clicking. Not right now, not during the live, unfortunately. It doesn't work that way. You can try that, but nope, that doesn't work. So you can do that. And what else do we usually say? How many footnotes do you have today in the
we do have 2 footnotes, and one of them has a extended subnote, so we do have the 2 asterisks, first a single, then a double, and then we have the obelisk, which is on the abortion day, that we're going to go into. If we go past midnight, we're going into the ROE-v-WADE day. And I should say that instead of the A word. Yeah, and then so then I provided notes on that. So
we have a couple footnotes and what looks like a squirrel. Is that a type of footnote or something different?
Oh no, it's just an emoji because it's Squirrel Appreciation Day. So the asterisk explains that it's obviously a chipmunk or a squirrel
Appreciation Day. Well, we know who we need to get on.
She may show up for all we know. Squirrels do that.
I doubt that. Maybe if we talk in a disparaging way about
she left.
Be sure to swing in to defend her beloved little critters.
Yes, Braveheart. Braveheart's the name of her squirrel. Braveheart.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
How adorable. Anyway, click see more on the description. Check out the whole description there, footnotes or otherwise. This one is a pretty long one there. It talks about all the historical events, anniversaries, other items of note that Douglas wishes to discuss. So have a look at that, and then share it all again somehow. Just hit share it somewhere.
Yes.
All right.
Oh my God. Dear Aristides, that's beautiful as usual, and your dulcet tones carry us into the night. So before I do something like launch into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room, let's wait for the numbers to go up a bit more, and while we're waiting for the children to gather around the fire, we have Amy Como with us to take us into some of these directions of thought. Now, what you brought up, now remember, I'm always multitasking. So when people are speaking, I'm listening with one ear, and what I'm curious about is what it sounded like you said. It sounded like you said, okay, I'm feeling a lot better since I stopped seeing doctors. Now, is this because you're going into holistic health treatment? And you did mention, of course, when it's you've got these kinds of how would I say it? You were pointing out that you feel that at this point you're under the impression that people are over obsessing a lot about insurance, medical insurance. and that and they
Well, I
really,
feel like
yeah.
that's like the biggest criminal organization in the world, honestly.
Okay.
Insurance.
Well,
I don't.
yeah, I'm not arguing. I'm just kind of like getting you to flesh out this because I'm not. I'm certainly not going to go into a tangent defending insurance. I'm just curious about elements of. Obviously, you've seen a lot of people who obsessed over insurance because of various health reasons. Obviously, this has been a big part of your life trying to get coverage for things that you were contending with. But you seem to be in a really great space now, medically, health-wise, psychologically, and it seems like what you're saying is because you've simply let go of a lot of these things as burdens, or stopped perceiving them as burdens. Is that's something along those lines, or give us more depth there on that?
I would love to extrapolate on that. I feel that the reason that things have improved for me is just a dogged commitment to making myself the priority, and just understanding that sometimes I feel like I'm being mean, but am really just like letting somebody else know that I can't do what they want me to without neglecting the things I'm called to do for myself. And I think part of it was like I was like in this real state of hypervigilance for so long, just like just worried about like, how am I going to find somebody to help me with this thing that they now tell me I have that is clearly happening in my body? I cannot deny it. But ultimately I've had good teachers, and when you hear from some of these good teachers just haphazardly, and it really reaffirms that you have solved all your problems without listening to other people's advice for a very long time. And that, that is sort of a boost in some way to like, just know that like, I can fix a lot of this by just asking for help in the right place. And that's, that's part of it. Part of it is, just asking for help from people who are going to be able to help me in a way that's effective. I'd like to talk a little bit with you about, one of the things that I sent you, which was the picture from the photo album that was photography from World War II in the Papua New Guinea.
Wow.
And it was like little mementos, and there was the little dollar or a centura from Japan. That looks to me as if it's like party money that you burn.
Interesting. Well, I don't know.
What do you think it is?
Well, let's take a look at this right now, what you sent me, and make it larger. And the Japanese government, 1 centavo, it's probably something that was, first off, it's in English, which is
That is, yeah.
yeah, it's, it's very difficult to, let me see, make this larger here. And I'm taking a look at this. Okay, so there's some Japanese words on it. When I'm looking down here at the sailors, Miss St. Petersburg, interesting. Okay, and so you say this is Papua New Guinea? Is that where
This
the
was
ship?
from there are two, so the family that was in this house first had 4 boys, all of whom were scattered about the military. 2 of them were pilots at World War II. One of them
so
was
this isn't your family
seaman.
album. This is not your.
No.
Oh, okay. Go on.
No, this is Sepich.
Sepich, yeah.
And
Oh,
so
okay.
there's two like leather bound
Are these
books.
these are relations of Tokyo's relations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go
and
on.
The books have little mementos that his grandfather was collecting for his grandmother.
Okay.
So they're like these handmade books. And then it looks like they both like put stuff in it, like just stuff, like little, like that little dollar thing from Japan.
Right.
And then there was another photo of one of the uncles carrying a Japanese flag from December 20th. That was, I don't know what year it was, but he had two other Americans on either side. He didn't know their names. He just knew where they were from. It was like Midwesterners. And yeah, I kept thinking about, they must have known that Japan won.
Yeah.
And then been so like conflicted by it, and kept this record without really even any details. Like some of the bits and pieces are stamped as past censors.
Yes.
Which that's the pile I really like to go through, of course. But I thought it was pretty fun to revisit that stuff. I haven't looked at it in a while, and it's all here, and it's all just right there, and it's just so it's also like such a lovely like gift that you can tell that, like, I don't know if he made it or if he had the natives make it with him to make a book for his beloved.
Interesting.
And then you can see that he like carried it around with him,
right?
Like it's worn.
Yeah.
And I think it's just so it's so telling of like how they treasured each other and how much respect they had for one another. When so many relationships are just about getting one over on each other, competing, or trying to make the woman do manly things, which is just shooting yourself in the foot, like trying to make her go out and work and pay all your bills.
Yeah.
This is that's not a good place to be in any sense. Like to have even the idea of 50-50 when that it's not an even workforce. Like there's no way a woman can go into the workforce, not get sexually assaulted or harassed, bare minimum. And so I think that it's it's great that at that point in time, like his grandfather had been through enough to realize that all he really wanted to do is spend the rest of his life with this lovely Polish woman that he knew back in the States.
That's adorable. Yeah. And so when it comes to that, sharing that with us, that's beautiful. I really appreciate that. And of course, Sepish is the same name as Vladislav Sepish, the historical Dracula, which apparently Tokyo Bloker is related to.
I mean, who knows, right? We can imagine. We can just imagine. But I mean, even if so, like, how has that changed their life? Probably not at all. Like, we all have to just carry on. Like, they don't, they're not clinging to any heraldry or anything like that. That's not something they even considered. Like, they just were happy to have known their family, because they do come from immigrants. Like, it's the grandparents are the ones that came over, which in a sense that's kind of my family as well. But my family just came down from Canada, and it appears like probably they did that all the time anyway before, whereas they really came across the sea. And so there's some photos of their mothers and fathers back in Poland, and who they were too old. They're too old to come to a new country and do something new.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I've been doing, is pouring over all the old stuff again.
Yeah. No, the thing that comes to my mind is that centavo is probably from the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. It's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
Because the Philippines
that makes
was
total sense.
Yeah, the Philippines was a American colony after the Americans took it from the Spaniards, and they forced all the Filipinos to learn and speak English. And therefore, if the Japanese were trying to establish a currency where the Filipinos could actually interface with it immediately, they would have printed it with English with that small Japanese script. So that it would be
but the size of it to me was like, this is not real. Like, it looks like
well,
ticket.
it's Filipino money, so yeah, it's kind of like that. That would be, especially the unit involved. Probably the psychology behind it is that it's a smaller bill because it's a smaller unit. It's basically 1/100th of a proper dollar, so to speak, and
like a penny.
Yeah,
it's a penny paper.
and yeah, it's penny paper, and so I don't think people would burn it per se, but yeah, it's kind of like even then it must have been kind of like money to burn, and so
He was in the Philippines, so that would make more sense because I don't think he went to Japan at all. But
okay, and so yeah, go on.
Her uncle did. Her uncle was in Japan, so that's why I wanted to get your thoughts on it to see what the hell that thing is in this mess of other pictures. So what is this?
Yeah. Well, currency is so important to human identity. I really hope that we can, that we continue to print currency. Obviously, they're trying to move away from that, and that's sad because numismatics is so important with cultural identity, and to see it change like that. And it makes it harder, of course, for someone like myself who operates on the fringes, for currency to disappear. Yeah, but yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. And aside from all of that, now correct me if I'm wrong before I launch into giving some other people thanks and appreciation for what they've sent me. I do want to ask about you're using holistic treatment. You seem to be participating in a lot of holistic treatment these days. So tell us about that.
So yeah, I'm kind of like taking a break from it actually because I want to like really plateau it, like how because at some point like you have to like step back and realize what's really working and what's like just fluff. So I was kind of charging full on towards like different body work and I have that app, right? That you pointed me to, by the way.
I did.
The app that does the live yoga.
Yoga how did I point you to that? How did I point you to that?
I don't even know. I bookmarked it. You were talking about somebody who was doing neuroscience. And they'd created Are
you there? Okay, did they get her? Okay, you glitched out there
Can you hear me?
Yes, repeat what you said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just trying to remember this woman's name who you were talking about, who was a neuroscience person, and they were talking about like everything they're learning about the brain and the way that it operates, the way that it heals, the way that trauma burns its way into your amygdala, and that that whole process of nervous system healing is like you're never going to be able to heal it if you don't look at it. So it's this idea of getting to safety and then working with others. And so this app was developed by some neuroscience thing that you had pointed me to.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to own up to meeting me for one of the sessions. Although I couldn't tell that you were on there too, because I don't know what your icon looks like, even if you had an icon.
That's why you sent me the email about the icon, I think. Okay.
So I could tell if you're in the room with me or not.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I started with like a little bit of that, and then I've just been I took a yoga class, which was okay, because I wasn't trying to overdo it. I was just trying to like remember what it's like to be in a yoga class, since I lived in one for so long and I haven't really done that in a decade. But they that was fun. They were okay. They had something that I said I might go to and then I didn't. And that's been going on a lot too. Like, even though I'm spending a lot of time and effort and money on myself, I still find that I say things to people that I don't really mean. Like, oh, I'm thinking of doing that. And like thinking about it as I say it, I'm like, I'm not doing that. What am I thinking? Like, don't even open your mouth. But so there's still all those learned behaviors. There's still that, sense that I need to say I'll do it because they're asking me to, which I don't know how to get rid of that, but I'm working on it. And beyond that, I've also been doing the acupuncture with my lovely acupuncturist, who you think should join a K-pop band with me.
She's certainly wearing expensive clothing.
Yes, she is like that. She really, but she's from Asia. You can get that stuff in the Asian market for $1.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot cheaper. Yeah, that's true. This is true.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So we have talks about that, about like, I found some Bible quote, like, I think it's Peter 1. Okay. It's Peter 2, chapter 3, verse 3, about you should not adorn yourself. God made you the way you are, and you're perfect just as you are. That's something like that. And we had been talking about that when I came back to visit her, because I had been away for a year. But yeah, she pokes me good. She gives me the needle. It hurts when she puts it in, so I know she's got the right spot. And yeah, I'm doing a lot. Like I have other therapists that I see. Like there's a neuromuscular therapist that I just was checking out, and been to some other body workers. Touch seems to be like the big thing for me. Like I need
it's
like
so important. It really is.
Yeah, I need like the people touching me appropriately, and just doing like physical movement of spaces I can't get to. Like that's, I get sticky spots. I'm sticky. I'm a sticky maple syrup woman. That's how it is.
That's cute.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's so darling. Okay, thank you for that. And with that, what I'll do is I'll start in on monologue. You're welcome to interject whenever you feel like it. And I want to thank you for being here. And you're always welcome here. And certainly, whenever a thought emerges, just feel free to interject. I mean, I'm always open to interjections. And with that, I definitely want to start with winding into the monologue. I want to let everyone know.
Thank the people. I'll listen.
Oh, yeah. Well, by all means, join in. Our dear Amy Como, of course, is someone to thank. She's always been very good about sending things and contributions, and I want people to know that she's an outstanding member of Team Dietrich. And sometimes, of course, definitely have to talk to her to see where she's coming from, but she seems to know what she's doing. It seems to be, she's really gotten a life, as my dad would have said, the man who raised and guided me, not Adolf Hitler, but George Dietrich, as my legal father would have said. She's got life by the balls. That's what it sounds like. You don't intend to go back. You don't intend to go back to Vermont after this, do you? I mean, why don't you stay where you're at?
I'm considering it, but I'm also considering like really going someplace new too. Like there's, we're talking about different things, and it's just not ready. It's not ready for people to be there full time. So yeah, it's all in discussions. We're doing it. We're going to make it happen, but I don't know what that is yet. So the thing is, when you pick a direction and you start talking about it with other people, then they start like telling you what to do or what they think or how what they did worked out, and I should do that instead. And that is such a waste of time and energy. I don't need people to, give me their feedback. And, sometimes I'm like really hopeful that they're like going to be like, yes, that sounds fantastic. I'll be with you all the way. And that, and then they're like, well, I don't know. And then I'm hurt by that. So that's sort of the process of like really just unhooking people from my life. And by that, I mean like this emotional like need that I have for approval.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, and that's yeah, we all contend with that.
Right.
That's yeah. Okay.
So I'm just apologizing for not like being really specific about what my plans really are.
You don't need to be
And
specific about plans. You don't need to have any plans,
uh,
really. I mean,
mm,
it's amazing that we're even alive. So we're just
this is
kind of,
true.
yeah, we're just kind of going day by day, and like you said, so long as we're enjoying the life that we have, the plans really aren't all that important, are they? And the by the way, here we are. Yeah, Brendan's responding to T Tank Berry, who put in a bottle of arnica, which is in the German. He seems to have gotten a German homeopathic medicine, and
Nice.
yeah, so I don't know what he's intending to do with that. Anyway, just let's just put it this way. I haven't had much sleep, so I'm going to
Mm,
go into kind of like a hypnagogic state when I go into the zone. I
yeah.
should be able to go on for a while, but I don't know how long I'll last tonight. If I do check out early, I want everyone to understand that that's because I had to get up. Well, basically, I didn't sleep much last night. I took two cat naps, one before I went to see the doctor this morning, and one after. And this was due to the fact that I actually did something to a nerve in my foot. It's nothing damaged in any permanent sense. It's purely transitional. But I actually put the metal. How do they say it? Put the pedal to the metal is how they put it physically the other day. I was late for an appointment, and I ran all the way from Russian Hill to Chinatown. And so obviously I'm in good shape to do that. No cardio issues or heart issues. But it was something that because my feet are severely deformed, I have severe pes planus, which means fallen arches, but they are fallen to the extent where my feet are actually in the opposite shape of your average human foot. Meaning, whereas the average human foot is bowed in the arch area, and mine is actually literally pointed to the ground in the arch area. I tend to be hitting the ground.
Concave feet?
Yeah, I have concave
Why
feet.
aren't you on your OnlyFans doing foot people?
It may yet come to that.
All
At
right.
any rate, yeah, this is that's actually as bizarre as that suggestion is. That might actually work. That's the way things are going.
I
So
don't know if it does work, then you can pay
yeah.
me back plus percentage.
Yeah, we'll consider it. It's but what I can say is that anyhow, I wound up with within a few days my right foot was hurting. I suspected it was the gout. Because I've
Mm.
historically had the gout in the past once in my life when I was much younger, and my father and I were on the same diet at that time. Not we weren't on a specific diet. We were just eating the same kinds of food. And he developed the gout, which was clinically diagnosed. This was a period of time when I had no coverage. So, but he had enough medicine to treat two people when he was prescribed his gout meds, and they when I took the meds, they cured me of the symptoms. So it's safe to assume I had the gout at that point in life. Mm. That
Yeah.
wasn't the case this time. It was simply the fact that I had running with severely deformed feet was something that just had its effect, and so I got to treat myself gingerly over the next few days. But other than that, it's been fine. And here we are with Brendan Zogan is welcome to, of course, join us if he wishes to speak about Mahan Rayan oil, which apparently is what this is, in John Doe's med cabinet. All right, here we are.
Mm.
Let me see. This is a nice little work he's brought to our attention here. And it's a book that he's reading, I presume, and that's great. He's branching out his reading diet. All right, so to get into monologue, I want to say Happy Squirrel Appreciation Day to Brooke Gibson, and I want to provide a belated thanks, I pray she's still listening, to my Maquis benefactress, Jessica Lieberman. I have no idea who Jessica Lieberman is. I have no idea where Jessica Lieberman lives. But Jessica Lieberman sent myself an extraordinarily expensive instrument, an outrageously generous gesture on her behalf of gifting me with a health monitor. It's a Hume Health Smart Body Composition Analyzer. It looks like a weight machine, but you stand on it and it's blood pressure, temperature, and all that data all at once. I am, yeah, I think that she's very concerned about my health in the most proactive sense, meaning that she definitely wants me to be able to monitor myself, and that's profound. So all I can say is that this instrument was out of Las Vegas, Nevada. It's That's where Hume Health is. It's not where she lives. Though she may live there for
Did you
all I
try
know.
it?
Of course not. I have to. First off, I have no idea how to use this thing. I have to open it up. It's a profoundly intimidating device as far as I'm concerned. I'm certain once you get used to using it, it would be like second nature. I am actually, I will be the first to say that I am leery of becoming like Brian Johnson and hooked on monitoring my data all day. Yeah, it's something that, for instance, the results from my blood test came in from this morning. Obviously, I expressed to the doctor my concern about the gout, but I expressed to him my concern about parasites, which is a reasonable conclusion based on my experience in Africa, where people were impacted by contaminated river water or well water in certain areas and developed horrific debilitations due to parasites in the water. So something like that could happen in my home due to the plumbing issues that we have in this environment. Plumbing issues so severe, the sidewalk had to be torn up. I explained that to the doctor. And potentially flies that we can never get rid of, no matter how I kill every fly I see. But they always seem to keep coming back, and their populations are like that because they're breeding in the pipes, no doubt, or someplace like that where they cannot be reached. So there's always at least one that seems to be around, and you kill it, and then another one shows up, and sometimes you just open the door and they fly in because for whatever reason they do hover around the door, and they did this even before my weirdo neighbors upstairs started parking their dog shit out in a little basket for flies out the door, like they're trying to cultivate the presence of flies. They're the property site managers, so there's nothing I can say about it. I put out my food bin on one side back in the old days for Meals on Wheels. We can't do that anymore because Meals on Wheels wants you to personally collect the food to prove that you're alive as a recipient. But when it comes to, I had my food bin out there for the longest time. I'd put out twice a week, and these people leave 365 days a year. They leave out their dog shit bin, which they put all the dog shit in for reasons that are purely incomprehensible, but they're obviously insane. So that having been articulated, it's what attracts flies. I guess that's their intent, and every once in a while, I'll open the door and one of them will fly in. The nightmare here, the negative fantasy, the irrational thought that nevertheless has every basis in experience is that some of the flies could feed off the sewage and then land in my tea or on a pizza slice I purchase, and then a parasite's transferred to me. So anyhow, he probably dismissed that as a psychotic fantasy, but we took a series of blood tests, and the results have come in, which I'm not even going to bother to look at till after the show. But altogether, he by my very shape of my feet, and the condition they were in felt that it was a transitional injury. And of course, there's solid reasons for this. You know, I was also concerned about the potential for diabetes because technically I'm pre-diabetic, which is I do consume human blood, and the people that provide me that seem to seem to seem to consume a lot of bonbons, and there's a reason their blood is sweet. So all that being said, it adds up to you just put it this way: it puts me over the meter by a few points into the pre-diabetic zone, which the doctor dismisses as anything to be concerned about. Of course, the one thing he did say when he walked into the room was how good I looked. And he meant it. He said that yeah, when he was trained, they have a category of young. He looks younger than stated age, and he said I fell into that category. It's a category they don't use anymore. It was back when he was training to be a doctor, which was you know, must be about 30, 40 years ago. And but in terms of yeah, obviously I'm in good shape because I'm not really a baseline human. But you know, all that being said, everything seems to have worked out fine. And as for this Hume Health Smart Body Composition Analyzer, Jessica Lieberman, I love you. I don't know who you are, and I pray that all is well with you, and I pray that you hear this. It took me a while. I always take a while before I open packages that people send to me. It takes me a while to get to them, and but when I do, I'm always impressed. Well, generally impressed. And this of course is one of those times. I'm blown away at somebody caring this so much as to send this to me. Okay, so I hope you don't mind my crediting you by name, Jessica Lieberman. Love you dearly. You're an honorary member of Team Dietrich, and you're always welcome to get in deeper and participate in our talks if you wish to do that. Aside from that, don't be afraid to reach out. Douglas Marks sent 25 United States dollars, and he said, I appreciate you, team leader. Thank you so much for that, Douglas Marks. Of course, we encourage people to do that, and also we encourage people to create a monthly auto payment, as is done by Brooke Hagberg in Canada. And all that being said, we have a extended electronic family out there. Love you all who support me morally or financially. And Heather Holman says hi, people, and she's welcome to join us on the call as well. Say hello to dear Vinny. Holly Kiefer is with us. And very rare.
Hi.
Yeah, Holly, take a look at that. We've got the camera on for Amy. So, Amy, tell Holly what this is that you're trying to show us. What the hell is that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Amy? Oh, she's on mute. You're on mute, Amy. Yeah, she's talking while mute. That's adorable.
I don't even know what happened there. Somehow my camera came on and the mic.
Right. That always sucks.
At least I was dressed. I mean, geez.
It's winter in Vermont.
That's the way.
Oh,
That's how you go.
Stroke of luck.
Yes.
Hi, Holly.
Yeah.
Hi. Couple quick things I wanted to tell Amy in particular.
Great.
Should I go forward?
Please.
It's at a good spot, right?
Yeah.
You guys were blazing though.
Yeah. No. Go forward. Yeah.
About the insomnia. Okay. Mm-hmm. I slept so good all my life until a certain age, and then all of a sudden, bang, haywire. And it was distinctly seasonal in the winter, okay? Fall asleep easy, but 3 o'clock till 5 minutes before I had to get up for work, I was awake. And it was an amazing discipline to have to learn how to tame the inner torment. because you're so when you're awake at 3 or 4 all out of a deep sleep, and your mind's in a vulnerable state where you can just drive yourself nuts. So I've had to wrestle with that, but I'll tell you the one thing that helped me more than anything else. You still there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay.
I'm here.
I'll tell you what it was. I stopped changing the clock. Dude, I stopped changing the clock.
You mean daylight savings?
Isn't that?
Yeah, I say on summertime all year round. And it's foolproof, because worst come to worst and you fuck up and forget, but you won't. You're just too early, not too late for anything you have to do at a certain time. So you can steal back that extra hour too, anytime you want.
Cool.
It's
Yeah,
almost like in the winter, I'm from the future.
You're the
Because in
future.
my world, I'm of the future by an hour. And I'm
That's-
telling you
Wow.
what, it made all the damn difference. The other thing was get you a heavy blanket. Best $100 I ever spent, because I got me a fancy one, bamboo, not none that polyester stuff.
Cool.
What are you
One
talking
of those
about?
weighted
A heavy
blankets.
blanket?
Yeah, tell her
Yeah,
about
that's
that.
A
exactly
weighted
what I have.
blanket.
Yeah,
okay,
I think that thing is what's causing it. I don't know. I don't have it in Vermont.
Because
I don't have it in Vermont, but I have it
amazing for
here.
me. Yeah.
I liked it. I did
Okay.
like it for a while. And then
All
I felt
right.
like, this is too heavy. I was like, I don't need all this. Just shed that.
Even in
That's
the
too
winter, maybe in the summer, it was a bit much.
well, now remember, this is spring for me as a Vermonter where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like, it's not
Okay.
like they're about to get like their lovely -20, -30 wind chill factor stuff that happens every year.
Is you're in
And
Pittsburgh?
I'm looking at I'm at 40 degrees. Like, it got a little bit, it got down to 4 the other night, but we have a wood stove, and the little area, the wood stove is plenty for that little area. And I just like curtained off the doorway, and it made a huge difference. So I'm plenty warm. Like, that's sort of the autoimmune thing, is the warm, got to be warm as much as possible.
Right.
And so I do that. But the weighted blanket, it's funny that you said that, because that is one thing that, like, I have it here and I was using it, and then I decided I can't use this anymore, and I kind of was just sleeping on it. And then like I really like I'm awake from like noon, lunchtime, until like 6 a.m. Like, that's really what it's been amounting to, is like I just have all these hours of darkness where everybody else is asleep and I don't have anything to do, and I'm not a vampire, so I'm not trying to stay up. I'm not trying to be online soliciting people to send me helpful things. Which, I mean, what a great thing though for you to like have to encounter, like going from Jameson and Joe Tai to this wonderful woman who's like, I bet he would love this, and just puts it in the mail. You know?
It's incredible.
Like that, think about the evolution of like the quality of people who are coming around to help you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you all. And
You're
I'm
welcome.
very grateful. I'm very grateful to all of you, to those that are here with us right now, Amy and Holly, and of course Aristides, and Heather out there, and everyone else, and to all the ladies who do not join us more immediately, or in the more immediate sense, who do so much to help me, and the gentlemen as well. Douglas Marks, for instance, and Matthew Bush. And of course, our dear friend Stephen Myers in New York. So many, an extended electronic family. And we'll certainly need each other as time progresses, because it's going to get hairy for all of us. But go on with what else is on your mind, dear Holly. I mean, certainly, you've got a great conversation going with our dear Amy here. Yeah, continue.
Well, the second thing was a great book for you, Amy. Guaranteed you will not put it down. The woman they could not silence.
Okay.
By Kate Moore, Moore. The woman they could not silence. Now, I got out of the library. So if you got any kind of, oh, you're in Pittsburgh, you probably have a pretty good system. You can get that right out of the library.
Yeah.
And you
It's
will,
true. I was
it
just
will
over there.
blow your mind.
The woman they could not silence. What was her deal? Like, why was she so loud?
I won't tell you much, but it's written back in the day when your dad, your brother, your uncle could commit you for life to a mental asylum.
That's right.
If
They did this to ladies. They did this to ladies all the fucking time. Go on.
Dude,
Yeah.
I don't want to say too much.
No.
But all I can say is it took one woman to change it.
Wow.
And this is her story.
Isn't this
I mean,
go on.
It reads like a novel. It is gripping.
Yeah.
What this woman went through from inside the system as a committed patient.
Yes.
What did she say where they had committed her?
Oh, yeah. Well, right. And I heard you talking about this, and I don't think it was Vermont, but it might be. But it was definitely in the network of your family history. I heard you talking about that. And I couldn't remember the book title, so I said, I got to remember to tell her about this. Because it was in the mid-north, if not the northeast, you know what I mean? Not far. Pennsylvania.
Right. Yep.
Something like that. Oh, you won't stop. You won't get out of bed till you're done.
The woman that could not be silenced.
No, it must be Nellie Bly. We're speaking of Nellie Bly, are we not?
I forget her name. I read it.
You read the book and you forgot her name?
Oh, yeah. I don't remember every damn thing. That's what the book is for.
Oh, my fucking God.
I should, though. And you're right. Thank you. Yeah. I wish I could. I could barely remember the name of the book. I have to look it up every time. I'll read anything this woman writes because she knows how to write. But except the other book she wrote, which was the Radium Girls.
Right. Oh, that's so awful.
Too personal.
Oh my God. That's
my boyfriend's house was one of the houses in the center of the 2-block radius. They scraped and dug 40 feet down.
Oh God.
Giant pit was the house he grew up in. It was a great house too. In this neighborhood, totally middle class, but
the Radium Girls.
The Radium Girls. That one's just too god awful. And no happy ending.
And the woman who couldn't be silenced.
The woman who would not be silenced.
Yeah.
Kate Moore.
Yeah. And by the way, we're joined by Brendan Zogit. Brendan, by all means, say hello. Let people know your status. We'd like an update report on how you're doing, and because people do care. And by all means, Holly, let them know how you're doing. A little status report from you would help. People don't really know much about you personally, and I know you're a very private person, but whatever you're willing to share.
I'm cruising, nothing terrible, nothing great. Kind of right up the middle. Except for the brutal chaos around the world. And this trajectory we seem to be on 100 miles an hour. Exponentially speeding up and speeding up.
Yeah.
So
by the way,
just trying to keep my mind from tormenting me into insanity about shit.
Well, in order to torment you a little bit more, Amy Como, the Department of Homeland Security has confirmed that it's launched an immigration enforcement effort in Maine that officials are calling Operation Catch of the Day. Believe that shit? Operation Catch of the Day. Just a taunt. Like your fish. Yeah, so yeah. You better hide Tokyo Bloker. They're gonna send him back. Oh my God.
I don't know.
And didn't people get shot in Southern California today by him?
I wouldn't surprise me. I'd be surprised
if
someone didn't get shot by them.
Daily. It's daily.
Nastiness. I
And
don't
in the
understand
camp
how.
town right next to Fort Ord, Marina, they killed a black guy at a traffic stop.
Yeah, and oh my God,
And that was regular cops.
yeah, so oh, get this shit. It's New Yorker magazine. Well, what Bernie Sanders learned in Vermont when Bernie Sanders headed for the hills. Early in his life, Sanders left the streets of Brooklyn for the woodlands of Vermont. What did the man bring to the state? And what did the state bring to the man? Jill Lepore reviews a new biography of the country's leading progressive populist. Well, tell him, Amy, it's North Korea in Vermont. Let him know.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And I would like to point out that Bernie doesn't spend a lot of time up there lately. He says himself, I've been doing a lot of traveling around the country. Yeah, because when I look at the rentals, like this was the other thing. I was looking at the rentals in Burlington and been looking for 10 years, right? Like I've been planning
Why do you
to
do that?
get into
Why do you
some
do
kind
that?
of
Just to
apartment.
torment yourself?
I mean, because I apparently want to live in North Korea, the North Korea of the New England area.
If North Korea had maple syrup, she'd be okay with Kim Jong-un.
I might, but every year in January and February, there's like this huge decrease of availability of housing. Like there's like maybe 1 or 2 apartments for like hundreds of people looking. Right now, there's literally 2 apartments for every homeless person in Burlington, and none of them are, nobody's living in them because they're like over $2,000 a month. Yeah. Like it's unaffordable. There are no jobs to support that.
It's unforgivable in a state like Vermont.
So it must all just be empty houses. It must all just be empty.
I don't even know. Like, I was so shocked. I've never seen it do that for January and February, like to have the housing market just be so skewed. Like, I mean, usually this time of year, it's cold. People have places to live and there's nothing. You're not going to move in January or February. You're just going to sit tight, like crappy apartment, hate your roommates, not moving, nowhere to go anyway. But at this point, it's just a cesspool and nobody wants to live there. And they're just keep raising the rent. Like that's going to help. So that's the state of North Korea and New England. But what did you guys think of what the museum sent me about the Abraham Lincoln statue?
Your museum sent you that?
Yeah, I
asked
them. I'm like, who the hell did this? Because you know.
And you said, dare I look into who commissioned it? Did you find out?
I don't know who commissioned it, but
tell people about the statue. Tell Holly and all our listeners about the statue that you're talking about and describe it, please.
So you guys brought it up, like you brought it up just to poke at me. I know that he found it.
We did.
Be like,
we did.
Amy, by the way, Southern Vermont's no better than the Quebec border.
Yeah.
But the statue itself was commissioned. I don't know who commissioned it. The guy built his bronze statues separately. They were meant to symbolize completely different things. And somebody purchased them and decided, hey, let's arrange them so it looks like something really uncomfortable that Lincoln's doing. Right? So this
Two
guy...
statues, sitting on his own face or what?
She doesn't know. Holly, you haven't seen
the picture.
Show her. You can load it into the chat. You can load it into the text box, honey.
I put it in the chat. It's in the chat. It's just way up. It was like an off night. Yeah. Here it is. I'm gonna copy it.
Copy it, paste it. Okay. Yeah, put it in the text box for
copy.
Oh, or I might have to do a screen share because Holly, you can't see the text box.
Chat.
You can? You can
find it in the chat.
Text box. Chat is the people who listen to the show and interact with us through the chat. The text box on the call, you mean? You can access that?
Well, there's a chat on the call, but
Yeah.
there's then when
That's
it
the
goes
one that
right
it's
on
in.
the
That's the
home
one it's
screen.
in. Then go for
Yeah.
that. You'll find it.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I know that.
Pennington
I know that.
And then I want to
copy.
hear your gasp. Then I want to hear your gasp when you find it.
Okay. You gotta scroll through it. And the guy was in Paris. He has a bunch of other art.
Of course he would be in
Okay.
Paris. Yeah, let's go on.
I don't, but the thing is, like, the
Oh no. Are those little
Yeah.
black children?
Yes,
who
one's
knows?
black and one's white. I think it's a white girl and a black boy.
Oh god.
he was invited to the Paris Salon. The three pieces were Lincoln, Nirvana, the female figure, and Fille de France, the boy.
Fille de
So Nirvana
France.
and Fille de France is, you know, Sons of France. They represent concepts. Their nudity may imply purity or innocence. So this poor dude, like,
So the French
I don't think
Revolution
this-
and everything was innocence? I mean,
Well,
I mean,
the
didn't we go over
the
there
girl
to
is
learn
supposed
how
to
to do it?
represent faith, and the boy is supposed to represent hope. So I think that the intention was that Lincoln provides hope to the black future, and that he's got faith giving him a
Keeping the
blowjob.
faith.
Yeah, yeah.
For later. Wow.
Oh shit.
So maybe the artist was trying to tell us something.
So
No,
I'm
but
looking
Amy
at-
says it's a Frankensteinian pastiche, that the artist actually intended two different messages with other statues that were then cobbled together. Is that the case, Amy? Is this what you found?
Oh.
well, that's just it. It seems as if, and I have no idea because I don't think the way Southern Vermonters think. I'm so French. I can't figure this out myself, but I'd like some feedback from the curator who was
Mhm.
gifted this from the estate of the artist. And they somehow constructed it in the way that it is to it's offensive. And the video that Brendan found with the guy being like, you want to find an uncomfortable statue, head to Bennington.
Yeah, it actually, this statue tells us a number of things. That's not a stovepipe hat. That's a pimp hat that Lincoln is wearing.
Oh. And an overcoat, baby.
Yeah.
He does have pants on, right?
Yeah. Well, the
Not
girl's
for
working on that.
long.
The girl's working on that. She's right at the zipper level.
Mm.
And she was originally fully naked. She was originally, tell us, Brendan. Brendan actually, he found out something about it, that the girl was originally fully naked, and they covered her up because they felt that was too, but they left the black boy totally naked.
It's not.
And this
at
guy's
all.
German? What do you know, German artist.
Is he German?
They're all weird.
Is he German artist, honey?
I
Amy?
don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Okay,
his
okay.
last name is Hunt, but it said
Hunt.
that he was from Vermont. He
Uh-huh.
died in 1941, and 1928 he made this art in the Paris Salon. Hunt submitted a grouping of 3 sculptures he'd previously created as separate pieces: Lincoln,
is there
Nirvana,
some-
and Fille de France.
What is the name of this statue? So I'll put a link in for our listeners. Or Aristides, can you help us with
the
this?
the American Spirit.
Okay.
The
Oh,
Lincoln
boy.
Trilogy by Clyde du Vernet Hunt.
Okay.
And he made him in France?
At the Paris Salon, he was invited. 1928.
And shipped them back. All right.
I
Okay.
guess
And,
his intentions. I don't think that we have any.
Okay.
We should not be making any sense of what his intentions were.
Well, I mean, like, now all of a sudden they're erected, if you will. And so did some millionaire scoop them up and set them up?
So I'm putting
No,
this
it looks
into-
like it was a gift from their estate, from Mrs. Maud Hunt Patterson and Mr. Levitt J. Hunt Esquire. So it looks
Esquire.
like
Levitt.
the estate
Levitt.
gifted it.
So the artist was a
Yeah.
proud son of Vermont. Yeah.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
wasn't
you know,
around.
having been, he's from Vermont, you know, with royalty parents, aristocratic
Yeah,
parents.
so I
and some
put the
kind
link into the chat and into the text box. So I put the link into, and anything else you can find about this Aristides, please do so. And Brendan,
So he
feel free
must
to
have put
speak.
him on a steamer
Yeah,
from France, descended the family estate.
Probably
and
took
they
the tunnel.
steamed
Probably took
across.
the underwater tunnel across the
Oh,
Atlantic
that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. that connects into Vermont.
For the
Opens right up
billionaires
to
of
Canada.
Now,
the
now,
1800s.
I'd like to
yeah.
pursue this for a moment. No attempt here to make fun of you. I'm just, obviously, Amy has been exposed to enough weirdness where Amy, you know, let's put it this way. Obviously, there are tunnels. There are big tunnels, across America.
Right.
Whether or not there's a transatlantic tunnel is obviously, well, more debatable. But
Ambitious. Yeah.
yeah, but we definitely have transatlantic cables and have had them for, you know, at this point, well over 100 years. So
And that
yeah.
is mind-defying.
It is.
That is a fact.
Yeah.
And that they are still a necessity
Yeah.
absolutely blows my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. And
It absolutely
it
does.
should blow all of ours. I mean, it's and they're the battlefield of the future. You heard me speak of this the other day or not, Holly?
I might have missed that part. I know there's been, didn't one get severed or something?
Oh, they're always,
been
the
other
Russians and the
pipes that have
Chinese are
gotten
continually
severed.
severing the lines. The Russians and the Chinese,
God
the
damn.
Sino-Slavic sign-axis.
Imagine
Yeah.
the cable down there.
Yeah. What was that, honey?
At one point,
Yeah.
were you talking about the way that we could defend against an obstruction in these very necessary cables?
Yes.
Would be sonar
Yes.
to intercept any attack.
Yes.
Was that something you were talking about along?
Yes. Yes.
It seems like it was years ago. It seems like it wasn't
it's
recently.
only a few
but
episodes ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sonar array that would be
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah. Well, you can always review it later.
Yeah, I'll track it down. Sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have, I mean, I don't really have much to add. I just remembered that you had talked about the underwater capacity for being vulnerable, like
Yes.
because everything is like kind of out of sight, and we're defending this thing that is necessary. That one solution might be what they will steal from you, and then we'll all have to tell everybody, go back to this episode because we
Yeah.
just
They
listen to
cut the
everything we
cable.
say. And yeah. Well, I think the thought was like you could have this array that would intercept any kind of interference. Like if somebody was messing with the cables, the sonar array would pick it up, and then you could intervene.
Yeah.
I'm not a strategic
But that's a
person.
long way to surveil.
No, it's a bitch.
How many thousands of miles of wild ocean?
Yeah, no, it's a
Fuck's
bitch.
sake.
It's a bitch. And this is why the world's going to become increasingly disconnected. It will be for that very reason. During wartime, what's going to happen is they're going to be cut so regularly.
Well, I think that's why you should be nice to your neighbors.
Yeah,
You'd think.
Yeah.
By the 21st
You
century,
wanna
that
know
would be
your
figured out.
neighbors.
Yeah.
Right.
And but to bring us back to the statue for a little bit of time, we have this so in terms of what we found out here, Amy said, oh, it might have been brought through the transatlantic tunnel. So is your impression that there is a transatlantic tunnel, Amy?
I guess I was just being snarky, like, you know, like some kind of
It was
I'm
good.
just being like Ian West snarky. That's
Okay.
all.
I
Like,
mean,
Right.
I
they
don't.
were
Yeah, you know me. I have no judgment when it comes to. Obviously, we've had people who have
no,
said
you took
things.
me seriously.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's
Like, there is.
we have people. We have had people on the show who have made far more egregiously, offensively, just purely stupid claims. So, I mean, a transatlantic tunnel is hardly on that level. It's actually something that is possible. It's physically possible. Whether it's
Hey,
been,
the Holland
yeah,
Tunnel was a big deal, man.
yeah, yeah.
And still
I
is.
yeah. The point that
Oh.
where the only caveat I would have is want people to know that it would be extraordinarily difficult to construct something like that and keep it hidden. So that would be my caveat against that. So I don't feel in that sense I don't feel that there's a transatlantic tunnel. I would, however, not be adverse to one being built. Now, this is the strange thing about these sorts of concepts, is that at one point they were deemed to be inevitable because we had a different technological infrastructure that still required travel. In the postmodern age, due to data linkage, people feel that such a concept is completely anachronistic. But such having been said, as I've said, that's all going to change. We're going to have more and more damage done to the high technology, which is extraordinarily vulnerable. And you're going to actually have a kind of reverse effect and a backward, several backward steps in technology just to survive. That's inevitable in times of war. Impressive bunkering here from our dear friend T-Tank Barry. I wish he would explain. There's a pyramidal structure near a obvious underground bunker. Some constructions that look like almost feudal castellations, and they're not castles. They're just like little castellations out of the ground, and it's all near windmills. So wherever the fuck this is, I have no idea. Probably Europe, maybe
Vermont?
yeah, that'd be good. That would go with the North Korean type of, Bernie Sanders outlook. And so aside from that, yeah, if you could explain that image, T-Tank, I'd appreciate it. Other than that, our friend Brendan brought a little link here about some more meds. Again, he's welcome to speak to them if he feels like it. Or about anything else. But in the meantime, you two ladies are doing fine. So we've ascertained that our dear Amy doesn't necessarily believe there's an Atlantic tunnel, but I do know for a fact, and I say this without any, shall we say, condemnation of this thought, because tunnels do exist. But Amy has pointed out that there very much were tunnels that were used in the days of the Underground Railroad. And she felt that the tunnels were a lot more solid infrastructure than people are led to believe. And
Jersey's riddled with them.
Yeah, so
for
tell us
all
about that,
kinds
Amy.
of reasons.
Yeah,
All kinds of reasons.
yeah, and so tell us about this, Amy. Your thoughts on that, please, if you would be so
I
kind.
mean, just here, this area is full of tunnels all over the place.
Really?
Like it. I mean, people drive them every day, all day long.
Yeah.
They've been here forever. I mean, it's incredible. I am
Under
afraid
like little
of them. I like to
mountain
just stay in my
ranges?
area. But
Do they go under like little mountain ranges and stuff?
yeah, they're part of the coal mining. Like they were
that's what I was
built
going to
to
ask.
get
Is it mining
people
country?
from
Yeah.
one mine to another.
Got it.
But the Vermont situation, where all the old people tell you about things and places that used to be that were fun to go poke around in, that now you can't get into. Like,
unsafe, quote.
or whatever. Like you're just not allowed. Like it became private property and you can't go there anymore.
Bummer.
But
That's a drag.
the images that T-Tank is sending, that's what I've seen. And because I mean, I've seen the images, I've seen the proposal that this is possible and that it should happen or has happened or will happen in the future. I haven't seen it myself, but it doesn't, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just
Oh, look at
Again,
that.
I can only be snarky about it because I
Oh,
have
the
not put
tunnels,
my
yeah.
eyes on it. Like I don't take this train from New York to London in an hour. I don't.
Right.
But
Right.
it would be it would be interesting if we could like open up a whole new area of transportation and be more global. Like honestly, I was kind of pulling for Canada to just get rid of the border for us. Like I was like,
Yeah, boy.
it would be so
We're
good.
getting a divorce from Canada.
I hear.
They filed the
They hate
papers.
us. I hear they took
filed the
22
papers.
sovereign states and they're all teaming up against Trump sedition.
They're lawyered up.
Well,
Yeah.
can't say it wasn't going to happen. You know,
U.S. and Canada are breaking up. Bad
yeah.
breakup.
Well, why didn't they just send Trump to The Hague? Like, don't go to the World Economic Forum. Go to The Hague. It's your
Just
turn.
throw a net over that cabinet and cinch them all up together, like they do
How
the
did
sardines.
he not end up in the Netherlands? I
and
don't
drag
know.
them flopping right
Oh
out.
my god. Yeah, like a fish.
God.
Oh my god.
Silverfish. Flopping. I don't know, man.
Okay.
I mean, a lot
Anyway.
of people are believing in this ice shit.
Yeah. Oh god.
It's terrifying.
You're like, I like the $50,000 bonus for shooting people. I
a
like that.
lot of people are thinking,
No,
that
clarify.
don't have to do it, that it's just wonderful.
Yeah, it's clarify that for us, Amy. So, have you heard or read somewhere that there is a $50,000 bonus if you do shoot someone? It's not just what you get for signing up.
No, I have no. I thought that was like the sign up. That's why people are like really like, yay, let's.
And
it's a
apparently that
job.
was real. It's
Yeah.
they actually get it.
Yeah, that's the and
So you talk about a draft.
yeah.
You don't need a draft anymore, that's for sure. The only lesson learned from the Vietnam War, never again a draft.
Well, drafts are the best, really, when you want a functional military.
Absolutely.
But we're not dealing with a military here. We're dealing with what is now a private militia for Donald Trump. It's Trump's private
death
army.
squads.
Yeah,
They're death squads.
They're basically Latin American death squads that are imported north.
That we've been training for so long. I mean, for God's sake, now they get to do it here.
Yeah.
That guy, that poor Hmong they pulled out in his blanket. You saw that?
Oh no, I didn't. Tell us about this.
Oh, you gotta see that. The picture says 1,000 words. I didn't save it, but yeah, old Hmong guy here, 20, 30 years, drug him out of his house in his underwear and a blanket.
Oh my God.
And his bunny slippers.
Oh.
And held them for like 3 days or something.
And then what? Let him go?
Yeah.
He's
processed him out.
Yeah. No, by that I mean let him.
Believe it.
They didn't deport him, did they? Did they actually?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
No, they didn't.
Yeah. Well, he's lucky.
Let him go. But the optic is it tells it all. I mean.
Yes.
And that people still think this is a good thing. I just can't.
Well, we know what kind of people we're talking about. I mean,
my eyes start rolling in my head like a slot machine.
Yeah, at any rate, before I go into monologue, I want you ladies to know how good you're doing, and you really are, of course, always welcome here. And was there something else you wanted to bring up, Holly? Because you had a few points to make with Amy. What about other things?
Well, the final thing was I had thoughts on the insurance topic.
Yeah, go there.
I was born in 1960, okay? Mm-hmm. So when I was a kid, I don't remember much insurance. You went to the doctor and mom paid him.
Yeah.
You went to the hospital, you got the bill. Going forward, if you were poor, kids had some kind of coverage, but adults, once you were past 18, if you were poor and you had a kid, you could get, minimal coverage until the kid turned 18. But between that and 62, there was nothing.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely nothing. So Obamacare, that did not change until Obamacare. And if you're poor, it was the shit, because you could have it, and it saved my life. The timing was perfect. So I forget how to round that up. But that was, but yeah, so I'm with Amy. They're completely parasitical and unnecessary, but they're a symptom of the whole sickness of the whole corporate capitalist system of sell, nonprofit or not.
Yeah, well, obviously,
It's a racket.
Yeah, well, obviously, they profoundly impacted my life, and they did so in the most
Saved
negative
me.
way. I'm sorry? Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You said same with me?
No,
Would you care to share that story?
no, they saved me. I had to have, a real big surgery,
I see.
and I could have it, but
Okay.
without that, it was hopeless. So
in that sense, of course.
And so now that was the wrap up.
Yeah.
Ever since, they have been mercilessly pickaxing Obamacare apart. And it looks like they're succeeding. Now, this health insurance savings plan, just makes everybody, I mean, how can that? Yeah, right. Oh, we'll give you $2,000 this year for it. Oh, good. I can go buy health insurance. Great. $10,000 deductible, and you better not have been sick a day in your life. I mean, fuck, it's so insane. But I'm telling you, it should have been single payer, but Obamacare was the next best thing. And if you're low income, man, it was just a godsend.
I don't know about it.
If you have a problem.
Well,
I rarely need a doctor, but the times in my life I've had have been life and death. And thank God it was there.
Yeah. Well, of course, the only reason you're saying that is because we don't have a socialized healthcare system where you would have gotten care regardless. Let's put it this way.
Oh, God.
Yeah, by all logic.
There was nothing.
Yeah, by all logic, you should not even be saying what you're saying, because what you're saying should be not even a question. We should all have unconditional healthcare as an inalienable right. That would be any kind of civilized response to the phenomenon of health. But we don't. We instead have an incredibly warped system based on an incredibly...
full of parasites.
Yes. And just to clarify my stance, by the way, John Doe has just provided us a picture of Amy Como sitting on top of a wrecked truck, probably purchased by Tokyo Bloker, in what looks like a toxic waste landfill. So if you access the infinite call text box, you can take a look.
Is that AI?
There you go, Amy.
I'm suspicious.
Phyllis, that's not my shape. There's no way that thin woman.
That's not from your personal collection.
Pass for this.
Oh, God, now I gotta look. In a bikini top, no doubt.
But it is something I might do. It is definitely an activity that I could potentially be caught.
Ride them, baby. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, it's Amy Como all the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's an old, rusted out something.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it has to do with the other ones about Greenland, right? The nuclear plant in Greenland. This is like...
Oh, is that because I'm
wondering
what continent this is? What?
Well, what's bizarre about the one in Greenland is, if that is in Greenland, I don't doubt what T-Tank is saying, but it looks European almost.
Greenland.
Yeah. Well, we know that.
Yeah, it could be. See, because how it's thawing.
Yeah.
Or that's the tundra out.
Yeah, and Project Iceworm. Project Iceworm was definitely in Greenland, but if you take a look at the photographs that John sent, T-Tank Barry sent. Yeah, go on, honey.
The pyramid.
What?
The pyramid was Iceworm?
Yeah,
The
it looks
pyramid?
like it's you see no ice. It's in Greenland and there's no ice, which is very, very disturbing. That's disturbing. It's like,
There's
did all
not a
the
lot
ice
of
melt?
snow either.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of snow, but there is exposed tundra
Yeah. Okay.
in
Yeah.
areas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
there is.
my
That's where the
impression,
muskox live.
yeah, I'm thinking of Camp Century. Camp Century was deliberately built under the ice, so I have that stereotype. Whereas Project
Got it.
Iceworm might have been on the tundra part. So that's of course you of all people, our dear Holly would know. Holly's got some friends in Greenland. And so you can
What the
tell
hell is the pyramid for? Like comms or something? It looks like it's concrete.
I think it's just a bunkering over it's sealing the entrance to Project Iceworm.
What?
Yeah,
And
in
that's
other
these
words,
tunnels.
yeah,
Got it.
yeah. So I think Project
Jeez.
Iceworm, I think, is defunct, and therefore they just sealed it off.
Looks,
And they
yeah.
do shit like that. They'll build a little,
Right.
concrete pyramid over it so nobody can blast into it.
And all those rusty barrels,
Yeah,
toxic waste.
yeah.
Damn.
And so, as our dear friend points out, this is the abandoned Air Force base polluting Greenland. So,
Wow.
yeah, that's
Interesting.
that's what the Americans do. Yeah, let the Americans in your door and they shit on the floor. Yeah.
Oh, and imagine if they come back in there now to defend us
Oh,
in
yeah.
Greenland.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. What?
I mean, oh my God. Imagine the camp towns and oh Jesus. God.
Oh,
Opportunity for Russian women, that's for sure.
Yes, yes. Oh, and they would bring them in. They would bring them
Oh boy.
in, and oh, okay.
There'll
So,
be ice bars and stuff. You've seen those bars that are carved into
oh, that's
snow.
right. Yeah, like that. It's
It was a fad for a while.
yeah, that's right. Only these ones would have pole dancing. These would have pole dancing, and so, Brendan Zogit, come on now, or you can start interjecting when I go into monologue. You're on the call, so feel free to speak, and we'll see if he responds. And if he doesn't, I'm going to dive straight into monologue, which I invite both of you ladies to hang out for as long as you can stand it, and interject whenever you feel like it, because I'll kind of, just do my usual stream of consciousness and hit all of the major points that I feel are important. Anything you ladies want to say before I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies?
I'm pretty good. And nice speaking with you, Amy. I was looking forward
Very
to.
good. It's always good to hear from you.
Very good. And don't forget about don't change
Douglas,
the clock.
I want you to know how proud I am of the way that everything has changed for you. I know it was all your own effort. So I just want you to know that you're doing very well, and that is all of your own effort.
Well, bless you. I appreciate that profoundly. Honestly, you're an angel, as is Holly. Both of you ladies are angels over my shoulder, and my love to you both. Okay. And
I always thought gout was a disease of obesity, but apparently not.
What brings this up?
Never mind.
Oh, gout! Oh, gout! The way you pronounced it. I'm so sorry.
How did I say it?
You said gat. Gat. I was saying, what the fuck is gat? I thought it was an acronym for something.
Came out wrong.
No. Gout is, my father was, the man who raised and guided me, was a comparatively, very skinny man, really. He was thin all of his life, comparatively speaking. And, but when it came to, no, gout is simply, it impacts people that are fairly thin. As a matter of fact, Brendan Zogit's father had a killer case of gout. And this can arise from alcoholism. In my father's case, like I said, his gout manifested at a time when I was a teenager, and we both had it simultaneously. We both manifested the same symptoms, so it must have been the diet we were eating at the time. And then
there's a buildup of something in the veins.
It's some kind of genetic. It's inherited, so it's a genetic response to certain,
Oh boy.
probably as Brendan Zogan expressed it, proteins in the blood, which is why I suspected it
Uh-huh.
as well, because I drink a lot of young boys' blood, and all of the proteins
Right.
building up are simply too rich. It could be too
Got it.
rich, and that could lead ultimately to the
Yeah.
gout.
Like a
So
cholesterol thing or
I
something.
I I don't know. I've
I
never
don't know.
really.
I never knew.
All I can tell you is
I
that
thought only rich lords got it.
they were infamous for it because people listened to their complaints, and they probably had a
Yeah.
higher propensity towards getting it because they could indulge in far more foods. It does have to
Yeah.
do with food indulgence, but I am
Mhm.
hardly an overeater in any conventional
Yeah.
sense. So,
And thin as a rail.
yeah, yes, that's quite true. So, when it comes to, but I will assure you, gout often happens to skinny people. So it's usually
I'm
a case,
learning. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's usually a case of alcoholism,
Yeah.
and basically some kind of diet thing. It's not necessarily even a poor diet. It's simply the way your body responds to certain foods. Usually rich
Right.
foods. It's usually rich
And like
foods.
maybe a dairy allergy.
Maybe I don't
You're
know.
not
I
built for
be
dairy and stuff like
you know,
that.
if the gout were to manifest in my life more often, I would obviously do
Yeah.
more research, because it only manifested once, and I was afraid it had manifested again. And of course, this has to do with blood boys. They eat so many bonbons, as I say. Their blood is very rich. I had every reason to suspect this was the case,
Uh-huh.
but it turned out it was an impact injury. So it was an impact
Okay.
injury because my feet are incredibly deformed, and as a result,
From walking too much around town?
it's a long story. It's
All right.
basically there's several factors involved, but
Uh-huh.
I was born with a propensity towards a weaker articulation of the arches that then was
Yes.
compounded by uh too much walking throughout my life. There is such a
Right.
thing as too much of a good thing, people.
Yeah.
So, gradually over many years, my arches collapsed.
Mm.
And it obviously was not a singularly monumental collapse, because that the agony with involved with something like that would be memorable. That would be a life milestone. Rather, it did happen gradually over a lifetime, and but it's at the point now where I really need to be careful, just not to do what I did the other day, which was run nonstop from
Mm-hmm.
Russian Hill to Chinatown, which
Mm-hmm.
it was like, when I pull something
And
like
you're
that.
like hot looking platform combat boots. I mean, that ain't good.
Yeah, well, I didn't do that. No, I didn't do
You
that.
need to get some expensive shoes
Yeah,
for this
yeah,
condition.
yeah. I
We'll
I do,
cover them.
I
Mm-hmm.
do. I really
Yeah, you
need to.
do.
Um,
Seriously.
honestly,
Because that plantar fasciitis is no joke either. My
yeah,
God, that can ruin your life.
yeah, yeah. Tell us about that. What do you know about it?
Nothing. It's just
Sound
this weird, mysterious foot pain that you can get.
okay?
And it's bad.
Yeah.
And I don't know enough about it to talk about it, but boy, anybody that's had it knows. And it's passed by me a couple times,
No.
but nothing wrecks your life faster than feet you can't walk on,
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible.
Whatever
It's
you
horrible.
have to pay for shoes,
Yeah. No,
you pay
seriously.
it.
Seriously, people.
We'll cover it, man.
Okay,
So help
great.
me
Yes.
God. That's a
Yes.
promise.
Yeah, thank you. So I want everyone to know that. Be aware of that. I ultimately
Yeah.
do have to have
Look into
shoes.
that
Yeah. Yeah.
and
And
see what you like
yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
and talk to the doctor.
Oh, well, I'd have to get him to make a referral to the podiatrist, which apparently
Yeah, right, fuckers.
yeah, and podiatrists these days, now we gotta find out if they're covered by insurance. That would be a big question.
Oh,
Yeah, it
man.
brings us back to
Yeah,
the insurance question.
right.
So just so people understand, I am exhaustively familiar with insurance. It destroyed my life because of my parents and what they had to contend with, and everything was about insurance. So we have an extraordinarily flawed system. When it comes to Obamacare, the only reason I was poo-pooing what Holly was saying was not because what she was saying was in any way untrue. It's simply that it was hardly perfect panacea. Obamacare may have made treatment for many people possible, and certainly the man who can go to town on that is Troy Bellamy. It was still extraordinarily weird. It seemed to be a voluntary thing because Troy Bellamy was an insurance broker or something, and he, like he said people were coming into his office, and he would tell them, this is what this insurance gets you and this is your options, and they would all take Obamacare so long as he didn't mention the name. Of course, the original name is Affordable Care Act, ACA, so it's really Clinton Care, and it really came about during the Clinton administration. She's the one who initiated it. It simply was legislated
after Mitt Romney.
Yes,
that was Mitt Romney first,
of all people,
and she picked it up from him, of all people.
Yeah, and so when it comes to what it is, however, I had to, when this one guy was on Facebook, this old guy, and it was like, whoa, I had this heart attack or something, and he said, oh, but thank God for Obamacare. Instead of paying $20 million, I only had to pay $10 million. I mean, it was literally so insane what he said. It was equivalent to that. It was like he may as well have said that, and it was literally something in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was like, oh, instead of paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, I only had to pay, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It wasn't tens of thousands of dollars. It was still hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this one guy, of all people, what was his name again? Amy, you might remember this guy. Holly, you might remember this guy. There was that poor lunatic who thought he was my biological son. He had convinced himself. He had gone to Michael Aquino, and Michael Aquino opened up his skull, took a shit in it, and sewed it back up, and sent him on his way, telling him that he was my biological son. But the guy's name was Schwartz or something like that. Jewish as hell.
God, that was like 1,000,000 years ago.
Yeah, Jewish as hell.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but
I don't even really remember.
He said just the right thing at just the right time. They all have their moments. They all have their moments.
Something Schwab.
Yeah, Schwab. Matthew Schwab. You know who used to talk to him? Heather Holman. Heather Holman used to talk to him.
Why am I not surprised?
Matthew Schwab. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, Matthew Schwab. Just, this is why we tolerate them as long as we do. They have their moments. So he had his moment. He went in there, he said, something which is classical, just a classic line that people, have said for decades, generations, but still it hit at just the right time. He said, are you bragging or complaining to this guy who was talking about, instead of paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, I only paid hundreds of thousands. And that's what he said. Are you bragging or complaining? I had to agree. Yeah, what the fuck are you trying to say? And he said, well, he took it down, I guess to him, it was enough of a drop where he said that, and it was like magic. And I was like thinking, how's it like magic? It just broke you that, like it took all your money disappeared? Yeah, that's the magic. But there you go with that. It was...
this whole thing with we'll give you money and you'll save it for when you need to go to the doctor started with little George Bush. Okay. So it even predates Obamacare. Yeah. So they're circling around that now because they got any kind of plan whatsoever.
Yeah.
So they're tracking back to genius little George, and everybody scoffed at it then. And you couldn't get that shit through Congress with a crowbar.
Oh my God.
So, but he got away with privatizing Part D. So you're already in the marketplace, the dreadful. And that's what they're saying. Oh, yeah, we'll send you money and you can go to the marketplace.
Oh, yes.
Thanks, health insurance companies. Oh, they're ready.
Yeah.
Their knives are sharpened.
Yeah, that's thank you for that. And Brendan,
Eh,
welcome back aboard, and tell us a bit
yeah.
about your day, if you would be so kind. How did you survive? And are there still attempts on your psychological or
Yeah.
physical well-being?
Ja, wie geht es Ihnen? Yeah,
Yes,
everything's good.
as can be, you mean to say.
Except all the increase in prices that you're.
Uh,
Mm.
oh,
But don't
and
worry, they'll give 5 cents to farmers. That's what I just read on this bottle.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
I'm not joking.
Yeah.
It's like a $5 juice, and it says we will give 5 cents to farming communities. Like at this point, it's like a Monty Python sketch. Yeah,
Oh
one
my
second.
God. Yes. Okay. So our man's dealing with his environment, and with that, we will probably start the monologue if he comes back in time. He'll catch me before I dive into it. Because once I dive in, you know me, I get into kind of a rhythm. I welcome interjections, but I'm always shall we say, able to return to train of thought because I have a one-track mind like that. And my thanks to Matt K 2277 at least for the sentiment. And he says, Dear Douglas, love you. What size shoes, American and European, do you wear? Like men 6.5, EU 39, 9.5 wide men's, American measurement. Goddess bless you
Mm.
and keep you, my grand.
1.5 wide.
Yeah, 9.5 wide. So everybody's welcome to send even sneakers, preferably not used. Hey,
You
doesn't
don't
need to be
want anything
expensive.
with any kind of heel wear because that throws off your whole gait,
I
and it makes you fall down and shit. Believe
uh
me, I found out.
oh
No heel. If you use shoes, they can't have any wear on the heel, which means they got to be new.
got it.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm back.
yes.
Yeah.
So welcome back, dear Brendan.
Hey, what are you trying to get? Stilettos now or something?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah. Bunions. He's got bunions.
Oh my God, I would have with wearing those long enough. And again, let's see now. They are new. Okay, excellent.
Like you were wearing some shit like out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Why do you need new shoes?
Let's put it this way.
Was it the cute platform combat boots?
Yes, tell them about that, Brendan. Yes, Holly's seen them. She has, and
They'll ruin your feet.
they do in one sense. I mean, I certainly can't wear them for as extended a period of time as I used to, and
Like you look like a stand user,
yeah.
like one of those JoJo antagonists.
Yes, and but of course that's what's important. You know, image is important. And by the way, they do say
Yeah,
ICE says. I'm sorry. Continue with what you were going to say, by all means.
Oh, I just said everyone in San Francisco knew where you were from. Wow.
Yeah.
Taiwan.
They were like, "So where are you from?" You know,
Yeah.
and then just totally ignoring Doug.
Yeah.
Like I was from like some other dimension or something.
Yes, they were
Apparently
all.
I didn't look like a local.
Yeah, they completely focused on Brendan when they were probably instructed to do so. It just didn't seem
It
natural.
was absurd. Imagine walking around with a vampire looking, some villain, some guy that looks like an anime villain, and they're like, "So where are you from?" As if you were normal.
And by that he means they were approaching him and asking him where he was from, as opposed to myself. They approached him as if I did not exist, which was like it was definitely, what would you call it? Aberrant behavior. It's not to be expected.
Anomalous. It was definitely anomalous.
And by the way,
I was a celebrity. Like they were, like I was someone that they were expecting. Like, how about that water? That French spring water. It's like, how did you know I bought French spring water like 5 minutes ago?
What?
Yeah. And
Okay.
yeah. It's like tell them about this.
Anybody hot?
No, none of these people were hot.
The antithesis of
Oh,
yeah. Yes, the very antithesis. And so let me see if I can get a proper response to our man here, Mr. Matt. And or it could be a lady using her husband's Microsoft Teams account or Google account. So let me respond here to her. You are an angel, my dearest, at Matt2277. So definitely look forward to that, and thank my extended family so much for being out there. Now, in terms of all of you, honestly, hugs and kisses. I can't express my gratitude enough. And with that, dear Brendan, so tell us a little bit, dear Brendan, about the homeopathic medicine that was shown by our dear friend, T-Tank Berry. He's got this new stuff that he's purchased. Is that something that could get him high, or is this like what does he do with that? He's got plenty of other things to get him high. I know. But...
Yeah, he doesn't need homeopathy. Ain't gonna get him.
Yeah.
But that specific homeopathic remedy was arnica. So arnica is this flower that grows in the Alps. And it's one of the best for muscle sprains, ligaments.
That's why he was presenting it to me. Got it. Okay.
Oh, to rub on your feet. Yeah.
Yes. Is that what I would do? Apply it topically or take it orally?
That formula was not topical.
Yeah, it was oral.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's for like severe injuries, like surgery and various things like that.
Whoa. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. And
so if you ever get some kind of trauma like surgery or something, you could take the internal form of arnica for it.
Right.
That's very good.
Got it. Excellent.
So are you in big pain with your feet now?
No, thank God. It's painful enough. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Where it's
well, I sent the remedy. It's called Mahanarayan.
Okay, so
that will cure any joint issue.
Excellent.
Really?
Utterly.
Excellent. Wow. Yeah. And you,
is that in the chat?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
No, he sent it in the mail. As a matter of fact, tell him about how the fucker molested.
The name of it.
Oh,
I got joint issues.
Oh, if you could put the name in the chat for Holly, I'd appreciate it, Brendan. But tell people about how the mailman molested your fucking envelope. The guy was practically humping it, that motherfucker. And we don't even know if he sent it. We don't even know if he sent it.
Well, I got a verification that he had to send it.
Okay, good.
But I didn't send you the Mahanarayan oil.
Okay.
It just wasn't feasible at that time. But in the future I could send some. But or maybe when I visit, because I'll be in the area, maybe I'll just drop it off or something.
Okay.
But the mailman. I mean, do you even want to talk about that? I mean, let's let it get to you first.
Oh, good point. But by the way, ICE does say its officers can forcibly enter homes during immigration operations without judicial warrants.
Nothing.
Yeah, the policy was revealed in a May 12th memo that whistleblowers shared with the United States Senator. So we are now living under martial law, effectively. This is, there's no words. Taxation without representation.
With $100 billion budget behind him.
Yeah.
I mean, sky's the limit.
Yeah, we're basically housing and quartering troops against our will, which is, of course, the entire constitutional amendment to deal with that. In all the years that
and that hotel chain, wasn't it a Hilton or something that tried to ban them? And they got kicked in the face for that.
Yes, that's right. Tell people about that.
All I remember, it was a few days ago, so it's crowded out of my mind. But one branch at least tried.
No.
But I think corporate hammered them.
Yeah, it was a franchise, and they took it off.
Yeah.
All they did was just take their name off the thing.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the power to shutter it, but anyways.
Yeah.
I don't think
okay. That's okay.
That's right. Yeah, point made.
Like we've crossed that point. There's no point in even saying, "Oh, the Constitution says this," because they're not following it.
Yes.
And then earlier today, he said I used to talk to Gavin when I was president. So he doesn't think he's president anymore. So what does that tell you?
Oh man.
Oh, he's definitely dementing. He's this is senile dementia. By the way, it's
well, it is dementing, but in his head, he thinks we've moved past, like, that position doesn't exist anymore.
Right. So what you're saying is that in his
dictator
mind,
for life.
He's moved into the realm of monarchy.
Yeah, because people were saying that. They said, "Oh, he's thinking of his first term. That's why he's all demented shit." But he clearly said, "I talked to Gavin all the time when I was president, like when, as in past tense."
Yeah, got it. Yeah,
and then they wouldn't let
double
entendre. They wouldn't let Newsom speak.
Ooh.
Well, that makes sense, and not that I care about Newsom. But, oh, you know, in all the years that I've taught civics to the Blood Boys, I still keep forgetting for some reason, just like our girl Holly, when she reads an entire book and forgets the main person's name, who's the focus of the book. I keep forgetting that the prohibition of the forced quartering or housing of soldiers in private homes without the owner's consent during peacetime is the Third Amendment. So ICE is clearly violating the Third Amendment, but as such having been said,
is there a Latin term for that?
I don't.
It's called the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
Well, no, if it's under habeas corpus or something like that.
No, it's just the Third Amendment. It's just no Latin term for this. But thanks for asking. It's funny that he did use a Latin term, which is not like Trump. He did come up with a Latin term recently, pax silica, or the silicon piece, which is supposed to be, you know, a big deal, but it's not. So,
a glass piece, a piece made of glass.
You know, or sand. It's sand. I mean, there's kind of a poetry
sand
there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but so such having been said, dear Brendan, what's on your mind aside from all the obvious? And do be aware, Holly, you do have a delay. So the issue that we've had last time was that when Brendan talks,
is back.
Yeah, the delay is back, and so you have to remember to try when you begin to speak. Just make certain Brendan's finished his sentence, and then say, you know, basically ease your way in. That's the issue.
I think I do.
Yeah.
Did I just run you over?
You did just at the tail end of what he was saying earlier when he's talking about the Constitution. So, but it was most noticeable in the in terms of the last episode in which you and he were on at the same time, which was either the last episode or the one before.
Bummer.
Just so you know.
I'm so sorry. I got.
Oh, it's not your fault. It's a technical.
It's the spot.
Yeah.
Okay, it might be the spot.
Yeah.
So listen, you guys run for it. I was just fixing to switch over anyway.
Well, we love you dearly.
So I'll be online.
Okay.
Love you guys. Thank you.
I love you dearly, Holly. Okay. And I'll be looking forward to the mail, and God bless you for what you do.
I think it must be the holiday.
Yeah. Doubtless. Yeah. Either that or they keep delivering it to the wrong address, and then we have to wait till some honest person just, you know, returns it, so to speak, or puts it in my.
It's like they're feeding it through a goose before it comes.
Do not doubt that it goes through some kind of filter, that the postal inspectors are probably on the lookout for anything sent my way, and it probably goes through them first and undergoes some kind of inspection. What is this from Amy Como, Cloud 10 on men's shoes? Oh, thank you so much for this, Amy. That's delightful.
Oh, yeah. You got to be serious about that.
Yeah, and tell people again about the heels, no heels, shoes that are comfortable, no heels, and but obviously
no
they're
heels
sturdy.
that, you know, pre-worn doesn't work.
Yeah, in other words,
because
no
if you
use.
walk in somebody else's gate, that is bad.
Got it.
It's gotta be your own.
Yes. There we are. Yeah. So don't wear another man's shoes. That's what she said. Yeah, no used sneakers. But, you know, I'm not asking for designers sneakers. And for God's sakes, don't send me Trump's golden sneakers. I mean, if you really want to put that much effort into a practical joke, you know, I couldn't wear them, though, because they're gold. I mean, where could you wear those? I mean, seriously, where could you wear those? They're cold. The fact that, I mean, forget sneakers. They'd have to be more of canvas type boots. Think of canvas combat boots. Those are the best. And,
those ones that I put
not
up,
for support.
Doug.
Yeah. What's that, honey? Amy? Those ones?
You need to tell people the ONs, the ones that I sent you, the
Yes!
ONs running shoes.
Yes!
Those are the best.
Yes.
I also have feet issues, and I got a pair of them.
Yeah.
They're super expensive. It's totally worth it. They keep you straight. They work really well. It's good.
How do you spell them? Tell people how to spell that, please.
ONS.
ONS. Oh, cool. Love you.
They work really well. They're expensive, but look at all the different colors.
Hokas are all the rage now.
Yeah.
Which ones?
Hoka. Hoka. Big rage.
Wow. Yeah.
I haven't heard of them.
Yeah.
But I never heard of these. Fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I need to look for that package.
But now you're gonna have to walk around. Now you're gonna have to walk around in orthopedic old man's track shoes.
Yeah,
you're not gonna like that.
Yeah. Well, that's only for casual. I'll still put on the combat boots for public presentation, guaranteed.
Definitely. Definitely. But casual, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
For going to the doctor and shit.
Yes. Or for running all the way to Chinatown.
Exactly.
So we love you dearly, Holly, and for God's sake, take care of yourself. Okay.
Love you guys all. I will.
Stay safe.
Okay.
And interject. If you're listening and you feel like interjecting, just jump back on. Don't be afraid.
You know it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Bye. And certainly the same with yourself, dear Amy. So, dear Brendan, any other thoughts? I mean, obviously, there's a lot going on in the world. It's Squirrel Appreciation Day, and Brooke Gibson did exchange some texts with me this morning. She asked if she could come on. I said, yes, of course. But of course, she hasn't shown up. She's still welcome to, of course, and if she wants to interject at any time, if you're listening, Brooke, just go ahead and jump on. Other than that, dear Brendan, before I suck all the oxygen out of the room, any thoughts you'd care to share on, domestic, foreign affairs, even anything personal? I mean, after all, this is your opportunity to cathart and vent and, release a little energy. I mean, is he there?
I mean, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me, but
yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, Holly's not here to step over you.
I thought I was muted. Did you guys hear all that crunching?
No. We didn't hear that. We heard earlier when there was a woman in the background and you were speaking to her, but it sounded like it was at a store or something. And yeah. But okay.
Yeah, and can you believe that? These drink companies are out of hand. I mean, $5 for juice, and then they said we're going to give 5 cents to farming communities. I mean, what is that going to do? Like that's like what, 1%, if that?
It's
ridiculous.
Oh God, don't even get me started. It reminds me of that chick in Germany and her bullshit. That was like
well, everyone gives you 1%. That's
yeah,
like
everyone gives me less than 1%. Everyone gives me like less than 1%. It's like one lady out there whose name I don't remember. That's probably for the best. Said, "Oh, what do you need towards surgery?" And I said, "Well, I think I can save up $1,000 pretty easily. How about $5,000 towards surgery is what I'm trying to amass." And she sent me. It was something that was less than 1% of the amount, and it was like, why? Why do you bother? It's like I can understand not sending $5,000. I can understand not sending 500. But it's like she sent it so it was like she could have sent 1%, but she sent $5 less than 1%. It was just weird. But it's like they calculated. And honest to God, Amy, if you sent me a package with shoes in it, I've got to look for it. Did I tell you I received it? When was this? Because if it's around the house and I put it aside because I got so involved with something during the holidays, it was during the holidays, I presume. Before them, it must have been And if she's listening, she's welcome to respond. If not, hopefully she reviews this, or I'll talk to her privately about it. I hope she doesn't have the impression that something arrived that did not. Aristides is typing. In the meantime, yeah, here we are. Oh, he says, oh, there we are. Yes, Aristides, by all means, interject. Holly, if you're listening, we've got the PDF from Aristides. And Amy, we've got the PDF from Aristides. So tell him, Aristides, you found the PDF. You're the man.
The book they're talking about, I found it and I put it in there.
Yeah. So Amy, you can read it.
The woman they could the woman they could not silence by Kate Moore.
Yeah. Who are they talking about? Who's the woman they could not silence? Did you get a name, or did you bother to read that part?
No, I did not.
Yeah. Because it doesn't look like Nellie Bly. It looks like yeah. So Amy's responded. Good. She's got it. She's got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Just so you know, it's Sarah.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Appreciate that, Harry. And yeah, Harry, what's going on in the world that you think yeah. Amy's gonna talk. So Amy, speak.
Sorry, I got it, but I can't download it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm looking.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
You may have to wait. Yeah. Yeah, because
okay.
I remember when Aristides sent me something, I thought I couldn't download it, but then it turned out it just takes time. Yeah. So she's losing herself in that. That's good.
Okay.
And yeah, what strikes you, Aristides, of what's going on in the world before I dive into it? Anything you feel that strikes you?
Yeah, one thing.
Sure.
That perhaps you might be suited to comment on, and that is, there's a lot of course, overall financial upheaval.
Yes.
In the world, and supposedly there is something revolving around Japan's bond market.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have, you'd almost have to look at more details, but the gist of it I got was that somehow, because the global financial system is, of course, quite complicated. Somehow, that Japanese bonds, with their inherently very low rates or something, were somehow a cornerstone of the world economic system and
stability.
That and they have had a unprecedented fluctuation in the rate or something. And you might say, so what? But that supposedly somehow that has far-reaching implications. That's something to it. I know it's happening. I can't properly describe it, but it is happening. Where there's a lot of chaos in that sector, but the Japanese bonds were some kind of I don't know what they were, safe haven or something, and that's all changing, and it's going to send shockwaves across many other things. A lot of people are dumping U.S. Treasury bonds right now.
That's right.
But something about the Japan and the it's what is it, Six Sigma change and whatever. I guess it's the rate. I don't know much about bonds. The rates or something. I don't know how bonds work. At least with ours. Something about if the rates on the newer ones are higher, that's good for people getting the new ones, but it massively devalues the old ones somehow. I don't know. Well, so that's a thing. That's the thing. And if you talked about Japan's financial status in the world before, and I'll try to look up something more substantial there, but that is a thing. I'm sorry, I'm not describing it well.
No, I appreciate that.
It is going on.
Yeah, no. I appreciate that profoundly. I want people to understand that what our man Aristides is speaking about is something that is ongoing, and it is, shall we say, a developing situation. Basically, the Japanese bond market is undergoing what some people have termed rebellion. that is setting the world on edge. So taking a look at what is sent by Aristides here, Treasury Scott Bessent urges Bank of Japan to take the necessary measures to stabilize the bond market. And what he says is, markets are going down because Japan's bond market just suffered a 6 standard deviation move in 10-year bonds over the past 2 days. And then you've got comments like, wow, Bank of Japan's 30-year yield is spiking like crazy, about to break 4%. And by the way, normally you would think of this as a good thing. It means that the Japan's bonds have hit a record high. That's what's sending shockwaves through the global debt markets. So obviously their finance chief is calling for market calm, and so their long bonds have rebounded. As for what this bond crisis means for the United States, I'm certain that there are analysts out there that could go far deeper than me, but as a historian, what I can provide you is a simple 30-year backstory to the Japanese bond situation. Basically, the Empire of Japan's economy melted in 1990 with the popping of an enormous real estate and equity bubble. Now, this was kind of a necessary phenomenon for Japan's economy because Japan's post-industrial revolution, its economy made Japan great. Basically, they were on top of the world, but it was time to make Japan just, as in a just society. In other words, to spread that prosperity, diffuse it throughout the entire population. So to restore the economy, Japan pioneered the playbook central banks now run everywhere. Understand that Japan's economy was the world's economy. And what they did was they re-engineered the world. So our dear man Aristides has placed in another article here that is kind of a summary. So Aristides, could you please come back on bandwidth with us and read this to our listeners? I take it that this AI responding to you?
Yeah. The Google, if you go to like just regular Google, it can do it. It can do a AI assisted search, or sometimes it does that automatically. If you put in a complex phrase, it will say, it'll employ that, or you can ask for it. It does okay. I mean, it just scans things out there and just kind of aggregates the search results that are out there. So yeah, Japanese bonds, their rates are going up, which is like in the first order, that's good there for them, for those bonds, I guess. But it ends a long period of decades of quote unquote free money, or one of the cheapest funding sources in the world, triggering a significant volatile restructuring of global financial portfolios. The most severe implications being the unwinding of the yen carry trade, whatever that is, mass capital repatriation, and upward pressure on borrowing costs worldwide. So, yeah, so they were kind of like an anchor point of financial liquidity with these low rate bonds. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I might not be saying that right. I'm not a finance person. Increased volatility, global capital repatriation, the quote unquote Japan factor. Pressure on U.S. Treasuries. Japan is the largest foreign holder of U.S. Treasuries, roughly 1.2 trillion. As domestic Japanese bonds yields become more attractive, Japanese institutional investors, pension funds, insurers are likely to bring capital home, decreasing demand for U.S. debt and driving up U.S. yields. So that's the balance, I guess. Right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, they're more willing to dump U.S. Debt because it won't make as much from it relative to these now. So that has, and a lot of other people saw that, and I saw a couple other countries dumping. There'll probably be more dumping bonds. Danish pension funds to sell only 100 million in treasuries. Swedish pension funds are selling off treasury bonds. So has a kind of a cascade effect there. Yeah. So it makes U.S. bonds shitty in comparison.
Great. Before I add to that, thank you. That was beautiful. Before I add to that, want to thank Matt2277. May thy channel prosper. And I'm going to enter this into the chat room now. It's Matt K, Matt with the two T's. Matt K 2277 says he's Stephen Burns channel on TubeView, geophysicist. So I don't know if he means YouTube or if there's actually a venue called TubeView. But as a geophysicist, goddess bless you for what you do. And so Stephen Burns, Stefan Burns, Stephen Burns channel. He says TubeView, and I don't know if that's just a way of his kind of quirkiness or whether something like that exists. But we'll come up and see what you can find, dear people. I'm sure you'll be enlightened. And as for what our man Aristides brought up, as I said, basically in 1990, what happened was Japan was great. The time had come for Japan to become not just a great society, but a just society. And these kinds of social, shall we say, upheavals happen that accommodate social change. In this case, it was the popping of an enormous real estate and equity bubble. This was because housing needed to be made more affordable in Japan. So something like this happens. It's not necessarily a scientifically engineered economic phenomenon, but it is definitely what you could consider to be a balance, a kind of metaphysical equilibrium that needs to be reestablished. So to restore the economy, the Empire of Japan pioneered that playbook that all central banks now run everywhere, because Japan's economy is the model for the world. And what their banks did, the central banks, was they slashed interest rates to zero, and then they purchased massive quantities of their own government bonds. This creates an artificial demand, and it pushes yields, also known as borrowing costs, even lower. It's a bit like your left pocket owing money to your right pocket and being able to print money to pay it back. And it let Japan run up the largest debt in the world, 1.3 quadrillion yen to be exact. That's quadrillion with a Q. And it also opened up an obvious trade. If you can borrow money for free, then put it in something yielding 4, 5, 6%, you found an infinite money glitch. And Japanese investors plowed into United States Treasury bills. This made them the largest holder of United States Treasuries with 1.2 trillion United States dollars. And the rest went into tech stocks and anything else going up. Were you going to say something, Brendan? It sounded like you were about to interject there. Feel free. No. Anyhow, what I've just articulated worked great for 30 years until COVID, which the communist Chinese unleashed as a bioweapon. Don't think otherwise. It's basically they knew it had developed in China, and they did everything they could to make it spread. And I mean everything. They bribed the president of the United Nations to say it didn't exist. So communist China declared war on the fucking world and fucked us all up and killed millions of people. Don't think the communist Chinese are not pure fucking bottomless evil. If you don't understand that, your head's up your fucking ass so deeply that you're high on your own fumes, and it's gonna take major surgery to get your head out of rectal defilade. At any rate, because of the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, governments were forced to print money en masse, and inflation finally arrived. Japan's playbook worked when inflation was dead. But when it finally came back, thanks to a communist Chinese attack against the rest of the human race, and prices started rising, printing money would make it worse. So Japan has had to stop printing money and raise rates. This brings us to the $1.2 trillion question. So the reason people are freaking out about Japanese bond yields being up, because Japanese bond yields have crossed 4% for the first time in decades. For 30 years, Japanese investors had to look abroad for yield. Now they can get it at home. That 1.2 trillion United States dollars in United States treasuries now has every reason to head back to Tokyo. All that cheap Japanese money had to go somewhere. For 30 years, it went into treasuries, tech stocks, everything. Now, get this through your bloody fucking head. It's all leaving. And that has markets on edge. As to what's next, there's no one on earth who can tell you how this shakes out. But when Ray Dalio talks about a changing world order, this is most certainly foundational thereunto. One of the global market's laws of nature: endless, cheap Japanese money is coming to an end. So, in terms of what that means for the United States, I would say the points I would think of first, well, what we've got is a massive selling spree that's unexpectedly rocked Japan's $7.6 trillion bond market. Just yesterday, after weeks of mounting doubts over the debt-ridden empire's long-term stability. So all this is happening as inflation threatens to kill returns. I would think that the major points would be, after decades of near zero inflation, that Japan is now experiencing substantial price pressures, making long-term bonds with low-yield fixed payouts less attractive and pushing investors to sell at a discount, which in turn boosts bond yields. And when government bond yields rise, borrowing becomes more expensive, pushing up mortgage rates, corporate loans, and the discount rates used to value stocks and real estate, signaling a lack of trust in the market itself. So because Japan's 30 and 40-year bond yields jumped by over 25 basis points, their sharpest move since President Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariffs shook global markets yesteryear, Japan's 40-year bonds have surpassed a 4% yield for the first time since they were introduced on the death of my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, in the year of Fukushima Daiichi, 2007. Or that was when my father died. Yeah, it was my father's death year, not my mother's. Fukushima Daiichi would come in 2011, and that's when my mother would be murdered. So it was in my late and sainted sire's mortuis annus, his death year. Now, earlier yesterday, a 20-year government bond auction failed to garner sufficient interest from investors. That's a red flag that exposes a lack of confidence. And the Japanese market's panic manifests as a sharp pivot from decades of perceived stability fueled by trust in the Bank of Japan and its ability to control yields. So I guess as a tangent here, I'd say that Japan's annual inflation rate is around 3%. That's according to government data aggregator at Trading Economics, the screen that I'm calling up right now. The rate has consistently exceeded the Bank of Japan's 2% target for years. The rise is mainly due to higher import costs and energy prices, driven in part by a weaker yen, making imported goods more expensive, along with food and utility price increases. But as to what this would signal for the American empire, basically, Japan's bond turmoil is a warning sign for other heavily indebted countries, including these United States, as higher yields on Japanese bonds will push, United States borrowing rates up by discouraging investors from buying United States bonds. With analysts noting that the sell-off in Japanese bonds has fed into higher United States Treasury yields today, underscoring how stress in one major debt market can push global borrowing costs higher. I guess the big number here is 203%. That Japan's gross debt to gross domestic product ratio as of late 2025, according to data from the CEIC that I'm calling up on screen right now, that's a global macroeconomic database, compared to a ratio of 118.1% for the United States, according to the World Bank. Well, make of that what you will. It's just numbers. I guess as a historian, I'll focus on the quote from Japan's finance minister, Satsuki Katayama, who told Bloomberg during the World Economic Forum in Davos yesterday that I'd like everyone in the market to calm down. There you go. But again, as a historian, what I can tell you for certain is context. And the context is that bond yields in Japan have been climbing since Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi announced a $135 billion fiscal spending package in November. Now, on Monday, kicking open the work week, Takaichi reiterated plans to suspend Japan's 8% sales tax on food for 2 years and said she would dissolve parliament to hold an election on February 8th, seeking a mandate from the people for what she described as a major policy change. And as yields climb, Takaichi has attempted to reassure both voters and financial markets that her plans for increased spending and tax cuts will not undermine Japan's public finances. She won that mandate. She seized the fucking day. She's got popular support. So on Monday, she kicked off the work week by pledging to reduce Japan's gross debt to GDP, or gross domestic product ratio, which went over 200% yesteryear, making the Empire of Japan one of the most indebted nation states in the world. But, that's all no fucking big deal, really, because as I've said, when it comes to our national debt, there will come the time when we simply repudiate it. None of these debts are feasibly soluble. You cannot render yourself solvent when you're an empire. It's a conservative obsession, and it's more than that. It's a totemic fetish. The communists used to fetishize industrialization. If you went communist, by God, you had to start building factories. Mao Zedong initiated the Great Leap Forward, forcing people to try and establish foundries in their backyards, from which industrial-grade steel could never be produced. You had Chinese in factories literally hammering sheet metal into the shape of a automotive chassis. Literally formed by hammering. People hammering onto steel to get it into the shape of an automotive frame. Millions of people died. Millions died by industrial fires died by molten metal pouring out of these little steel mills they were building as at a cottage industrial level. Communism does that. It's an insanity. In America, the fetish is the national debt. Oh my God, the national debt! Oh motherfucker, you have the national debt! Oh, we'll never make the national debt. Of course, you're never going to pay the national debt. That's unpayable. And the time will simply come when, just as the Bolsheviks, when they conquered Russia, repudiated their national debt, America is going to have to do that as well. It will be extraordinarily painful, but it's not like no one will ever do business with you again. You can always scare investors out of the trees. It's simply, it would be the demarcation from the old order. Now, Japan can handle that. Japan's stability is such that when the orders are given, the people obey. It's not going to be an issue for them. They'll adapt. In America, it'll be done only after there's a massive social dislocation. And I mean, like, I told people the other day I had a kind of objective perspective on firearms. And I said, why not a control group in America, which requires a very large population to conduct an experiment like this? The rest of the world has very strict gun control. Gun control is so strict in Asia that they will even display it in their cinema, to the point where guns are so rare that when it comes to the boss fights, the villain will pull out a knife at the final scene. It's like guns are almost impossible to get in Asia. They're so impossible that when gangsters go to war, they're using swords. People think this is some kind of martial arts fetish in cinema where, oh, they're making like a kung fu film and everybody's so stupid they're resorting to blades. No, it's impossible to get guns. So because the rest of the world, generally speaking, they render gun ownership impossible, and I can guarantee you, in Australia, those two extraordinarily swarthy looking, unmistakably ethnic Muslims who wiped out Bondi Beach, they were given firearms only because they were extremely swarthy Muslims who stated, I'm a practicing Muslim, and when they went to buy the gun, they gave it to him because they said, oh, we can't look Islamophobic. Any white Australian who would have gone there to purchase the guns they purchased would have been turned away. Oh, sorry, you got to go through 10 years of bureaucratic processing. But to those two Muslims, they gave them an arsenal as soon as they showed at the door. They gave it to them for free. I can guarantee you that only because they're dark, swarthy, butt-fucking ugly Muslims. And they say, oh, we can't look Islamophobic. We can't look racist. Give them the guns. Give them all the guns they want. Guaranteed. Because that's how sick they are in Australia and how sick they are everywhere else in the world. In the West. Of course, in Asia, that would never happen. Those two guys showed up in Asia, like in Korea, they would have put them in jail just for asking. Just for asking. They would have put him in jail. For years. Years. Guaranteed. But we live in a fucked up universe. Now, since the rest of the world, of course, is got gun control, and America has just got anybody can have a gun and blow each other away. And I said it's kind of like the control group, and as an objective person, I can logically see the need for that in human evolution. The question then becomes, okay, how long does this experiment need to go on? Obviously, there needs to be an endpoint. So, as I've said before, I love guns. I'm very happy with the fact that we can buy guns. However, with common sense, there needs to be a form of firearms regulation. We can't just be passing them out like party favors the way we do. So at some point, it's going to be a big part of our impending civil war. And as for a large part of the population of gun lovers, not all of them, but a good deal of them, primarily in my perspective, any Republicans outside of the former Confederate States of America, any Republicans outside of the Solid South, any Republicans outside of Dixie, where, of course, the overwhelming majority of Republicans are, but any that are outside of there, well, the great majority of them need to be deported. And I've always said to Manchuria as an excellent buffer state where they can continue killing each other with guns and carrying out the experiment. Obviously, at that point, they'll come to their senses and paramilitarize. They will have to. They will assimilate with the Russians in Manchuria and create a Cossack culture. The entire Cossack culture of Russia historically were gun lovers who didn't want to be part of the system. And they formed their own culture so distinct from Russia that after generations of breeding among themselves, they effectively became a separate race. It would simply be an extension of Cossack assimilation. All of Greater Manchuria would become a Cossack buffer state between Russia and Asia. And it would be a culture of the new Mandalorians, the Neo-Spartans, the mercenaries of the future as a culture. It would be their dream come true. They have an entire Rust Belt to reindustrialize. That's where the major factories of China were. It was where the great battles took place between Japan and China in China's own Stalingrad. Shenyang. The siege of Shenyang was China's Stalingrad. You had tanks maneuvering between buildings. Of course, Asian tanks are built very differently from European tanks. They're considered more to be tankettes. They could do that. They could maneuver down a street. Now think of that kind of armored battle. No one's ever encountered that in the West to any great degree. At any rate, they've got all of North Korea there to hire for cheap labor. That would be their new Mexicans. And everyone would be happy in the end. The North Koreans get employment. The Americans keep their guns. And they become the new Manchurians, a Cossack culture of Neo-Spartan Mandalorians, which, in case you didn't know, is a actual word. It actually has meaning, which for some reason they never explain to people. It means that you're commanded to wear armor. It has a literal meaning in the Latin, and it obviously is something that more people should become familiarized with if they have any love of history. In Latin, mando means to commit, to entrust, to order, to command. Loricatus, as in lori. Loricatus means wearing armor, armored. The phrase mando lori means I command you to don that armor. And the Portuguese word is related to mandador. You've heard the term matador? That's a commander of the bulls. Mandador is a commander of the men. And to mandar, to command, from the Latin mandare. That's where the Portuguese word for Mandarin is derived, as in Mandarin Chinese. The Mandarins were the rulers of China. So Mandalorian actually is a signified Portuguese word from the Latin of you are commanded to wear this armor. and that you in turn are a commander of other men. So since these people strive towards a culture of violence, let them inculturate it. And we just can't have them doing it here. There's no need for school shootings to go on for an eternity, or madmen to go shooting up shopping centers on a daily basis. So am I saying that I'm for, at that point, a strict form of gun control? Nowhere near like what they have elsewhere in the world. Just a form of firearms regulation where there needs to be certain mental testing, psychological capacity for handling firearms, a kind of community club acculturation to firearms. You would have that happen with the deportees, the mass deportees in Manchuria, where they would, of course, do that of necessity, and they would create an entire culture around it. Their guns would become their profession. Why not? And obviously the world needs it, especially the new world disorder that's evolving today. So Trump delivered a stump speech at Davos that heralds in this new world disorder. Speaking to a global audience in Davos, President Trump delivered a version of the same stump speech he gave at home. President Donald Trump complained about America being taken advantage of by Europe and wondered why his attempt to take control of Greenland was being met with such resistance. So let's get the headline out of the way first. After reading out a long speech from a teleprompter that listed out various domestic accomplishments without once mentioning his recent threats against Denmark, the United States President Donald Trump, ever the showman, realized what the hundreds of diplomats, world leaders, and business people had gathered in the room to hear. "Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland?" he asked. The answer was, yes, of course, yes. And then it came.
He kept saying Iceland in the middle of it.
That's right!
By the way.
Yeah. Thank you. He kept calling Greenland Iceland. Thank you. Point well taken. And and so when people were practically shouting, yes, yes, say something, get out with it. Well, even as he prevaricated that he didn't plan to use force, he announced, "I'm seeking immediate negotiations to discuss the acquisition of Greenland. All we're asking for in Greenland is right, title, and ownership." You like that sentence? All we're asking for is everything. Anyhow, he followed.
No big deal.
Right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
all this overreacting.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like somebody walking in your house and saying, "Get out, I'm moving in. What are you complaining about? I ain't asking much." Yeah.
It's like this all comes from his use of eminent domain to like scam all those people in real estate.
Yeah.
So he thinks he can just do it anywhere without just some kind of dementia setting in.
Yeah, obviously. Thank you so much. And then he concluded by saying, "You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative. You can say no, and we will remember." So I'll launch our longboard onto the eventide with a few news items about the tense diplomacy in Davos before addressing Wdy012126's hostile takeover of CBS News. Of course, it and I go as sans saying that Trump's quest to own Greenland is overshadowing all his other goals. The uncertainty unleashed by President Donald Trump's threats to take over Greenland sending markets into a spiral yesterday, as alluded to by Aristides, only to be compounded in impact today, as the European Union halted approval of a Euro-American trade deal after Trump's Greenland tariff threat, what with his Pax Silica, or Piece of Silicon, initiative pointing to a new stratified world. Commentators having long wondered if the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in the ski resort town of Davos was losing relevance. But Trump always delivers. For all the summit's carefully crafted session on topics such as AI, the economy, and critical minerals, the issue on everyone's mind was the one that the United States president had turned into a real, live, international crisis. After Trump said over the weekend that he would impose 10% tariffs on NATO members that deployed military personnel to Greenland, leading to concerns about retaliation, the Standard & Poor's 500 and the Nasdaq tanked more than 2%, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average shedding 1.76%. Wall Street's fear gauge, the CBOE, that's the CBOE, all in the uppercase, the Chicago Board Options Exchange Volatility Indexed, well, that reached its highest point since November. Meanwhile, geopolitical uncertainty drove investors...
Should I miss my chance to get in there?
Oh, please, get in there.
He went nuclear.
Yeah! There you go. Yeah.
I was telling someone last week, I said, buy all the VOX you can.
There you go. You knew.
Yeah. Like,
you knew.
The problem is selling it after everything collapses. You gotta time it right.
Yeah, that's true. It's all a matter of gambling. It all comes down to that. The gambler's intuition. Yeah, and meanwhile, geopolitical uncertainty has driven investors to safe haven assets like gold and silver, the old reliables, the prices of which once again reached new heights yesterday. Your thoughts on that, Brendan? About this gold and silver? That's just more and more. It's like we're going back to barter. Yeah, if you have thoughts on that, feel free to share.
I mean, I think it's going to be overinflated to the point where you can't sell it, but at least it'll have some value when everything blows up. I think that's what everyone's banking on.
There you go. The problem is, how do you spend it? If you got it in a portfolio, for instance, it's fucking useless. You've got a digital portfolio. Where do you go to retrieve your gold when the collapse happens? You have nothing.
You can't. No, you need physical.
Yeah.
But even then, someone could just take it from you. It's just, there's too many factors.
Yeah, it's like you're better off with beans and bullets than gold and silver. Now,
yeah,
thank you. Point, yeah. Now, as brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit, Donald Trump's trip to Davos got off to a rough start. Quite literally, Air Force One was forced to turn around and back to these United States shortly after takeoff and departure because of a technomechanical issue, as they described it, and he was forced to board a new plane. Unless all of this is covering up an emergent medical issue on which the betting money would be wisely placed, the president was still set to arrive in Switzerland today, where he was to face off with world leaders who are pushing back against his threats to take his Greenland and deliver a speech. Already speaking at the World Economic Forum was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who blamed Jerome Powell for politicizing the Fed. I mean, here's this poor son of a bitch, Jerome Powell, the most uncharismatic nerd on God's green earth. This poor geek's just trying to maintain a stable economy, and Trump's maladministration accuses him of politicizing the Fed. Pot, kettle, black. Bessent also shrugged off a Danish pension fund selling its holdings of United States treasuries, dismissing the position and the nation itself as irrelevant. The BlackRock CEO and interim co-chief of WEF, the World Economic Forum, Larry Fink, and dwell on that name for a minute, mulled on about bringing the event to places like Detroit and Dublin. I mean, really? Detroit? Really? At least in Dublin, they speak English. Now, as world leaders gather...
What is he bringing to Detroit? What?
He wants to bring the World Economic Forum from the pristine Alps of Switzerland to Detroit. Really?
Is he out of his mind?
Thank you. Do you think all the multi-billionaire elite want to go to Detroit? The guy's name is Larry Fink, which goes to show he's already kind of, genetically predisposed towards insanity. Such having been articulated as world leaders gathered in the here and now at the World Economic Forum in Davos, European leaders pushed back against Trump's efforts. The United Germany's European Commission Presidentress, Ursula von der Leyen, has declared the sovereignty and integrity of Greenland as non-negotiable. The European Union's legislative body halted work on the formal approval and implementation of the trade deal it reached during the summer with President Donald Trump. The announcement coming after Trump said he would hit 7 European Union countries plus Great Britain with tariffs if they did not allow the United States total control of Greenland. Here on the home front, this side of the Atlantic, the Department of Justice is investigating protesters who interrupted a Christian church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. On Sunday, dozens of demonstrators chanted, "ICE out!" and forced the service to stop, targeting a pastor who is a top local official with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. If you can imagine a holy man turning people in to ICE, well, I think he better turn in that cloth at any rate. President Trump sharply condemned the anti-ICE protest, describing the demonstrators as agitators and insurrectionists, like the kind he likes in Iran, and said they should be thrown in jail or thrown out of the country. Now, the Department of Justice probe comest as opposition to the Trump maladministration's mass immigration crackdown is playing out both on the streets of Minneapolis and in Minnesota's federal courts. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments today over whether President Donald Trump can legally fire the Federal Reserve Governoress Lisa Cook, a landmark debate over the Fed's independence amid the Trump maladministration's new attacks against its chair, Jerome Powell. The case centering around whether Trump can fire Cook from the Fed's board because of alleged issues with her personal mortgages, which she denies, as the Federal Reserve Act only allows presidents to fire members of the Fed's board for cause. A CNN poll conducted by SSRS finds that few Americans are satisfied with the amount of evidence released in the Jeffrey Epstein case, with most saying they believe the government is intentionally holding back information. 1 month has now passed since Congress's deadline for the Justice Department to release all files on Epstein, but the department recently estimated it has made available less than 1% of the records, kind of like people's contributions towards my surgery. Also this week, a 10-foot-tall replica of President Trump's personal birthday message to Jeff Epstein, to the Ep, appeared on the National Mall, the original letter having been signed by the Orange Man himself. And CBS's new editress-in-chief is championing a free press, a press free from elite bias, whilst simultaneously aligning herself with a multi-billionaire class eager to indulge Donald Trump. Now, I was 14 years of age when Walter Cronkite sat down for his last broadcast as the anchor of the CBS Evening News in 1981, and he has always been famous to me. In junior high school history class, before middle school even existed as a thing, we covered the seminal moment when, in 1968, Cronkite declared Vietnam to be an unwinnable war, an inflection point in the public souring on that conflict. That lesson came as full circle near the height of the Iraq War, around the time when Cronkite's successor, Dan Rather, was mired in a journalism scandal. He having relied on what turned out to be false documents to cast doubt on George W. Bush's service in the Texas Air National Guard. Now, this is, by the way, a pathological example of liberal pretentiousness. Like, what the fuck was there in disproving that George W. Bush served in the Texas Air National Guard? It's not like the Texas Air National Guard does anything. It's like known as the Champagne Wing of the Air National Guard. All they do is hold parties. They're too drunk to fly. So it's not like his being part of that meant something. So why disprove it? More than a decade later, as I analyzed Donald Trump's improbable win in the 2016 Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party primary, and I can assure you he was hacked in there as he was into the Oval Office, I talked to one Republican who said it was the Rathergate scandal. Dan Rather. that had cemented his distrust of the mainstream mass media machine, with legacy media in general. And I was struck that that older man could pinpoint the moment so precisely. Last fall, the mainstream mass media machinery mogul, David Ellison, the new owner of CBS, announced that he had named Barry Weitz, a 41-year-old foundress of an anti-woke publication called The Free Press, to be editress-in-chiefdom of CBS News. Even in an era beset with shocking developments, this one shocked people. Weitz had come up in journalism on the opinion side of newspapers, not as any traditional reporter. She had only ever managed a small startup. Now she was inheriting the institution not only of Cronkite and Dan Rather, but of the news juggernaut 60 Minutes as well, which she's already practicing censorship with, and last month pulled the 60 Minutes special on ice. And I'm getting the sleepy emoji from our dear Brendan. He's so supportive. He's just so morally, behind everything about me. Yes, that's it's okay. Yeah, he wants cryptids. Yeah, that's yeah. I want cryptids, Doug. Yeah, it's well, we'll get there at some point organically. Everything in its due time. Now, Ellison, David Ellison, had complex entertainment mergers that still needed government approval, and was keen to assuage President Trump, who had sued 60 Minutes during the last presidential election and who later received a $16 million payout from Paramount, the then owner of CBS. Weitz arrived at CBS News filled with ideas about how to change a place that she saw as hopelessly sclerotic. Ignoring the norms of TV talent recruitment, she called up anchors at rival networks, still under contract no less, and she asked the staff of 60 Minutes, the country's most watched news program, why the country thought its coverage was biased. One person told me that Weitz had said she was pursuing a de-Ba'athification of CBS. For those of you who don't know what that means, the Ba'athist Party of Iraq was a legacy of the Arab unification movement, the original Arab Spring, as financed and sponsored by the Soviets, in which the Red Generals of Arabia in Libya, Syria, and Egypt, basically held coups d'etat, or strokes of state, and for a time united a good part of core Arabia into a single nation state. You can look this up. The United Arab Republic consisted of both Egypt and Syria under a single government. Now, at that time, the Ba'athist Party was born, and it was based on the fascism of the Deutsch Orient Corps. As there was a Deutsch Africa Corps, or DAK, there was a Deutsch Orient Corps, a DOK. And the Deutsch Orient Corps helped to spread the ideology of fascism, which led to the very concept of modern Arab nationalism, which is why the Arab colors are the Kaiser's German colors. They are red, black, and white, which is also the color of the Nazi flag, red, black, and white. And this became the Ba'athist mutation of Sovietized Nazism. So when the Americans conquered Iraq, they conducted a de-Ba'athification that was their modern-day equivalent to denazification, which was a reindoctrination program or a axiom wash that took place throughout Allied occupied Europe. And now we've got Weitz declaring that she's de-Ba'athifying CBS. She soon got to work overhauling the tone of CBS coverage, most notably through the evening news, where she handpicked the correspondent, Tony Ducupil, to take over the anchor desk and helped edit and write his scripts. All with a stated goal, as Ducupil himself has explained it in a social media video, of no longer putting too much weight in the analysis of academics or elites. This is, of course, conclusive evidence that we should actually trust the experts, if not the elites, as exemplified by David Ellison. Now, Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., a person tasked with the oversight of federally funded medical and scientific research and the legal authority to respond to public health emergencies, recently proclaimed that we need to stop trusting the experts. Now, this comment doesn't come out of nowhere. It echoes a general distrust of scientific expertise that has grown in recent years, further exacerbated by conspiracy theorists who saw the pandemic as an opportunity to cast doubt on the scientific process and on scientists themselves. As the Associated Press reported in October, distrust of scientific expertise is increasingly being written into legislation across this country, moving it from rhetoric into public policy. And even when decades of progress toward treating cancer and curing any number of other diseases, inclusive cancer itself, are undone by funding cuts, there is little public pushback. Worse still, these efforts won't even save the government money. Studies have proven that cutting science funding will actually cost our empire billions of dollars per year, as well as cutting jobs, delaying medical advances, and harming national security. That leads us to an important question. Who are these scientific experts that we should not trust? Do they have a long history of deception and no track record of success that benefits the public? Are they interested only in profit? Do they live in secret volcano lairs, plotting evil takeovers of our country? Not really. Most scientists, especially those funded by federal money, work at our colleges and universities as professors, graduate students, undergraduates, and researchers. They do not work for personal profit. In fact, academic scientists typically earn a lower salary than private industry scientists, even though many of them could easily leave their jobs today and immediately make more money if they chose. They made a similar decision when they chose graduate school over a more lucrative industry career after finishing college. They decided to spend their lives learning, studying, and training for many years to become experts in their field because they care about discovering the truth and improving others' lives. Scientific discoveries are the product of hard work and education, and, beyond all that, the dedication to synthesize the twain often over many years, indeed, most often over decades. Whatever discoveries they make when funded by the government, they share with the public freely. Yes, they make mistakes, sometimes, as all humans do, but their successes are far more common. They are also your friends and neighbors. Undoubtedly, you have met scientists in your daily life. Their kids are on the same little league team as your kids. They too worry about inflation and the cost of gas. Interviews with 2024's United States Nobel Prize winners in medicine, chemistry, and economics revealed they had the following hobbies: fixing old guitars, cooking, reading books, playing with their dogs, and spending time with their families. And what have scientists done for Americans? Many, many things. But here's a clear marker of their success. Life expectancy in America at the beginning of the 20th century was below 50 years of age. But by the end of the 20th century, it was well over 70. If we don't trust scientists, Who should we trust instead? A TikTok video that happens to come up on your feed? The amount of outright false information online is staggering. In June, a 23-year-old died from completely treatable, indeed curable, cancer because of medical misinformation about chemotherapy and alternative treatments that is popular online. And these stories are becoming more common. Indeed, we'll soon see them become the norm. We would never trust a random person with no credentials to fix our cars. So why would we trust them with our physical or mental health? Should we trust artificial intelligence instead? No doubt AI has the potential to provide countless benefits to humanity in the long run, but it is nowhere near ready to replace science, and likely never will. Roughly 12 million Americans will get a new cancer diagnosis this year. When you, your spouse, mother, or child gets diagnosed with cancer, are you going to look back and be proud that we as a country decided not to trust the experts? The aforecited Barry Weitz's desire to capture viewers who feel disaffected by the legacy mainstream mass media machine seems focused on a territory that Fox News seized decades ago. For all of the upheaval that Weitz's takeover has caused, both inside and outside the network, I find myself interested in another question. Considering the fact that her base doesn't trust the meds any more than the feds, is there really anyone left to win over? Talk about a dying demographic. Here we are. Some nice cryptid scenery here from Brand's Hogan. And thank you. One of the characters many people say was inspired by myself, and a beautiful graphics interchange format of various pretty faces. Okay then, as to Barry Weitz's ultimate overlord, from an explosive sit-down with Volodymyr Zelensky to an unexpectedly sycophantic meeting with Zoran Mamdani, the Oval Office has seen plenty of drama in President Trump's first year back. 2025 was a time of deconstruction. Trump's personal mass pardons have wiped out financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishments, while the Trump crime family itself made $1.4 billion off crypto in 2025, offsetting all losses elsewhere. With crypto now said accounting for roughly 20% of the Trump dynasty's $6.8 billion fortune. Relevantly, the United German European Union chieftainess Ursula Gertrude von der Leyen is already warning you that Europe needs to abandon caution after the United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent deemed Denmark to be irrelevant. That while Netanyahu joins Trump's Board of Peace, which brings us to the latest wrinkle in Trump's proposed Board of Peace for Gaza, a United States official having gone on record to say that the president could still chair the group even after he leaves the White House, until he himself chooses to resign. Trump having suggested that the board will replace the United Nations. His list of invitees is certainly far-ranging, but there's little indication any charter...
Don't worry, he's got the Pope.
Does he really? Does he really? Has the Pope signed on?
No, he said he would review it, but
okay.
obviously he's not going to sign on to that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate your interjection, believe me. I'm
pretty sure the Vatican has rules for shit like that, because they're not political, theoretically. They used to be, but recently they were less political, yeah?
Well, let's put it this way. They've got to learn to get political again. They've got to repoliticize, because there's no going around that. The church has to survive, and it
Well, he's
needs.
pretty outspoken when it comes to what's
True.
going on here.
True.
Pope.
True.
But-
Yeah. Thank God. that's a Freudian slip. Yeah.
Right.
And
Well,
yeah.
I mean, yeah. Let's not. I'll reserve my commentary about how godly they actually are. But yeah.
Well, I never said they were godly, but thank God for their actions in this case, at the least.
Yes.
Yeah. And at any rate, there's little indication any charter will be signed in Davos as the president wishes. What with the Trump maladministration's recently announced Pax Silica initiative betraying the stratified nature of our global economy. Now there's a pun for you. Trump's Board of Peace, as in BORED, Trump's Board of Peace. That's why he goes around starting wars. Now, my son's husband is in Davos, Switzerland, and as always, all eyes are on Donald Trump, with Trump's Grunland dick move threatening to overshadow his focus on home prices, the latest American imperial effort to pull advanced technology supply chains away from the communist Chinese empire doing nothing to address the root of the problem. At the World Economic Forum in Davos today, and it's still today here on the left coast, it's only 9:20 p.m. in San Francisco. Even if it's past midnight on the Atlantic seaboard, it's still today to ourselves in California. And at the World Economic Forum in Davos today, President Donald Trump's ambitions to wrest control of Greenland from NATO ally Denmark could tear relations with our European allies apart and overshadow his original plan to use his appearance at the gathering of global elites to address affordability issues back home. As to why this matters, Trump arrived for the International Forum at Davos on the heels of threatening tariffs on Denmark and 7 other allies unless they negotiate a transfer of Greenland, a concession the European leaders indicated they are not willing to make. Trump said the tariffs would start at 10% next month and climb to 25% in June. Wall Street wobbled yesterday as investors weighed Trump's new tariff threats and escalating tensions with European allies. The Standard & Poor's 500 falling 2.1%, its biggest drop since October. Trump saying that he planned on abusing his Davos appearance to talk about making housing more affordable and other affordability issues that are top priorities for Americans. American home sales.
Yeah, what does that have to do with them? I mean,
that's, I was wondering that. What the fuck? It's like, why there? Thank you. Thank you. That is so.
I think he's getting to the point where he doesn't know where he's at anymore. Something terribly has gone wrong.
Thank you. It's like you said. He thinks it's all home turf. It's like if he thinks that Greenland is like another real estate deal, like you said, then why not go to Davos and talk about affordability for American housing? It's absolutely bizarre because look, these are all foreigners. Is he inviting them to move to America? I thought he was trying to get rid of everybody. Maybe he thinks these are the right people he wants to migrate to America or something. But if he's talking about affordability, it's hard.
There's no point in coming here if he destroys it. So they're not that stupid.
Oh, they're not biting. Yeah, they're not biting. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, whatever the case may be, American home sales.
And obviously it's all propaganda, but anyone here who says that Europe is like this, backwards hellhole is just totally ignorant.
Oh,
God. There's people online all the time that say, I never want to live in that socialist piece of shit,
Oh, they're idiots. They are propagandized morons. Propagandized fucking morons. Honestly, whatever the case may be, American home sales are at a 30-year low, with rising prices and elevated mortgage rates keeping many prospective buyers out of the market. President Trump's desire to take over Greenland and his tariff threats have loomed larger than all that over this week's World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, where more than 3,000 business and political leaders from over 130 countries are gathering. Trump, who was to speak at the forum today, told reporters that he expected little pushback on his plan, despite sharing a message from le French President Emmanuel Macron questioning his dick move. Sources having informed the Fourth Estate that European leaders are weighing possible off-ramps.
He was talking about Macron's glasses for some reason.
Yes!
He was wearing aviators, so he was like talking shit about them. It's like, I don't get it.
That explains the image from T-Tank Barry. T-Tank
And there's
Barry...
a whole nother aside about why all these people are suddenly getting messed up eyes and shit.
Yeah.
There's this, theory going around.
What's the theory?
That everyone's getting those black eyes and those weird bloodshot, fucking corneas and shit.
Whoa. Okay.
You haven't heard about this?
No. Tell us.
Oh, okay. So all these world leaders are showing up with busted eye vessels, and people get black eyes, like even Tate and these different people, they show up with black eyes, and then their whole narrative shifts, and then they become more matrixy, more controlled than they were before.
Wow.
And people are saying, oh, that's what happens when you make the deal, quote unquote, or you take somehow they think it's related to like adrenochrome or some shit. Okay. You have any experience with that?
No.
Abrupt and sudden black eyes.
No. All I can say is that must be what Peter Moon looked like.
Well, it's weird. Weird that you say that, because Incognito had one purple eye.
That's right.
Remember.
That's right. Yes.
So there's something to it, but I don't know if we can attribute it to every single eyeball that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Because it's like, why all? If they're all in this, like, in these dark, eyes wide shut shit, then why would it just be like a random Tuesday their eye gets ruptured? It's like, it just seems
the first thing I would
too
assume,
conspicuous.
The first thing I would assume is that all of it is AI. That most of these people, that their eyes have nothing wrong with them, and that it's AI generated imagery, and that it's just a thing that they're spreading. That's
Macron definitely showed up with a busted eye vessel, like his eye was all fucked up.
Oh well, that's just a fight with his wife.
That's why he's wearing the glasses.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just a fight with his wife. Yeah, that's what I would think.
Or I guess we'll get sued if we say it, but the alleged wife of Macron. Apparently they were gonna hire assassins. This was like open. They openly threatened to hire assassins or something.
Weird. Who? To kill her?
Bridget? No, because people were saying she was a dude. I'll try and find the article, because it was a real thing.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people were saying she's a dude. Of course, this is I think all silliness. But when it comes to this silliness, someone wanted to assassinate her or him, or both, or what?
No, they were going to assassinate people that were saying that.
Oh, so the Macrons were going to assassinate the people who were spreading the rumors.
Yeah, let me see.
Got it. Okay. And well, that's the Europe I remember. That's the Europe I know and love. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is a Candace Owen trip. She alleged that there were assassins that were hired to kill her.
Oh well. Yeah.
She says assassins were ordered to get rid of her by the Macrons.
Now her name is familiar to me, but I've bleached her. Who is she again? Candace Owen sounds like a real idiot.
She's the black chick that was friends with Charkirk and all these people.
Oh God, an idiot. Okay.
And now she's gone like full anti, anti. She went full anti-J man, and she just keeps saying weird shit,
Okay, there you go. So she's up there
which they all inevitably fall for that trap.
Yeah. So she's Kanye West. She's a de-staff Kanye West.
And they all did. Apparently, even Tate got into a scandal recently. Did you hear about that?
No, tell us.
So he went out with Fuentes and these other like
losers,
these other like talk show host kind of people.
Yeah.
And they started playing that one Kanye song, the fake Hitler Kanye song.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And so they all were seen, quote unquote, playing the song and dancing to it.
Yeah, because they can't
and
find
that
any
just
girls to dance with. Yeah, go on.
no,
Yeah.
it was just all them. It was all them sausage fest. And yeah, so then there was this big scandal. Oh, Tate was hanging out with Fuentes and this other guy, you know.
That ain't a scandal. They're just coming out. They're just coming out of the closet. That's what it is. They're all coming out of the closet and they're showing
Well,
their
why
truth.
would they all go to Miami and do that? I mean, don't they have something better to do? It's like,
Obviously
what does
not.
that have to do with the Matrix? Like,
yeah, well,
like breaking out of the Matrix.
That is their Matrix sausage party. You've seen the animated feature. That's them in a nutshell. So
right, but he's always, you know, the other guy, the Tates are always on there saying we're broken out of the Matrix.
Yeah,
it's like, then why do all this?
Yeah, because they are the Matrix. Those motherfuckers are the Matrix. I mean, you know that.
I wouldn't even those robots in the Matrix were smarter than them. Of course, they took over humanity and shit. These guys couldn't pull that off.
Yeah, true. Yeah, no, it's these guys couldn't shoot straight. Well, they're not shooting straight.
Anyways,
they're aiming for each other's now. I mean, they're
yeah. And then when someone gets backlash, then they say it wasn't me. I didn't play the song.
Yeah. Well, it's
you were still there.
It's not even that. They're just they've outed themselves. They've outed themselves. You know, before the night was over, they were all wrapped in a ball and pretzeling each other, which is exactly where they belong. But thanks for catching me up on the true degeneracy of the decadent elite. This is the gilded class that we're speaking of. Toxic male influencers. And
I mean, at this point, they're in their own world, like echo bubble, echo chamber.
Yeah,
so there's no point in even.
And since they can't find any girls, then they're left with each other, and that's how they wound up where they wound up. I mean, simple as that.
Well, according to the Tates, they have like castles in Romania full of women or some shit.
Oh yeah, well,
that's what they claim.
Not anymore.
Right.
Yeah. And,
that's a good point. Probably they all left after he got raided.
Yeah, of course.
And all that footage, they're just using old footage.
Yeah.
Or some shit.
No, yeah, definitely.
That actually would be funny.
Yeah, it's about their speed. That's about their speed. They're living off their laurels, and their laurels were entirely disreputable in the first. And so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Romania, of course, brings us back to Europe, and sources have informed the Fourth Estate that European leaders are weighing possible off-ramps to appease Trump, including an expanded military presence in Greenland, new commercial and economic agreements, and restrictions on Commu-Chinese investments in territory. Trump, however, has warned that there is no turning back on his pursuit to take the subcontinental superisland. Some European officials are considering imposing retaliatory trade restrictions amid President Donald Trump's Greenland threats, and according to the Financial Times, such restrictions could disrupt trade on goods valued at more than $109 billion United States dollars. Now, our favorite aviators sportsman, le French President Emmanuel Macron, has requested that the European Union impose a trade policy tool, often referred to as the trade bazooka, allowing the Eurobloc to...
I was going to mention that.
Yes, yeah. Go into it.
Yeah, that they're just going to offload all the trade, and cash in a bunch of bonds and just blow us up economically.
Yeah.
Because they are the biggest trading bloc on earth, so it wouldn't be an insignificant hit,
Thank you.
It would crash our economy, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't just do it. They just I kind of agree with what Schnuscum was saying. Why don't they just do it? Just fucking, just fight back just a couple times.
Yeah.
That'll shut them up.
Seriously. Well, significantly, it's the United German Presidentris, the Commissionaires of Europe, who is standing up to Trump more than any man. At any rate, this trade bazooka would allow the Eurobloc, and I mean that in the currency sense, to activate countermeasures against the American empire that may include tariffs, restricted trade, or restricted investments. Basically everything our man Brendan said. Meanwhile, markets reacted nervously yesterday, with European stocks falling and American futures pointing lower as investors worldwide try to gauge how tensions between Europe and the American empire might develop. To reiterate, the United States president was scheduled to speak today at what is being billed as the biggest ever WEF, or World Economic Forum. That's the week-long annual summit attended by world leaders and CEOs in the Swiss ski town of Davos. For a few days each January, Davos presents itself as a crossroads of global power. Presidents, prime ministers, financiers, and corporate executives arrive in motorcades and shuttle along snowy pathways between hotels and conference halls, trading tips and takeaways from orchestrated panels. The lexicon of the annual World Economic Forum is by now familiar. Challenges and opportunities. Promise and peril. Threats and
Why do they even
adaptation.
keep the charade up?
Yeah.
Like, I know you guys are from like, the time when shit was like more structured, but at this point, the psychology is so disrupted. There's no point in even having the fake system on the top of everything. It's just come out and say like, look, this is the best we're doing, and you guys are stuck in the system.
On your own.
Congratulations.
Basically on your own. Yeah, it's you're on your own. Good night.
But at this point, it's like they're like writing the same shit that they did from like when I was in school in the 90s and shit.
Yeah.
They said we are here for support, whatever fluff they write, it's the same shit every year, but everything gets worse, It's like none of it actually comes true. Like, we're here for the development of the world, for positive, progress and development, and it just gets worse. It's just like, why even try?
Well,
not to burst your talking points, but
it doesn't. It's I can attest to the fact that they're there to increase their profits, trade tips. Like I just said, I mean, they're there to help each other. It's the rich helping the other rich to stay rich. They're all helping each other. Brother helping brother.
I mean, it always has been. Why don't they just go back to the old aristocracy and just say, look, okay, we have all the
we got it all. Yeah, it's
all goods.
Yeah, and honestly,
like normal people have never been able to like get rich, really, except for a short time in the 50s to the 70s, like then they shut it down again.
Yeah, no, seriously, it's obviously, and I'll address that. We got stratification, and but then again, they're trying to, shall we say, head off the apocalypse, in the sense that they want to get off the train before it derails. That's what I mean. Not stop it for everyone, but at least see what they can do to ameliorate the apocalypse impact on themselves. They're trying to maintain their wealth. It's so they talk with world leaders to impose their economics, and that's why you get terms like threats and adaptation, and it's all just ways of like, well, they're adapting to threats, but that doesn't mean it helps you and I. And this year's preoccupation is geoeconomic confrontation, the risks that the Sino-American rivalry and its accompanying...
by the way, one last point. Sorry,
Sure.
But he did bring up, we're talking about Orange Cheeto guy.
Yeah.
He brought up both world wars for some reason.
Oh, no.
He said,
go on.
If it wasn't for us, you would be speaking German and maybe a little Japanese. And then for some reason later on, he went back to the Spanish flu. It's like, it's the only thing they remember is the shit you bring up for some reason.
Thank you.
No normal person like ever thinks about that. Even like the historians have forgotten about like the Spanish flu at this point.
Yeah. Yes. Quite seriously. It's indicative of the fact that they understand what I've exposed, and so they keep hitting on that because they are stuck in the past. Putin is fighting World War II, except he's disintegrated into World War I. Putin was trying to launch a blitzkrieg, but wound up in a blitzfreeze and trench war. So Putin was trying to refight World War II. He's stuck fighting World War I. Trump is stuck in the same matrix as Putin, where they're both lost in the past, and all they can think of as their greatest moment. This is how to express it for an American. An American vision of history could be summed up in a single meme that would fit on a baseball cap or a t-shirt, where you would see the iconic raising of the flag at Iwo Jima, which was completely staged. That photograph is completely staged. And you would see that with back-to-back World War winners. Something like that. Back-to-back World War winners. Just Americans think, we won World War I and World War II, and that's their sense of identity.
Like it's a scorecard.
Yeah, like it's a soccer trophy. And in a matter of fact, it was Roger Moore, who played James Bond, who said that his disillusionment with the British public came when the British lost the World Cup to the Germans. And British people that he ran into were crying. And one of the common folk who he talked to said, well, Britain scored 2, Germany 0, referring to World War I and II. And Roger Moore was just struck by, how stuck are you in this concept of world wars, that this is your paradigm, your identity? And
that's all they have. It's that was so long ago. It's irrelevant at this point, basically.
Yeah. Well, it's still quite relevant because World War II is still going on, but it's irrelevant to their lives. It's irrelevant to their lives because their lives, these are not even pawns. These are motes of dust on the chessboard. They're not even playing pieces. And they are stuck in World War II as if this is somehow their world. And it's not. It's not their world. And if anything, if they were to realize they lost, they would be free of this matrix. Trump, of course, is stuck with reinforcing that matrix. And because that, he starts off with that because he's stuck in the past and he's refighting World War II, just like Putin. And this is what will bring us back into the war again. Because the woman
which by the way, Putin, I don't know if it's a good time to bring this up, maybe we should talk about it privately, but Putin said he was making fun of the Brits and he said, you should send James Bond to Greenland.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
he was talking to MI6, insinuating he was talking to MI6.
Yeah, he was talking about George Knight. He was talking about he meant George Knight.
Yeah, he said send James Bond to Greenland to fix it. Shit like that.
Yeah, that's it. And he had a picture of George Knight on his desk while he was saying that. That's at any rate.
I think that was the joke, right? It was just like send one man to do it.
Yeah, there you go. It's like this is the horror of the world we live in. And at any rate, so as for the World Economic Forum, this year's preoccupation is geoeconomic confrontation, the risks that the Sino-American rivalry and its accompanying volatility pose to a global economy that's still structured for integration. Supply chains are described as fault lines. Strategic dependence is treated as a vulnerability to be cured or managed. The forum's 2026 Global Risks Report underscores this shift. What remains unclear is how great power rivalries will actually play out for supply chains. Now, outside Davos, the answer is already taking shape. In late December, the Trump maladministration announced Pax Silica, or the Silicon Peace, a multilateral framework intended to pull advanced technology supply chains away from the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. The initiative...
We got an update from the press secretary. She said, his remarks had nothing to do with with Iceland. He was referring to Greenland as a giant piece of ice because that's what it is. Like, can you believe that?
Then why would you want it? Why would you want it if it's just a giant piece of ice?
That's crazy. I mean, it's just crazy.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that update. And it's important. It shows you this is the level of people who are running your world to the ground. These are the masters of your universe. Think of H.P. Lovecraft's Azathoth, the blind idiot god, the chaos at the core of creation. At any rate, the initiative of Pax Silica. It spans semiconductors, artificial intelligence, critical minerals, and the energy and logistics systems supporting them all. The pact is deliberately loose, designed to align governments, development banks, and private firms around what United States officials call secure and trusted technology ecosystems. But it reflects a defensive posture of containment and realignment rather than any strategy to escape the trap it identifies. Ultimately, it is a checkers response to a chess problem. It fails to address the drivers of deglobalization and geostratification, meaning the third, fourth, fifth through sixth world levels that the world is stratifying into in terms of tectonic plates at this point in economic history. Trump would have commanded interest anyway, of course, but his decision over the weekend to propose punishing tariffs on Denmark and 7 other European countries for not supporting his bid to acquire Greenland has spooked European capitals and threatened the very existence of NATO, the world's largest military alliance. By the way, I'm taking a look at what Brendan has just sent in here. Here we are. Send Grandpa to the nursing home. Yeah, this photo of Trump at Davos is going viral for obvious reasons. What would you title this piece? Ha 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 ha!
It's just, I mean, it's not a good. It doesn't look good. Prognosis is not good.
Yeah, whatever they juiced him up with when they switched planes, it can only do so much. It can only do so much. He's dead meat in the water.
And apparently recently when he met with the Italian prime ministress, he said we've been allies since ancient Rome.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
he's saying the U.S. and Italy have been allies since the Roman times. Like, what does that even mean?
It's meaningless, of course. It's like well, it's that is so insane. There's it's so ignorant. It's so ignorant. There's just no response to it.
Here's the quote: Iceland, they love me. So he did say Iceland. He didn't call it a block ice, but he said Iceland, they love me.
Yeah.
They called me daddy. No, this is really what he said. I'm not joking. He said they called me daddy last time. He's a smart man. The guy that's running it, he said he's our daddy. So he's just babbling at this point. It's just like what I said to you privately. It's like they let him hit that little Quasar Twizzler, cigarette.
Oh yeah, I'll have to look the name of that anti-god up again. The one that's in the Marquis de Sade's smoke handle. What do we call it? The the smoking stick. What do they call that again?
Yeah, the cigarette filter thing.
Yeah, the cigarette filter thing. There's a proper name for it. I'm going blank, and that's okay.
Right.
Yeah. At any rate, so how will Europe respond? Yesterday morning, referring to the era in which the United States and Europe shared a seemingly unbreakable partnership, Ursula von der Leyen, the Presidentess of the European Commission, told WEF attendees that nostalgia will not bring back the old order. If this change is permanent, then Europe must change permanently. It is time to seize this opportunity and build a new, independent Europe. Easier said than done, of course. La Grande Madame von der Leyen talked up Europe's recent signing of a trade deal with the South American bloc, Mercosur, a hedge against the United States, as I outlined last transmission. But the reality remains that European countries are far from achieving independence on defense, especially with a war raging on the superpeninsular subcontinent itself. All the headline data overlooks how smaller countries, in particular, stand to suffer in a might makes right world. the United States President Donald Trump's expected arrival this week, along with a large delegation of United States officials, eclipses pretty much every other discussion at Davos this year. But when people there aren't talking about Trump, they are talking about AI. At Davos yesteryear, the hype around AI agents was pierced by the shock of DeepSeek's R1 model, which was released during the conference. We'll see if a similar bit of news upends the AI narrative again, there being rumors that DeepSeek is planning to drop another model. But barring that, business leaders seem to be less wowed by the hype around AI and more concerned with the nitty-gritty of how to implement the technology successfully at scale. By the way, Brendan, if you would be so kind as to bring up why DeepSeek was such a transitional flash in the pan, I would appreciate that. So please, back on bandwidth if you would be so kind.
Yeah, I mean, DeepSeek, you're talking about the Chinese AI
Yes,
platform.
tell people about how, yeah, you know what? I'm going to take a short break just for 10 seconds. Well, 2 minutes. Take a leak. I'll be right back. Brandon's got this, and he's going to talk about DeepSeek. He's going to talk about, why it was such a flash in the pan, because anybody out there remembers it, but I'm sure nobody remembers where it went. So, yes, by all means, please take over. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, DeepSeek was the original AI poll before ChatGPT and those other ones could push out. The Chinese developed this quickly and put it to market, their version of what we would call ChatGPT, and they called it DeepSeek. So then that crashed the AI market for a bit and brought all those other companies down because it was showing, better processing capability and better generation capability than the other ones at the time. This was less than a year ago. So that's how fast these things move. But in that time, people started finding out how much, quote unquote, was wrong with it. It was censoring. It was totally biased to CCP, censorship and various things like that. So some people still use it for various plugins and stuff because it's free and there's a price. It's probably cheaper to use than certain other ones in the West. But as of right now, it's not, it's not being used as much. And it's also being banned because of different things like issues with China and security issues. It was I'm sure it was farming all kinds of data from people. But yeah, so some coders, it looks like, still use it. It's called intelligent assistant, content creation, file reading, etc., etc. So it's still around. It just hasn't been, and V4, there's a new version that's apparently insanely, quote unquote, its capabilities are insanely overpowered, OP. In the video game world, it would be called OP. It says it features very strong coding capabilities, which beats AI and Anthropic on internal services, meaning stuff that's people you would need to code for hours, coders would need to code for hours. This thing can do in minutes, seconds. So there you go. Yeah, so from February 4th of last year till now, it's gone down significantly. But it looks like they're using a lot of these NVIDIA chips that they were able to get on the black market and through various ways, because for a while they weren't allowed to get these AI chips. So to make the generative AI, you have to have a bunch of what are called GPUs, graphics processing units. So they have to have them in MOS. So now that they're able to get them, this tool is getting more and more fleshed out.
Okay, almost back. Here we are. Thank God for you, Brendan. Thank God.
Okay, well, I was just reading something, so I just had to
continue reading. Give me a few seconds to get my shit together here.
Okay, well, yeah. So this new version, V4. So what I was explaining was that after they they started getting all these GPUs now. They're allowed to buy certain amounts, like a mass volume of graphics processors. This next version is about to be so powerful it can code in seconds, and the code is more accurate than any of the Western models like ChatGPT. So it's going to disrupt again after a year. It's going to disrupt things,
Wow.
In another form.
Okay.
So it's saying this is one of the content creators. They're saying DeepSeek V4 leaks are insane. They're going to launch its next generation AI model, strong coding capabilities. Features very strong coding capabilities, beating OpenAI and Anthropic on internal processes. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Very well done. Let's take a look at our numbers. They held well. And with that, back into the breach. So when it comes to what Brendan explained, also, I take it you explained to them the fact that everybody used it only for a while because they realized it's all fucking censored, and what the hell am I doing on a communist Chinese party censored venue? And it's right? I mean, was that also a factor?
I mean, it kind of crashed. Use crashed, like public use crashed after the censorship.
Yeah.
But the thing is the utility is still being used by coders because it's so easy.
There we are. Okay.
To code something in seconds. 1 second, I have to go take
Understood. So on Monday, Shrinai Talapragada, Salesforce's chief engineering, or chieftainess engineering and customer success officer, told my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, as we call him to maintain his anonymity, that the company is using forward deployed engineers, a very militarized term there, to tighten feedback loops between customers and product teams. Salesforce is also offering pre-built agents, workflows, and playbooks to help customers re-engineer their businesses and avoid getting stuck in pilot purgatory. Meanwhile, at a side event in Davos called A Compass for Europe that focused on how to restore the superpeninsular subcontinent's flagging competitiveness, AI was front and center. Christina Kozmowski, the CEO, or Chieftainess Executrix Officier of Logic Monitor, told the assembled CEOs that to achieve AI success at scale, companies should take a top-down approach, with the CEO and leadership identifying the highest value use cases and driving the whole organization to align around achieving them. Niti Mehta Shukla, the co-foundress and chief impact officier at Automation Anywhere, said it was critical to move beyond measuring automation's impact only through the lens of labor savings. She gave specific customer examples where uplifting data quality, improving customer satisfaction, or moving more workers to new tasks were better metrics than simply looking at cost per unit output. Finally, Lila Tretikov, head of AI strategy at NEA, said Europe has enough talent and funding to build world-beating AI companies. What it lacks is ambition and willingness to take big bets. Later, Sugar Daddy met with Bastian Nominaker, a co-founder and co-CEO of process analytics software platform Celones. He echoed some of these points, telling my son's husband that to achieve ROI with AI generally required three things: strong leadership commitment, the establishment of a center of excellence within the business, this factor having led to an 8 times higher return than for companies that didn't commit to this, and finally, having enough live data connected to the AI platform itself. And ROI, of course, is return on investment. I usually try to explain or articulate the abbreviates or acronyms that I use, and I neglected to do so at the initiation of this latest tangent. Now, when President Donald Trump last visited the World Economic Forum in 2018, the vibe back then was a mix of wary and conciliatory. Many of the global elites that Trump had spent his first of 3 presidential campaigns railing against were skeptical, disdainful even, of Trump's disruptive foreign policy and penchant for trade wars, though they welcomed his tax cuts and deregulation, and recognized that it was in their interest to find common ground. 8 years later, on the eve of Trump's second visit to the alpine ski resort of Davos, Switzerland, some things haven't changed. The president was still cutting taxes while imposing tariffs on American imperial allies and adversaries alike, albeit the Supreme Court is due to rule any day now on the legality of some of those tariffs. He is still withdrawing the United States from 66 international organizations. Forget Remember Pearl Harbor or Remember 9/11. Future historians will
execute Order 66.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Future historians will cite Remember Order 66. The post-American world is here, people. And I'm going to put the link to that in our chat and into our text box. So
And it had to happen at some point.
Yeah, and by the way, well, tell us why. Tell us why that is.
Well, because I mean, you know the reason, but in general, it was, you know, the expansion, the post-war expansion can only go so far,
Yeah.
you know, and it's just been patched up, plastered so many times. It's kind of, you know, everyone knew it was on, you know, on stilts. Everything, you know, the whole world's economy is on stilts. It's non-existent. Like, how can countries have multi-trillion-dollar GDPs and I don't see any production? Like,
Yeah.
like even European countries, it's like they're all posting multi-trillion, you know, $5 trillion economy, but it's like, where is the production? It's all just on paper.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's all digital. It's not even on paper.
Yeah.
It's all in cyberspace, and it's all like.
But that's what I mean. Yeah. Cyberies.
It's like
the Yu-Gi-Oh card would be called.
Thank you. They're all selling portfolios to each other. It's just everybody's like,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, they're
It's
just
like, my company's worth you know, it's you know, when kids talk about shit, know, they just make up numbers.
Yeah.
A quadrillion, you know, when you're in school.
Yeah.
I have a quadrillion something when they first learn about the number.
Yeah.
So now that that's worn off, it's like, yeah, our economies could get that big, but now how do you keep it going? It's just not possible.
Well, you don't,
like,
and the correction.
So it has this kind of has to be corrected, exactly.
Yeah.
In a practical sense, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah. Thank you, but it's not going to be any fun. Yeah, that's
well, it doesn't have to be bad, but you know they're not going to make it easy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I would go as far as to say it's contrived.
Yeah.
Because they could easily just, you know, you just reset the system because if you hold all the capital, then you could easily readjust it, but it's not going to be that easy.
But they can't conceptualize like that. They can't process like that. And as a result.
Well, but controllers can. It's just they don't care, or they don't really. It's not in their interest to fix anything. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. It's of course, Brendan is always thinking at a higher cosmological level. And by the controllers, I assume you mean basically spiritual entities or extra dimensional influences, as opposed to just mere humans.
Pretty
right?
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, extra dimensional. Yeah.
And
yeah,
I appreciate.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
The forces that control our realm, that are outside of humans.
Yeah. Or at least certainly influence it with corruptible personalities. That's another way of looking at it. Now, thank you. Yeah, and
also I have some situational thing to tell you. I just have to get into a more conducive area. Just a second. And I'll
take your time.
But carry on for now.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready to talk again. And maladministration officials aren't sounding any notes in an effort to reassure their audience. At a news briefing held on Monday, echoing a long-standing catchphrase that Trump used in his first speech in Davos, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, replied to a question on Danish investments by saying that Denmark's investments in U.S.
I'm more of a private sector. But finish your thought.
Yeah, anyhow, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, replied to a question on Danish investments by saying that Denmark's investments in U.S. Treasury bonds, like Denmark itself, is irrelevant. Yeah, it's like, wow, Thanks. That's really diplomatic. Okay, go on.
Yeah, what
So
the
what's
fuck
going
does that even mean? I mean,
He's saying an entire culture, which is an empire in its own right, because it has a supermassive territory that America covets, that they're irrelevant, that they're meaningless,
yeah,
that they mean nothing. I mean, really? Well, you sure want a lot out of nothing. But anyhow, so tell us what's going on in your situation. You all right?
yeah. So, yeah, no, I'm fine. It was just another situation as I don't know what to even call it, sketchy ass situations. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I just got a call that said, "Oh, someone left something in one of the gyms, right?"
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah.
and then so it's this old ass sketchy looking coach.
Yeah.
He's like, "Hey, I'm the coach. I left something in there. I left my headphones." It's like, okay, first of all, why would you come back for headphones? So I go in there and he's like insisting I don't turn on the lights. I said, no, I'm gonna turn on the lights. He said, no, I can use my phone. I know where it's at. I'm like, okay. This is like
That
another.
is.
Remember, I already told you about the other situation where they quote unquote leave something behind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so he did that same shit, and he's like, "Yeah, no, I know where it's at."
They
I'm
all
like,
say that.
"Okay,
Yeah.
but
They all.
I'm gonna turn on the lights." I said, "No, I insist. I'm turning on the lights."
Yeah. Good for you.
Because he's gonna go into a dark ass like basketball court and look
Yeah.
for something he lost. It's so bizarre with a phone light. Talking
Yeah.
about weird.
Yeah.
And it was on a like mantle. It was like up above on something,
Yeah.
like not in, not like on a shelf or on the
Course not.
floor.
No,
It
it's
was
where no
up
person would
above.
naturally put it. They'd have to climb like a monkey to get there. Yes, go on.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
headphones.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like headphones. They were these like they were shaped kind of like headphones, but it was like square and
Got
blocky.
it. Yeah.
Very odd looking.
It's their
Very
video
odd looking for
shit.
headphones.
It's their video shit.
Yeah, what else am I supposed to interpret from that? It's just
Yeah.
totally bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, so that's what happened. I was just like, what can you really interpret from that?
Well, we know exactly what to interpret. I mean, these are a bunch of pedos who are just filming, kids in the gym and getting off on it and putting it online, the dark web to
And
market.
they're so fucking drugged out that they forget their equipment. Or
It's like, they
like, oh shit, I forgot it, and then you have to come in the dead of night to get it because you fucking
you're
what.
afraid first off, what blows my mind is if you didn't tell anybody, nobody would know. You could just
Right.
leave it there. No one is going to look for it. Is there?
That's what I'm saying. Especially if it was
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
on like a shelf above everything, like
Yeah.
it would be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if it was something innocuous, you could just call the school in the morning and say, "Hey, can you go grab that and put it
Yeah.
in the office or something?" Right?
Yeah. No, but they have to get it themselves because it's not innocuous.
Yeah.
But there's a form of pathological insanity involved with this sort of activity that's conducive to this sort of aberrant behavior. They are
Yeah.
they cannot afford to wait a second. If anyone finds that, they're cooked. So as soon as they remember it, then
Yeah.
they feel that they have to get it now. And so when they come in and they encounter you, then they try to keep it hidden from you, and that does simply make themselves more conspicuous by doing what they do. Oh, don't turn the lights on.
I wouldn't have even. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought anything of it until he said that.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can use my phone light. It's like, what? Why?
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Yeah. No, of course not. It's not only bizarre, but it's unsafe, and you would be unprofessional if you acquiesced to that. If you said, "Oh yeah, sure, go ahead," it would be,
Yeah, because if someone trips and falls on their face, then they
Yeah.
say, "Why'd you leave them in the dark?"
Yeah, yeah, and of course the reality is, of course, they didn't want it to show on film. There are other cameras that are in the facility, presumably, that they're
Exactly.
concerned about that will catch them on film. But that's why you had to turn the lights on so that the filming could be done. That way, you've got that against
Yes.
them in case something happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's best that I say it on air because it was just
Absolutely.
anomalous. Let's say it was anomalous.
Absolutely.
And not to mention, this is the second time it's happened.
Yeah, and we know why.
Where they say, "Oh, I forgot
Yeah.
something. I forgot something. It's super important."
And
in
they
the
stick
middle
it
of the night.
Yeah, and they stick
Yeah.
it at different angles. This one was above, but the other one was beneath the bleachers, so they could film up
Yeah.
girls' skirts, and
Yeah.
and
So can you
and
imagine that?
yeah, and kids' crotches while they're sitting on the bleachers. That's what the camera had been positioned to catch, and so that all goes online.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, yeah, it did. Yes, it is. Yeah, and yeah, it's horrific. I mean, this is our society that we're contending with, and this is in, yeah, in this case the capital of the state of California. But don't think it doesn't happen elsewhere. It's
Well, I'm
nationwide.
sure it's ubiquitous,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
ubiquitous.
doesn't have. It just shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Anyways,
No,
but yeah, so
thank
there
you.
you go.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you sharing that. It's important to get these things on record. And as for this whole thing about an entire nation, culture, and very much literally an empire, Denmark does have more territory than many other small nations when you take Greenland into account. The
And
message,
it kind of makes you wonder, all the
yeah,
money they've stole, it's like,
yeah.
would they even have 100 million to cash out in bonds at this point? It's like,
The Americans, you mean? Yeah, the United States
yeah, well,
bonds.
because they were saying, yeah, we're just going to cash out all of our American, bonds and whatever those things are called.
Yeah.
Those various investments that theoretically, if America was solvent, has to pay back.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it's I don't know if we even have that anymore.
What's going to happen is that's why everyone's concerned about a crash. That should be obvious. Everyone's concerned about a
Right.
crash because, as you've just articulated the reason why. there's nothing to back any of this shit up. It's all riding on air.
Yeah.
And by the way, with what I said about Japan's economy earlier, trying to understand that Japanese debt is equivalent to more or less 9 trillion United States dollars. It's not the largest debt in the world, and Japanese net external assets are $4 trillion more or less total. Higher yields at home will
Yeah.
increasingly cause it all to flow back to Japan, albeit hopefully not all at once. Incidentally, inflation has unlocked a lot of dead capital
Yeah.
on
But
Japanese.
those monarchies can just nationalize. I mean, they don't.
It's true. Yeah. There you go. See, Japan has that option.
The crown,
Yeah.
like the crown in England,
Yeah.
like the crown company is like, I mean, we're talking untold amounts of wealth, but it's never
true.
on paper.
No, it's true.
Same with the Japanese crown.
Yeah, whenever I say Putin is the richest man in the world, it's only in terms of where the assets are traceable. He nationalized and then personalized all of everything Russia's got. So he's undeniably the richest man in the world at 200 billion United States dollars in that regard. But he's apparently been taught by his handled sock puppet, Elon Musk.
Yeah, but Musk is not liquid. I mean, these people.
Thank you.
These people aren't liquid.
Yeah.
In the way that these countrywide people are.
Yes.
So it's like a whole different.
Yeah.
Earth chart.
No, it's true. It's true. It's different planets. It's different planets. And as I said before, these are all nouveau riche. They are not the old rich who pay to be unlisted. They're not. You don't see the old riche on the Fortune 500.
And just because you have $1 trillion in stock options, that doesn't guarantee you anything.
Thank you.
Like you're filthy rich, more rich than anyone could imagine, but it's not like you can cash out $1 trillion or something.
That's right.
Not able to be done.
But thanks to Emperor Hirohito looting all of Asia in what was a heist that was far more astronomical in terms of booty or plunder than even what the conquistadors took out of South America.
Yeah, they still haven't found that gold, allegedly.
Oh no, they haven't. But the point is that you're talking about Yamashita's gold. That's simply one case. If you're referencing that, that's simply one case of missing gold. But that just
I mean all of it. All of Hirohito's international.
Oh well,
that's
never
found,
the overwhelming.
Am I not mistaken?
Yeah, of course we know where that is. It's in Switzerland. That's all in Swiss bank accounts. And the point is, it's untouchable. MacArthur and the Allies tried to confiscate but Switzerland wouldn't let them, which is why the Axis put it there. So, the Swiss are...
Look, they're still having meetings in Switzerland because they have all the assets.
Yeah, they're still... Yeah, that's right. That's, so Switzerland is, it's the terminal, ultimate omega point.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's the what was that group? They've been renamed so many times. The Hospitaliers. These people, the Knights Templar. It's like that's their area. So everyone's been knowing that.
Yes, thank you. And anyhow, as I was saying, inflation has unlocked a lot of dead capital on Japanese company balance sheets, and it's driven an increase in dividends and paybacks. So for domestic stock picking, this has been excellent. There's a looming currency risk, but what I should have said about Japan's economy is it's the largest debt to GDP, or gross domestic product, not the largest in absolute terms. So it's that. Okay, that being said, it's, hopefully that clarifies something for our listeners, and of course everything I say has to be taken as an oversimplification, and just always keep that in mind. I'm simplifying it as a historian must. As for, this concept that an entire empire, the Danish Empire, which is a Viking empire, a Scandinavian empire, is irrelevant, that message certainly resonates now more than it did in 2018. After all, Trump had only been in office for a year. Many world leaders and CEOs were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, believing the adults in the room who staffed Trump's first maladministration could still rein in his worst impulses. But this year, the sentiments exchanged over glasses of champagne and mulled wine bespeak of a different mood, which the New York Times' Andrew Ross Sorkin summarized in one word: trepidation. Now, let's take a look at what Brendan entered here. By the way, I got my tetanus shot today. Got another tetanus shot today. So let's take a look at this other thing sent by dear Brendan. Donald Trump fueled health concerns as he appeared to struggle as he walked down Air Force One's stairs, landing in Davos. There you go. Yeah, health and dementia fears. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, fall, damn you. Fall. Then he stopped, pointed to people like, aha, I made it. You didn't think I'd make it. So I'll put a heart on that one. Iranian authorities say more than 3,000 people killed in nationwide protests. Yeah, well, if the authorities themselves are acknowledging that, 3,117 deaths. Well, there you go. Thank you for that. It's now, Brendan, any thoughts on this before I jump back in? And if not, I'll just
oh no, this is just the first time they've actually acknowledged that many deaths or whatever.
Well, it goes to show. Why do you think they're doing that? Why are they acknowledging? Just to show
probably because the actual number's like 10,000.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Some people said it was 20,000. It could have been a lot.
Yeah, I dare say it's 20,000. Yeah, and they're just like
but it's like, how do you kill that many people? I mean, doesn't that cost money? Like to have to shoot them all.
Not to mention, what do you do with all the bodies, etc.? It's like, I mean, well, how much longer can they last? It's like this is like. Hopefully they get strung up by the balls. Now, in just that context, Brendan Zogit has brought to my attention that yesterday President Trump himself marked the first anniversary of his second inauguration in the White House briefing room, opining for hours on everything from his relationship with foreign leaders to God's pride in him, all the while attacking immigrants and foreign countries in a rambling briefing that can only be summed up as scrummet of non-sequitorial lies in which President Donald Trump's one-year anniversary speech served up a lazy rambling of easily disputed untruths and low-energy grump. Number one, America has declared war on a binder clip. Trump launched into his list of accomplishments by pulling up an enormous file and picking a fight with the binder clip that snapped. Here's a the book on accomplishments. And this is something. I'm glad my finger wasn't in that socket. That could have done some damage. But you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What? Did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty... I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have done. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. That's big stuff to look at. We have the hottest country in the world. After which he, tell him, Brendan. Tell him what he did after that. Threw it all down on the floor. He has a podium to put it down on.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, how he just threw the whole packet on the ground. Like, what? That was pretty bad. That was like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, even for someone like that, it's like, okay, he's losing it. He's gone off the deep end. Yeah. It's like, like, just throwing the whole pack of papers on the ground without even explaining it. And then people were asking him, I guess the press was saying, can you read something from there? Can you tell us one of your accomplishments? And he wouldn't open the book because it's
all blank. It's all blank pages. That's all. It's just a bunch of blank pages and shit. Yeah, it's like, goddamn. Thank you. Yeah, and
these are my accomplishments.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah. So the anyhow.
Maybe he did something. I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, bowel movements every day. Yeah, bowel movements every day. They pile the shit high. Number 2, Trump called jobs created by Democratic presidents fake. Knowing that he is facing a slumping job market that surveys are reflecting, Trump made a point to run down the competitor's product, claiming the legion of jobs Democrat presidents created before him were real. Or not. Despite data showing factory jobs are in a steep decline in these United States, especially under Trump's maladministration, Trump dissimulated, "We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that. But the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs. And they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But you know what the Democrats..."
Oh, I'm hearing.
yeah, thank you. But you know what the Democrats do all the time.
I mean, I talked to some people at a grocery store and they said, we have 20 people. 20 people. We can't hire you part-time. We got too many takers and shit. We can't work with any schedules and shit like that. It's like people are desperate. People are desperate.
Yeah. They're looking for
to work at a grocery store.
Yeah. That's so
I'm sure everything's going well. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and there ain't no factory jobs. They ain't producing shit, just like you said. Of course, Trump's spin on it is, you know what the Democrats do all the time? They hire 1 million people, then they hire another million. They load it up and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people, but when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like them. It's like,
This is pretty bad. Yeah. Did you get to the part where the doctor came out and said he's showing signs of a stroke?
You tell them that. Tell them that. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, apparently, according to this doctor, who, we can... Obviously, he's more qualified than I to say it, but he said he's got clear signs of brain damage from a stroke I think he said on the left side of his body or something, because his right side was lagging or slagging or something. Oh. So it's like,
Yeah, we got Peter Moon for president. There you go. Yeah, it's Vinnie Barbaric is behind the podium.
His brain is melting, and we're kind of just waiting. I guess everyone's just waiting, even his people.
Yeah.
Like.
There you go. Yeah. And according to the third point to be made in his stump speech at home, Best stock market in history, he said. President does not appear to feel American voters are giving him the gratitude he deserves, claiming the likely AI bubble currently keeping the United States stock market afloat is a sign of a healthy economy that more Americans should appreciate, and possibly referring to the Federal Reserve's refusal to lower interest rates, Trump bloviated, "In the good old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates so they wouldn't do anything. Here they try and kill it."
Okay, then the numbers are bad.
Yeah, yeah, you go. Yeah, here they try and kill it.
They have the real numbers. That's why they're not doing that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, but
And like, okay, if Japan's feeling it, then we're cooked. I mean,
yeah, oh yeah, we're at the lower tier. Yeah,
so
yeah, and so Trump went on to ramble. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited are way.
yeah, try to cash them out and see those bankers snuff you out real quick.
Oh yeah,
They'll turn you out the door.
Thank you. Yeah, but
like if you say, "Hey, I want to cash out," they'll say, "Yeah, no."
Yeah, no. They won't allow that. Yeah, and back to my Trump voice. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting. Maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. It's like, dude, he can't even. He's saying contradictory messages in the same sentence. Of course, there's no public.
It's not looking good. It's
Yeah.
nothing political here. It's just it's not looking good. Yeah.
Thank you. His fourth point: Somalia isn't even a country. Trump lit into the embattled nation, we'll call it failed state, of Somalia, and also into one of its former residents who now serves as a legislator for the state of Minnesota. Qualifying that he terminated all taxpayer funding to her state, Trump said, "It's not a country. They don't have a government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this representative, Ilhan Omar. She comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world. If it's a country, I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country."
Doesn't that imply like qualification for asylum?
Yeah,
it's like, okay, if the government's failed, then why are you canceling their visas?
Thank you. That's the point. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. But back to Trump voice.
Except not anymore.
Yeah. Well, Trump says it. Here, back to Trump voice. "The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her." That tells you. No, it's meant for him. Not these people. Those people. His fifth point was that we have no inflation. Trump made a point to deny the existence of national inflation.
Right.
Despite countless polls labeling inflation as one of the chief issues still facing voters in elections. He also denied his tariffs affecting.
There needs to be a new word for it. It's not even. It's like beyond inflation. I mean,
no, there's a word for it.
Like
hyperstagflation. Hyperstagflation. Yeah. We're this is wheelbarrow time. We're in Weimar Republic.
We're pretty close. Yeah. Close.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Like walking into a store costs you $100 for just
Tell people.
Basics.
Tell people you didn't even fill a grocery bag.
Yeah, I had to like double. This was almost like 6 months ago, but yeah, it's gotten worse every day, every time I go in. But yeah, it's like you walk up and it's like one little thing, just what I can carry in my hands, just enough to survive the next day. Yeah. And they're like, "That'll be 65 something," and I'm like, "Wait a second," and we have to like look at everything, and they're like, "No, that's the price." Like, what the fuck? Like, what did I even buy? Shit that costs. I'm not buying like Manuka honey and shit. Just regular stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so there you go, and it doesn't even fill a bag. was like, and then you have to pay for the bag. It's the ultimate offense.
Yes.
Yo, you want a bag for 10 cents?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, and here they are claiming everybody wants this job. They're saying we got scores of people looking for this job. You know, we don't do schedules. Yeah, fuck you. We can pick and choose. That's what they told you, right? And anyhow, Trump also denied that his tariffs affecting inflation and warned the Supreme Court not to curb his power to unilaterally raise taxes on American consumers and businesses through tariffs. Well, specifically what he said, to quote him verbatim, was, "If we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people, but we're waiting for that case anxiously. We have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem." Okay, so this leads us to the sixth point, exposed by his latest domestic speech. Full-blown dementia. The lights are on, but nobody's home. During the press briefing that was supposed to be about touting his imagined achievements, Trump unleashed a rambling senile speech about how his mother told him that he could be a professional baseball player, and then explained to him what mental institutions are, which should tell us something that his mother would explain mental institutions to him. That tells us quite a bit. We had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor. Did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I say, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. I was quite the baseball player. You wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think of it, it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know. The Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live in the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places. They live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. Now, it's hardly worth fact-checking a pathological serial liar in a state of obvious cognitive decline because everything he says is untrue. But Democrats are not responsible for the closure of mental health institutions. Many of these places were shut down because they were hotbeds for abuse. Others had to cease operation because Republicans, notably Ronald Reagan, brutally slashed funding for mental health services. But Trump continued, sounding exactly like an old man at a retirement home, mumbling to a wall. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window, but this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Donald Trump belongs in an insane asylum. These are not the words of a man with a properly functioning brain. These are snippets of half-remembered memories being filtered through a slowly dying mind. Recall all the breathless, wall-to-wall coverage that the mainstream mass media machine ran on Joe Biden's cognitive state. Now we have a president yammering on about God knows what, visibly confused, while threatening to invade Greenland as his masked goons murder innocent Americans in the street, and there's nary a peep. Enough is enough. It's time that this lunatic was removed from power and shipped off to a facility to rot in peace. But instead, the very next day, we got the Swiss stemwinder. At the World Economic Forum this morning, yes, it's still this morning, on the Pacific coast, or rather it was the morning of this day. We're still pre-midnight here. We haven't struck 12 yet. Donald Trump scolded European leaders. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German. Perhaps the Germans have a word for the experience of watching your country's leader embarrass himself and the country on the global stage. Where does one start in summarizing such a speech? The straightforward racism? The economic illiteracy? The determination to alienate allies? The many moments where the president said things that were blatantly, provably false. And because he rambled through more than an hour, he covered a lot of ground. The most anticipated section was about Trump's ongoing effort to acquire Greenland. Trump argued that only the United States could defend the subcontinental superisland, which he perplexingly also dismissed as a giant piece of ice, and accidentally called Iceland on more than a few occasions. He also said Greenland was essential for the Golden Dome missile defense system he claims he will build, all the while denying that the American empire is after rare earth minerals in Greenland. Although Trump insisted that he has the utmost respect for both Danes and Greenlanders, nothing else he said evinced any. He accused them of being ungrateful for the American imperial defense of Greenland during World War II and argued that the American government erred when it gave it back after the war. Trump delivered a classic mafioso threat to take Greenland by force, saying that United States military might was irresistible before adding nonchalantly that he would not do such a thing. This was not as reassuring as some headlines, well, shall we say, the legacy mainstream mass media machine headlines might mislead reviewers to believe. And he said that if European leaders did not acquiesce, we will remember. In a Truth Social post this afternoon, he said he had reached the framework of a future deal on Greenland with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and that he had suspended tariffs scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Any further details were not revealed. More broadly, Trump assailed NATO, saying that the United States had spent heavily on the alliance and gotten nothing in return. Although Trump's push to get NATO countries to spend more on defense has been successful, he still does not grasp that NATO is an expression of American might, not a drain thereon. The group has made much of Europe into vassal states that have supported and extended American foreign policy around the globe. Trump also repeatedly said he doubted that the NATO allies would aid the United States if called to do so. This statement must come as a surprise to the many members who supported the United States after 9/11, the only time in recorded history that NATO's Mutual Defense Clause has been invoked. And yes, resultantly, Danish soldiers died for you dumb fucking American, in Afghanistan. Danish soldiers died fighting for the United States to defend your security from what were deemed to be the terrorist aggressors when your nation invoked the Mutual Defense Clause. If I could repeat that all night, I would indoctrinate that into everyone's skull. Trump seemed determined today to alienate whatever allies America had left. By the way, I want to acknowledge this from Brendan Zoget. And we're going to just, shall we say, acknowledge this one with a, oh, I guess the explosive head will do, because this is mind-blowing that they've killed that many people in Iran. There we are. Okay, that having been acknowledged, hope he's doing all right. God knows he's not in the safest environment in the world where he's at. Now, in terms of alienating all our allies, Trump mockingly imitated le French President Emmanuel Macron's accent. That was really juvenile. He took a swipe at the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. He ridiculed the United Kingdom as too incompetent to extract oil from the North Sea. Quote, sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it, unquote. But he continued his maladministration's outreach to Europe's far right, blasting immigration to the super-peninsular subcontinent. Quote, certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable, and we can argue about it, but there's no argument, unquote. He claimed that prosperity and progress in Europe and North America were a result of a shared culture that was incompatible with immigration. Never mind that Trump himself seems eager to demolish the pillars of cooperation between Europe and the American empire. But Trump's speech also had a domestic audience. In the lead-up, the White House insisted that his aim was to talk about affordability, which is fast becoming the infrastructure week of the second Trump term. Frequently promised, never delivered. Trump did meander through some talk of the economy, though his explanations were often too circuitous or false to be very persuasive. Like his predecessor, Joe Biden, whom he repeatedly insulted during the speech, he hasn't figured out how to validate voters' dim view of the economy without taking blame for it, or blame therefore. He celebrated oil drilling while lying about gas prices. He flogged his plan to cap credit card interest rates, which Republican congressmen have criticized. He bragged about killing clean energy while falsely claiming that Red China does not use wind farms. Most of all, he defended his abuse of tariffs, which raise costs for American consumers, and complained about trade deficits. Like Trump's skewed misunderstanding of NATO, the obsession fails to grasp that trade deficits are evidence of America's massive wealth, not any sign of weakness. His efforts to reduce them, of course, are likely to isolate the American empire and sap that wealth. Naturally, the president never stayed on message. Trump also announced, without offering details, that he would soon prosecute people for a supposedly rigged 2020 election. He reprised a racist riff from yesterday's White House press conference about Somalis having low IQs, and he called Representativist Ilhan Omar, a Somali immigrant and Minnesota Democrat, a fake congressperson. Maybe because she's not a white male, I guess. After all of this, the president abruptly delivered a boilerplate conclusion about unity and cooperation among nations. This kind of swerve is baffling unless you've spent a lot of time watching Trump campaign rallies, in which case it's very familiar. Trump has no interest in calibrating his tone or approach to different audiences. This can make his speeches painful to watch, but it may also be illuminating in this case. Global leaders in politics and finance who otherwise wouldn't spend their time watching full Trump stump speeches got the stump speech to come to them, providing a good reminder of exactly who the president is. He's campaigning for the position of world dictator. Oh, here we are. We've got a womp womp. Hey. Yeah, let's take a look at what Brendan's sharing. Yeah, experts have serious concerns for the tech giant ChatGPT. Reports could go bankrupt as soon as next year. Oh, yeah, here we are. ChatGPT makes major change as reports swirl that OpenAI could go bankrupt as soon as next year. Meanwhile, they're buying all the RAM, all the GPUs, and they're not even using them yet. Yeah, there we go. So Brendan, your thoughts on this? At some point, we'll yeah, and so there we go.
Well,
Womp
I
womp
mean,
womp.
it's just a bubble that's going to burst, and we're all going to be stuck with the bill as
Yes.
usual.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And
And they
yes,
produce, like I said, this is another sector that doesn't produce it.
thank
Other than
you.
taking jobs, it doesn't mean you'll see production rise or anything like
Of
that.
course not. Of course not.
You know?
No, all this is, no one expects production to increase. You'd have to be an idiot to. This is all data. All we're dealing
Right.
in is data. So it's like the concept of portfolios. Look, I got a portfolio with rare critical minerals and gold, and look what's in my portfolio. Then the economy collapses. Oh shit! How do I
Yeah,
cash
you
out?
can't cash it.
Yeah.
You can't cash it. There's no buyers. There's
Mm.
no buyers.
Well,
No
not only
liquidity.
that, yeah, if we really head towards that level of a dislocation, it's like the trading stops. It's like at
Yeah,
that point people are
right.
stealing. Yet, despite Trump's
Yeah, you
claims,
can't eat gold. You know that's the oldest.
tell people about
Can't
that.
eat gold.
Yeah, tell people about that. What that means.
Well, that's the biggest argument about it. It's like, you can amass all this wealth, but unless you have, divine right of kings where you can, have your people grow your food, there's no point. Just you're going to be in what? Like a dragon in a cellar with a bunch of gold. It's just,
Thank you.
it doesn't work like that. You need food. You need resources and food and water.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, absolutely true. And honestly, it's it's kind of like you're fucked either way. You either prepare
Well,
for
no,
the
you can go back to basics and learn how to grow food and foster people to do that. Whoever is into it, you could foster them into doing that, but that's the
eventually
only option left. Yeah.
we will eventually have agrarian communities that grow out of this, out of a necessity.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's already begun. It's already
yeah,
begun.
yeah.
That's the Aquarian age that's dawning.
Okay.
It'll be technological, but it'll also be more human based.
Well, yeah. Well, it'll have to be. It will have to be because
Yeah.
humans will be recognized as your primary asset. It's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
and
And it's 11. So Aquarius is the 11th sign. So it's the sign of group work.
there we
So
go.
positive groups coming together.
Thank you. Brilliant. That's important. We need that hope. And despite Trump's claims, he and his Republican Party are likely to get hammered again on inflation fears in upcoming elections, as they did in 2025's off-year elections, because Sell America is crushing the stocks. Global markets plunged after President Donald Trump reignited fears of an all-American trade war with the European Union, America's largest trading partner, after his threat of new tariffs on 7 European Union nations unless they supported his push for total American control of Greenland. The Standard & Poor's 500 ended lower by around 2.1%, erasing all the index's gains for the year thus far. The Nasdaq Composite plunged more than 2.4%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped around 870 points. American markets woke up from the extended Martin Luther King Jr. holiday weekend to an overnight bond implosion in the Japanese empire and fresh threats by Donald Trump, including tariff hikes and more allusions to attacking American allies. The Empire of Japan's 40-year bond yield hit a record amid heightened concern that a snap election called by the Prime Ministress Sanae Takaichi might pave the way for policies that exacerbate the empire's finances. Dealers said it was the most chaotic session in recent memory, with yields making their biggest move since Trump announced his trade war on April 2nd. Then there was American chaos to consider. Something, like something out of a dystopian thriller. The leader of Greenland on Tuesday warned his people to prepare for an American invasion. And having conceded that he wants to annex the supermassive subcontinental Arctic island in part for psychological reasons. A 1951 treaty already giving these United States free rein there militarily. The 79-year-old United States president further stoked outrage with a middle-of-the-night social media post alluding to his explicit desire to annex Canada as ill. So we will throw that in the mix. I believe I shared that with our man Brendan Zogid already. Let's see if I can find that again. Looking into my drafts here. And, oh my God, no, I'll have to look for it in the Brendan private messages. And, yes, of course, Brendan's given me a lot of communication since that point, so this will take a bit of scrolling. And, so, dear Brendan, you can help me out here by telling people a little bit about everything that's going on from your own perspective. There's some extra GIFs here. Let me scroll up and find that link for our people, our listeners.
Wait, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for the map that he made. He made that AI map. Trump did on taking over.
Yeah, where Canada was gone.
Yeah, that one. And so
or Canada was absorbed.
Yes, here we are. So I
mean, there was they've already showed it in certain films and stuff, like in the Fallout series. It shows someone with an ID. They've already pre-programmed this, that it said annexed territory of Canada.
Oh man!
It's like on someone's ID in the Fallout series.
Oh,
so they've already like pre-programmed people into this.
Yeah. It predictively programmed. That's the term. Predictively programmed. So here we are. This is going to go into the chat, and we will also put it into our infinite call. And it looks like he gave up on Mexico, that one. Yeah, it's really weird. Why give up on Mexico? That's what's so strange. I guess because he doesn't want any Mexicans. He really hates the Mexicans, but he wants Cuba and he wants Haiti, the entire island of the Dominican Republic. So Hispaniola is Dominican Republic and Haiti put together. He wants all Hispaniola and Cuba and Venezuela. So it's like, why not Mexico? It's really, if anyone can make sense of it, you let me know. Thank you. And throw in a fresh round of American tariff threats against European nations and a sprinkling of social media insults, some in capital letters, and Sell America returned to markets yesterday with a vengeance. Treasuries tumbled and the United States dollar slid, while the Standard & Poor's 500 dropped more than 2%, erasing all of this year's gains in the steepest decline in more than 3 months. The VIX index, a measure of expected stock swings, hit the highest level since November. Gold spiked to a new record of over $4,700 fucking dollars an ounce. $4,700 an ounce. Not unlike the experience of Japanese dealers earlier, it was the worst day in American markets since Trump's so-called Liberation Day. As for what happens next, some in Europe appear ready to move on entirely, as in move on from America. The Danish pension fund, Akademiker Pension, said it will exit United States treasuries by the end of the month, a once unthinkable prospect ascribed to, among other things, Trump's malpolicies and the massive credit risk posed by the United States itself. To quote Anders Schelde, the fund's chief investment officer, "You cannot put the genie back into the bottle. Things might get better and more calm a few months down the road. And Trump, he can't be reelected, and the next president might be somewhat different. But what comes then in 5, 6, 10 years?" In other words, when Europe divests, it's divesting forever, baby. They are giving up on America. So much for Make America Great Again. And Europe is not without tools to resist Donald Trump's drive for Greenland. It could ratchet up tariffs, pressure American techno companies, review banking licenses, or sell treasuries. But calibrating the response to such a mercurial yet mighty president involves painful choices. Getting dozens of countries to agree makes it harder still. Donald Trump's misadventurism is unsettling Communist China on the Asian mainland. In some respects, it is displeased, since his misactions have harmed CHICOM, our Chinese Communist interests, around the world, but it is obviously content to see the Western alliance weakened. And if the end result is a Commu-Chinese sphere of influence, Xi Jinping will be satisfied. So fear the sphere, as in that of influence, and know when to hold 'em, 'cause Canada's military has modeled a hypothetical American invasion as a surprising change in Trump's misbehavior is generating mass tests. TES, or Trump exhaustion syndrome. The Royal Canadian Military analyzed how it would respond to an American attack as Trump continues to muse about annexing the Dominion, including in a late-night social media post with this colorful map that I've already entered into linkage into text of our Infinite Call and into the chat room itself. And this brings us to the fact that while there was one venue, there were trois speeches that stood out among them all. The Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, used a major address in Davos to urge world leaders to see the reality of a world that's increasingly governed by superpower aggression. Carney going on record to state that recent events have shown the rules-based international order is effectively dead, which means Canada and other countries have no choice but to create new alliances to oppose pressure tactics and intimidation. Mark Carney left Donald Trump in the dust in Davos. The meeting and venue were the same, but the style and tone of the trois most anticipated keynote speeches at the World Economic Forum in the Swiss town of Davos could not have been more different. Yesterday, on the 20th day in January, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney addressed the assembled political and business leaders as one of them, a national leader with deep expertise in finance. He spraketh about a rupture in the world order and the duty of nations to come us together through appropriate coalitions for the benefit of all. It was a paean to multilateralism, but one that recognized that the American empire would no longer provide the glue to hold alliances together. Carney never mentioned the American empire by name in his speech, instead talking about great powers and hegemons. Carney's quiet, measured, and evocative case-making demonstrated his ability to be the leader France's Emmanuel Macron would like to be, and the United Kingdom's Keir Starmer is too cautious to be. He was clear, unequivocal, and unafraid of the bully below his southern border. In standing up to the United States President, Donald Trump, he appeared every inch the statesman. Then on January 21st, Trump took the stage. There was none of Carney's self-awareness, and nor did he read the room recognizing the strengths, talents, and economic power of the audience. Trump started with humor, noting that he was talking to friends and a few enemies. But he quickly shifted off to a riff on the greatest hits of the first year of Trump 2.0, with the usual weaving away from his script down the rabbit holes of his perceived need for vengeance. Joe Biden still takes up far too much of Trump's headspace, but the next hour could be summed up as, Trump great! Everyone else bad! The president is the most amazing hype man for his own greatness, but it's a zero-sum game. For him to win, others must lose, whether that's the United Kingdom, Macron, or the unnamed female prime ministress of Switzerland, whom he mocked for the poverty of her tariff negotiation skills. It's worth noting, Switzerland has no prime minister, and its current president is a man. While Carney was at pains to connect with his audience of allies, Trump exists happily in his own world, where support and sovereign territory can be bought, and fealty trumps all. As ever, Trump played fast and loose with facts, wrapping real successes, aspirations, and his unique view of the truth into a paean unto himself. He actually returned to his crypt to make the case for taking Greenland. The case is built on a notional need for national and international security, which was what they used to get Michael Aquino off the hook, underscored by pointing out the territory is in our hemisphere. And so many, well, as so many commentators have said, collective security will do the job Trump insists that only the United States can, and won't require Denmark to cede territory. But Trump is sounding ever less the rational actor. It comes
all the keyboard warriors were saying, "Oh, Trump's playing 3D chess. He threatened so they would send troops there." And now that Denmark's sent troops there,
oh, you son of a bitch!
Secured.
Oh, all the tea, your green tea went up my nose. Your green tea went up my nose. You son of a bitch! Oh, yeah, I'm drowning.
I mean, it's Japanese.
I'm drowning.
It's a Japanese neti pot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my nasal passages are burning.
Yeah, so you're underestimating his skills.
Yeah, 4D chess. 40 chess, people. Yeah. And how many, what was it, 20 chessboards at once? They said 20 chessboards at once, right? Like
yeah, literally, that was a real comment, not me being funny. Someone said, "You guys just don't understand. He has 20 chessboards and he's playing them all." I was like, oh man. Can people really be that daft?
Come on. I mean, at this point,
okay, if he's mentally, I could see if he was in his right mind, then you could theorize. But at this point, it's clear he's just toast.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this in any political way. It's just like obvious, like he can't walk and shit. So
it's honest. I do want people to understand something about Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit is a political atheist. Am I wrong, or am I right?
No, that's pretty accurate. I don't trust the system on any angle when it comes to politics. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Brendan is simply speaking as a concerned adult human being who happens to be incarnate in the body of a United States citizen, which means he did something horrible in a past life, but we'll leave that for another discussion. Such having been said, he blames me for that too, by the way. Yeah,
fate is a cruel mischief. Yeah, whatever shit happened in a past life was obviously not the right move. And I know it has something to do with you, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. But it's just something's gone wrong.
Yeah,
terribly wrong.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and when it came down to comparing Carney and Trump, it's a case of contrasting visions. The coming year is one of inflection for Trump's presidency. His Republican Party may very well lose control of the House and almost possibly the Senate in the November midterms. I'd say, as a matter of fact, almost certainly for the House and probably the Senate, which would severely curtail his ability to impose his will unfettered and render him truly a lame duck president, just occupying the office with his orange ass. Trump is focused.
Yeah, but the problem with these people is that he's not just gonna, go into the wind. He's gonna fuck everything up.
Yeah,
and the person.
Yeah, go on.
That was the guy who obviously was politically, biased, but he said, the doctor that said he was stroked out.
Yeah.
He said there's multiple reactions, but one of the reactions is if you almost die in a stroke type event and then you return, like you come back to function.
Yeah.
There's a certain percentage of those people that just say, look, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to do as much damage to myself and others as I can get. This is an actual condition that happens.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, especially people with no moral compass, they'll just say, I'm fucking dying and just pull the plug on everybody. So that's a risk.
Oh, yeah.
Big risk.
Oh, yeah. Trump is not going to go quietly into that gentle night. Trump is going to die screaming and clawing and taking us all down with him. He's going to go all out. He's going to put the military into the cities. And he's gonna put them everywhere else that he can. And I appreciate your pointing that out. It's incredibly important. It's incredibly important.
And I mean, it's just going to be a battering ram. He's going to push all this forward, and then they're not just going to undo it once there's martial law. You know, they can't just say, "Oh, he's gone, back to normal."
No.
Anyways.
We will never be the same. Just understand this, people. This is the new normal. This is the new normal. Trump broke the presidency. So the best we can do is get rid of the office of the president. It's an incredibly anachronistic post. It is at this point indeed anarchic. I've given advisement before on how to replace it, and we just need to basically fall back on Congress. I'm serious about that. And the judiciary, but obviously with tremendous rehabilitation in both cases. But that binary duopoly will suffice. You don't need a goddamn president and executive.
If something like this were to continue, I think like a triplicity would be best. One from each party, and then then a third, and then a neutral. Like,
you mean a triple presidency?
Yeah.
Triple
one
executive.
From each major party.
Yeah,
triple executive. So one from each party, and then the third person would be the tiebreaker vote, who's more moderate.
Okay.
But I think I agree with just scrapping it. But I'm just
thank you. I appreciate that.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. That having been thrown out there to show that we're not married to a single vision. Scrap the fucking thing. Anyhow, as for Trump himself, he's obviously focused on his legacy and demands he's up there with former United States presidents Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, James Polk, whom, of course, the gay district of San Francisco is named after, and William McKinley, expanding the American empire and its physical footprint. The result for William McKinley was assassination, death caused by one of the people he colonized, Leon Czolgosz, a Filipino, who blew his ass away. And, of course, they dissolved the body in acid so people would never see that Filipino ever again. And they claimed he was a Polish communist before there was even a Soviet Union for Poland to be a satellite state of. And they paid off his family so they would take the rap. And they gladly did so because they never liked the poor mentally disabled person who disappeared on them and was claimed to be the assassin of William McKinley, who was assassinated on 9/11, 100 years to the day before the Twin Towers collapsed, by a Roman Catholic Filipino from the north whose entire family was massacred by the U.S. military. Trump, thinking himself in that mold, may die in that mold. At any rate, Carney's speech played well both at home and around the world. His line was that if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. And it clearly resonated with his fellow Western leaders. His vision for how the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to weld them together also offered a positive vision in a dark time. Whereas Trump told the audience that he would not use excessive strength or force to acquire Greenland, but ever the real estate developer, he demanded right, title, and ownership with an ominous threat. You can say no, we will remember. Now, when it comes to expanding the American empire and its physical footprint, in the footprints or footsteps of those who went before him, this may be a step too far, even for a president with such vast economic and military power. Because as Trump laid out his grand vision of protecting and cherishing the rich and aligning nations to do America's bidding, it was still in stark contrast to Carney. The hyperbole and self-aggrandizing, the insults and threats, and the singular vision of seeing the world only through the personal impact it has on himself mark the United States president out as a remarkable, even exceptional individual in the most negative sense. But is this exceptionalism, this negative exceptionalism, what America really wants? Is America about more than the strongman politics of economic and military coercion? Or nothing less? The immediate action in the American empire itself, the CONUS, or Continental United States as we used to call it in the Department of Defense, was relief, jumping on the line that Trump won't take Greenland by force. It will be telling to look at the commentary as the country reflects upon the president's aim of lifting America up, seemingly by dragging the rest of the world down. One leader donned the cloak of statesmanship at Davos this week. It was not Donald Trump. When Donald Trump returned to office, I thought that there wasn't much more to learn about him, but the president's recent follow-through on his threats represents a real shift. Since President Trump's second inauguration, we have witnessed a methodical deconstruction of American institutions as we have known them. To say that these are the times that try men's souls would be an understatement. A year ago this week, Trump declared in his second inaugural address, "My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier." Now, just 3 weeks into 2026, the president has already ordered an attack on Venezuela, made threats against the regime in Iran in support of protesters there, without delivering any help, and spent the past few days making statements about pursuing military action against Greenland and, by extension, all of NATO. In a recent letter to the Prime Minister of Norway, he wrote, "I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace." Then, this morning, speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Trump, at least for now, said that the United States would not use force to take control of Greenland, and later said he would no longer impose tariffs on European allies. It's hard to overstate just how dizzying Trump's first year in office has been. On the anniversary of his inauguration, there's an undercurrent of political violence that wasn't present in the same way a year ago. Trump's ambitions may be more grandiose than ever, but his public polling is well underwater, and the midterm elections are just months away. While Trump can break many things, whoever comes next will have a lot of power to undo his damage and rebuild. No sooner in office than Trump issued a total of 225 executive orders, triggering at least that number of lawsuits. We witnessed, among other things, shocking political violence, mass deportations, the longest ever government shutdown, and the national debt soaring past $38 trillion, spiking inflation and increased joblessness. Just 1 year into his second midterm, President Donald Trump has mass pardoned an unusually high number of wealthy people accused of financial crimes, according to an NBC News analysis of the last 4 administrations. Over half of Trump's 88 individual pardons are for white-collar offenses. Well, gold-collar is the correct term, with money laundering, bank fraud, and wire fraud among the most frequent crimes the president has wiped clean. That is not all. Who ever thought the president would order the likely illegal deployment of National Guard troops to Democratic cities alone, the savaging of institutions of higher learning, the significant defunding of scientific research, or the penalization of renowned law firms over their clients' political preferences? Even the courts were not immune. According to a whistleblower, a highly placed Justice Department official told his colleagues to say "fuck you" to the courts, implying that it was okay to defy their orders. The Deputy Attorney General told a group of lawyers that the Justice Department was declaring war on the courts. We saw dismissals of seasoned military officers, national security personnel, and career diplomats with no explanation other than Trump's bizarre disdain for diversity. One indicator of a polity's health is whether a citizen can be punished merely for telling the truth about the law. And the signs for American democracy are not good. Donald Trump retains the ability to shock. The day he loses that, he will, like the biblical Samson, another man notable for his curtail, lose his power entirely. When Trump started his second term, his midterm as a president a year ago, however, I doubted whether there was much more to learn about how his mind works. Even before he entered politics, Trump was overexposed. Since then, he has become the most scrutinized person in the world. His tendencies and foibles are well known to voters, politicians, and world leaders. Yet in breaking one of his most entrenched patterns, he has provided perhaps the biggest surprise of the past year. During his first midterm, Trump was defined by his tendency to back down in any negotiation or fight. As I myself first went on record to observe back in May of 2018, he almost always folded, agreeing to concessions whether he was negotiating on trade with communist China or a budget resolution with Senate Democrats. More recently, however, he's been following through, no matter how aberrant his ideas. The exact reason for this is difficult to pin down, although it likely includes the fact that he has more experience under his belt, fewer prudent voices in his ear, and a lame duck's liberation for having to worry about re-election. In any case, his new determination is forcing countries around the world to reassess how to deal with the threat, the clear and present danger he represents, personifies, embodies. Nowhere is this so clear right now as with Trump's continued pressure to acquire Greenland. In the wee hours of this morning, Trump went on a social media spree, posting, among other things, an illustration of himself, his Cubano Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance planting a United States flag in Greenland. European leaders seem to slowly be coming to the conclusion that this isn't just a feint. When the president began making noise about taking the Danish territory early last year, many observers were baffled but not necessarily all that concerned, an impulse reinforced when the matter receded from Trump's attention in the months that followed. They also had a long track record to draw on. In May of 2017, I went on record to note that foreign leaders have realized Trump is a pushover. This held true for allies, my Taiwan and NATO, and adversaries, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, alike throughout his first midterm. It was especially true for rivals such as Russia and North Korea. Trump talked a fierce game, promising fire and fury for Pyongyang, for example, but his counterparts understood that despite his insistence that he was a master deal maker, all they needed was to get him to a negotiating table. Back in 2018, I pointed out on record that when faced with a tough decision, the president has consistently blinked, giving in to his opponents. All his opponents, in every case. The pattern was clear enough that when Trump refused to concede the 2020 election, even his allies were dismissive. In November of 2020, a senior Republican official told the Washington Post, "What is the downside for humoring for this little bit of time? It's not like he's plotting how to prevent Joe Biden from taking power on January 20th. Yet, that was exactly what he was doing, however ham-handedly. The effort to subvert the election was also a warning of things to come. Even so, Trump's return to office initially suggested more of the same tendency to back down. This past May, why is it always May? I spraketh out about Wall Street's taco trade. Acronymus for Trump always chickens out. TACO, get it? Chicken taco, in which stock traders bet against the president, following through on tariff threats, and then profiting when he folded and markets went up. And they were right, to an extent. Although Trump did impose extensive tariffs, the eventual levels were much lower than initially announced, thanks in part to lobbying by foreign governments. Trump's resolve remains weak in some areas. He swung wildly on Russia and the Ukraine, his position shifting depending on whom he last spoke to, or rather, whom he spoke to last. Let's see now. We've got the flames here on Facebook. Oh, yeah. Nice Robin live action. Holy shit. Yes. Oh, yeah. Cool. Thank you for sharing this. Now, that's gorgeous. And do you know whose name this is? Who is this individual? Robin, I guess. Yeah. And
she's the new live action Nico Robin.
Okay.
She's very whoever did the casting, which apparently was Oda himself. Okay. That was good. He helped. Yeah.
Cool.
Cast these people.
Yeah. That's amazing. And yeah, well, I'm so glad. Thank you for that. And
everyone was goofing over her. It was like, she's, actually looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Not like everyone just assumed it was going to be some like Rings of Power shit because it was made by Netflix, where they just butcher, this story. But they did a good job so far.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Because the Japanese hold on to their IPs, like they don't just let people go rogue.
Thank you. Yeah. Then yeah, I appreciate that. By the way, Real Tech Geek says someone tried to sabotage Air Force One while in flight to Davos. They had to go back allegedly. Also, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, was at Davos. Crazy. Trump don't have much time left anyway. Like you said on last episode, Newsom will run. Trump will buy Greenland, $1.2 or more citizen, also for first time. I see Jensen Huang running for politics. Oh, Jesus God, don't do that to us. That's I can't imagine which is worse, him or Sonny Bono.
Those tech people don't do politics very well. They know that. They're smart enough to know that.
Thank you. You would hope. Elon Musk didn't know that. He was too fucking stupid. By the way,
he tried, but he didn't do anything.
Yeah. There you go. Well, other than damage himself. By the way, you'll need to get in your earbuds back in for us to hear you better. By the way, good news from Real Tech Geek. Taiwan detects Chinese surveillance drone. They called it provocative and irresponsible, moving over one of their strategically important islands. So I'm presuming they at least drove it away. Jamie Dimon has issued a rare...
They just sit down.
Yeah, hopefully they blew it up. I mean, that's like, seriously. Also, Realtek has pointed out ICE agents ate a meal at a Minnesota Mexicano restaurant. It reportedly followed employees out of the restaurant after they closed for the evening and arrested them after they ate a meal that was prepared by them. It's like, well, there you go. And Realtek does the haha, damn man, that is so fucked up. He says, how are you? Doing great, thank you for asking. And he pointed on here, let's see now, Taiwan, and then Jamie Dimon. He says Jamie Dimon issued a rare criticism of Trump's policies over the past year. And, well, all I can say is like, coming from Jamie Dimon, that don't mean much to me. So I'm just like, it's Jamie Dimon, please. You know what I think of that individual. Yeah, your thoughts, Brendan? Feel free for.
I just said, who is that? I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Oh God! Oh, I wish you're joking.
Every time you bring him up, I think you're talking about Jared Diamond, the guy that wrote the Blood and Steel book.
Right. No. Probably related. They're probably related, but no. Jamie, he's the one who runs. He's the guy who runs my bank, J.P. Morgan Chase.
That.
Yeah, that motherfucker. He made out big as a bandit during the original heist back in the crash, the stock market crash in 2007 and 8. And so he's real fucking criminal. He belongs in jail. Yeah, seriously. And so that's I'll give some, shall we say, some support here to Realtek. All right. So how do I put this? In other ways, in terms of Trump being shifty, whoever gets to him last, he'll just parrot whatever they say. But in other ways, the pattern has started to break. Just ask Nicolás Maduro, who reportedly rejected negotiated exile in Turkey, perhaps wagering that Trump would never actually launch a military strike on Venezuela to capture himself. That was a bad bet. Now Trump seems energized and has turned his attention to Greenland. American imperial allies, or people who until recently thought of themselves as allies, are scrambling to figure out how to react. Can they draw things out long enough for Trump to lose interest? Can they appease him somehow? Or do they need, as Elliot Cohen argued in the Atlantic magazine this past weekend, to show a willingness to resist the United States militarily? Trump is acting emboldened domestically as ill. He is once again threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy troops to Minneapolis, where he seems determined to immiserate the entire city. Before his first midterm, Trump had threatened to prosecute political rivals, but he was stymied by his aides during his presidency. This time, he's going through with it. In a New Yorker profile this week of Representativist LaMonica McIver, a New Jersey Democrat charged with assault for a fracas at an ICE facility, the representativist Latifah Simon, a California Democrat, said, "Typically we would say, oh, they're just trying to scare her. But this is much more than fear-mongering," with Simon herself noting, they're actively litigating this case, with McIver having pleaded not guilty. Signs of a new resistance have started to emerge in parallel with Trump's newfound resolve. Republican members of Congress have begun pushing back. Far less than one would expect, even in a normal presidency, but more than in Trump's previous midterm or in the early days of this one. They were able to force his hand on the Epstein files, though whether they have the courage to hold him to account for slow-walking the files' release is not yet clear. Congress will need to do much more to halt any Greenland fiasco. Foreign leaders will need to take a harder line, too. When Trump was a pushover, it was much more understandable, if not wiser, to wonder, what is the downside of humoring him? Now the downsides are clear and very dangerous. On Monday morning of the week before last, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, kicked off the work week by announcing that he has begun the process to demote Mark Kelly, a retired Navy captain and NASA astronaut, and reduce his pension pay. The operative facts here, naturally, are not Kelly's past service, but his current rank in service, a Democrat serving in the United States Senate and a political adversary of President Donald Trump. On January 5th, Hegseth wrote on X, 6 weeks ago, Senator Mark Kelly and 5 other members of Congress released a reckless and seditious video that was clearly intended to undermine good order and military discipline. He cited 12 articles of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Kelly, unlike the other 5, holds retired military status, which makes him subject to sanctions from the Defense Department. What Hegseth did not cite was what Kelly and his colleagues actually said in the video, and for good reason. Doing so would expose the absurdity of the charge and the abuse of power involved in the attempt to demote him. Kelly said, "Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders." No one in the Trump maladministration has disputed that this is true. A more agile or even keeled administration would have smoothly dismissed the video as irrelevant. This is true, but of course, we would never issue any illegal order. As Kelly and his lawyers have noted, Hegseth has cited the same law about disobeying illegal orders in the past. Instead, Trump and his aides threw a fit, dubbing the Democrats the Seditious Six, which sounds kind of like a superhero team or something. Okay, from, yes! Good news here from Brendan. Russia's snow apocalypse in pictures. Well, the Ukrainians got to start drone bombing their infrastructure and let them all freeze to fucking death. Yeah, thank you for this, Brendan. Yes, love it. Yes, die, you motherfucking pigs. Yeah.
Well, that was in the Far East. That was Kamchatka Peninsula, so it's like way out.
Yeah, that's no apocalypse. Those people are used to that. They grew up in that. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, I think that's the problem, that this was so bad it covered entire like apartment blocks, like something out of that film like Day After Tomorrow, you know, where it just everything's covered to the freaking 10th story and shit.
Yeah.
They were sledding in the middle of the city, like it was bad even for that region. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, well, all I can say is this is the time to attack Russia's infrastructure. It's not going to be much better off in Moscow, I can tell you that. Like I said before, it doesn't matter if one place is 100 degrees lower than the other. You're going to freeze to death if you're without electricity, regardless. So it's...
well, that's apparently what they're doing to Kiev.
Yeah,
like,
that's what
Kiev
they're trying.
has power.
Yeah. I'm going to try and get back to that, so thank you for bringing that up. I will try and...
Well, I saw a report that it was like they were on the brink of a humanitarian disaster is what they claim.
No, they are.
The actual Ukrainians.
No, they are. They are. And the Russians are...
So I mean, that means they lost, in effect, no?
Only in a certain sense. That's, believe me, I can get back to that. And I will. That's inescapable. Real Tech says, I saw Netflix is planning to make 12 seasons of One Piece. Also, the card game is getting really hot. A lot of people are always criticizing Bandia mismanaging other TCG. One Piece is doing great. Support Douglas Dietrich, folks. Thank you for that, Real Tech. I definitely appreciate that profoundly. And, okay, let's give him some support here. Thanks, Real Tech. And here we go. Click that. And, all right. With that, back to task. In terms of what Brendan has brought up, again, give me time and I'll get there. Obviously, these are extraordinarily complicated subjects, and it takes time to pinpoint the focus so that you make your point. Now, when it comes to the seditious six, one possible reason for the frantic response became apparent quickly. Not only have United States forces been conducting unlawful strikes on boats in the Caribbean, late last year, several news sources confirmed new details about the first attack, in which the initial strike had not killed all those aboard the boat, so a second strike was ordered. This is called a massacre. The Pentagon's own Law of War manual for service members explicitly states that orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal. This revelation made the video from Kelly and Company not just hypothetical, but directly relevant. It also put Hegseth on the defensive, even among Republican members of Congress, and he quickly shifted blame to Admiral Mitch Bradley, who commanded that operation. In contrast to the language in
They also committed a blatant war crime.
Yes.
Amongst that, I mean, I guess amongst all of them, but there was one they specifically like deliberately did was they'd repainted a plane to appear civilian, which is super just totally negligent, or I mean dishonorable. There's only another word for it.
Yeah.
In warfare, totally dishonorable. So they painted a plane as a civilian plane and then just ambushed people in the Caribbean. So that's just,
there you go.
Talk about guerrilla level. I mean, this was bad. This is bad.
Yeah, this is terrorism.
Yeah,
America under Trump is a terrorist state, and yeah.
I forget they had a term for it. It was some kind of warfare term, but it's
definitely the worst form of ambush. And it's not what you would call camouflage. You cannot rationalize that as camouflage.
No, there's a formal term. Let me see if I can find it. Just because.
Thank you. I appreciate you finding that.
Yeah.
Now, in contrast to the language in the Law of War Manual, and yes, there is one. War cannot be fought without laws, people. Once it's fought without laws, you no longer are waging war. You're simply existing in a state of barbarism and anarchy. And in contrast to the language in the Law of War Manual, the UCMJ, or Uniform Code of Military Justice articles upon which Hegseth rests his decision to discipline Kelly are vague indeed, involving conduct unbecoming an officer and a gentleman, and all disorders and neglects to the prejudice of good order and discipline in the armed forces. Now, these very provisions would apply instead to Hegseth's own admitted misbehavior while in uniform. Punishing Kelly is extremely pernicious political retaliation. It also ought to be embarrassing to Hegseth himself, though he seems as impervious to shame as his boss. Now, here we are from our man Brendan. Okay, but so to read this aloud for our listeners, if you would, Brendan. Thank you.
Oh yeah, which part? It's the headline is U.S. attacked boat with an aircraft that was painted to look like a civilian plane, but the laws of armed conflict prohibit combatants from feigning civilian status to fool adversaries into dropping their guard. When this happens, or then attacking and killing them. When this happens, it is a war crime known as perfidy.
Perfidy. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
perfidy.
you. So yes, these. Yeah. This is. I'm appalled. I am appalled. I had no idea.
Yeah.
About this.
I don't think any other. Yeah. It translates to literary term meaning deceitfulness or untrustworthy. I mean, talk about treachery. Yes. Duplicity, treachery. I mean. Yes. Yeah. So it's Latin per, which is an ill effect, and fides, to faith, to go against one's faith, treacherous.
Disgusting. It's disgusting.
So we're living in a treacherous, or dishonorable state.
A dishonorable
faithless
state. Yes.
Faithless state. Yeah.
A faithless state of treason against human trust. Anybody who thinks your military is honorable, you're a fucking idiot. If you're out there and you're active duty military, go fuck yourself. You're a piece of shit. And tell anybody in the military I said so, because I grew up with them all my life and I've worked with them. And believe me, there's nothing there redeemable. Human garbage. Now, as for, shall we say, they're turning on each other. Good for them. Let them cannibalize each other till they're sour meat.
I found the section in the ICRC, whatever that is, some kind of international body for warfare. It's called the Comité International. Oh, the Geneva Convention. Oh shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Imagine that. The definition of perfidy: killing, injuring, or capturing adversaries by resorting to perfidy is prohibited. Rule 65, Chapter 18, Section 1. So it's officially a war crime. So there you go.
There you go. And America is officially a military of war criminals. We're nothing but a war machine, just like the Soviet Union was. The only money is to be made in defense contracts. And all of these other fuckers out there with their AI and their crypto, it's all connected. So, at any rate, when it comes to what Kelly's going through, the censure was appealable within 30 days. Kelly vowed to fight it. Per Politico magazine, if it goes through, it would cost him roughly $1,000 a month in pay. Big fucking deal. He can afford it. In a statement on X, Kelly himself said, in a fit of self-pity, "My rank and retirement are things that I earned through my service and sacrifice for this country. I got shot at. I missed holidays and birthdays. I commanded a space shuttle mission while my wife," that's the former representativist Gabby Giffords, "recovered from a gunshot wound to the head," which she did. She suffered an assassination attempt, and she deserves all admiration for her survival. I'm pretty sure she never really recovered and is kind of like in a semi-damaged state for the rest of her life. But Kelly going on to milk it. "All while proudly wearing the American flag on my shoulder. If Pete Hegseth, the most unqualified Secretary of Defense in our country's history, thinks he can intimidate me with a censure or threats to demote me or prosecute me, he still doesn't get it." Now, Kelly is but one of several critics of Trump to be targeted by the maladministration in the past year. The maladministration having repeatedly sought to indict New York Attorney Generalist Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey, launching investigations into a major Democratic fundraising platform and prominent politicians including Senator Adam Schiff, and used maladministration policy to bully states that don't fully cooperate with Trump, most recently vetoing a bipartisan bill on a Colorado water project, apparently as punishment for that state's refusal to free a former local official who backed up Trump's false claims of voter fraud. That infamous sheriff who was responsible for being a raging racist. I don't even remember his name. Now, despite Kelly's defiance, his attempted demotion sends a message, even if it ultimately doesn't come to pass. Kelly has the resources and political support to fight for his views, and he'll get plenty of prominent backers. But if a notable figure like Kelly can be punished, how can any ordinary soldier or sailor who is currently serving hope to refuse any legal order without facing serious personal consequences? Members of the armed forces and retirees like Kelly, are particularly susceptible to Hegseth's his abuse of power, because they can be punished by the Defense Department internally. But the chilling effect does not end with those who are serving or have served, or with the particular question of illegal orders. The maladministration has told the other 5 Democrats that it is investigating them as well. The core belief underlying all of this is as plain as it is dangerous. Criticizing Donald Trump and defending the rule of law is sedition. To place dynamite in the stab wound, we have observed Trump's draconian import tariffs imposed on both friends and enemies, excepting only Russia, and mass layoffs in the Department of Education and the USAID, United States Agency for International Development. The sudden bulldozing of the White House's historic East Wing to make way for a large ballroom, the idolatrous renaming of the Kennedy Center, and the corrupt accumulation of billions by friends and family are all emblematic of Trump's rejection of traditional presidential norms. It has raised eyebrows, but resulted in nary a single pushback from Congress, which has only acquiesced in anything and everything the executive seeks to do. I will not take a deep dive into the Trump maladministration's foreign policy in Venezuela, Ukraine, or the Middle East for the moment. Suffice to say that none has thus far earned Trump the Nobel Peace Prize, and there be little solace to be found in the fact that Trump, well, time will tell us whether these dick moves on Trump's part were unwise in the outcome. In oil-rich Venezuela, our military has sunk 35 boats, allegedly carrying drugs, killing roughly 115 crew members to pressure Venezuelan leader Nicolás Maduro to step down. On the first Saturday in January, Trump, without informing Congress, invaded Venezuela, captured Maduro and his wife, and said that for the time being, the United States will run the country. The following Monday in New York, the Maduros pleaded not guilty to an indictment charging them with drug and other offenses. The rationale and outcome of this extraordinary abuse of force, not to mention its illegality, remains yet to be seen. Once in office, Trump immediately fired off hundreds of executive orders and nigh 12,000 pardons, dismissed public officials as of specialized expertise, and sought legal retribution against known political enemies. Trump is governing contrary to the American political tradition of checks and balances, that the three branches of federal government are meant to govern jointly and ensure that no single branch dominates. This has utterly failed. The republic, the constitutional republic, is a social experiment in failure. Trump overreaches, and neither Congress nor the Supreme Court wishes to give him anything ever other than a green light. Period. With Trump's sagging approval ratings, all indications are that Democrats will likely regain control of the House of Representatives and possibly the Senate. If it happens, Congress could not just frustrate White House legislative attempts, but also investigate and rein in Trump and some of his cronies. Because of this, many believe that the question is not whether Democrats will prevail, but whether the elections will be free and fair at all, or even whether there will be elections ever again. It's been a hard year. We recoiled in horror at the politicized bloodshed in Orem, Utah, New England, and Bondi Bay, Australia, and the politicized reaction to tragic murders in Brentwood, California. We have felt the sorrow of beloved luminaries in our lives passing from the scene. Back into the breach, North Korea spent a new year moving visibly closer to Russia, but Russia's situation is precarious, based largely on what happens to Iran and Communist China on the Asian mainland. Moscow will not rescue Iran through direct military intervention, something that would cross a decades-long Russian red line. Instead, Moscow is doing what it has done repeatedly over the past 20 decades when authoritarian partners face internal threats, reinforcing the tools of repression, sharing lessons from its own experience managing dissent, and insulating the regime from external pressure. Publicly, the Kremlin has defaulted to familiar language by condemning foreign interference, warning against destabilization and affirming respect for Iranian sovereignty, which is that's really ballsy, considering their invasion of a sovereign state named Ukraine. Privately, however, its role is far more consequential. Moscow continues to provide the key military equipment and sophisticated internet suppression technology that the Iranian regime is abusing today. Losing Iran matters to Moscow, and no doubt President Trump will continue offering Putin the friendship card at every step. Wonder why Putin is silent on Venezuela? Because Russia's long-term gains will outweigh its losses in Venezuela. One of the most misunderstood concepts of international politics is back with a force. The hyper-personalized new version of global sphere of influence politics that Donald Trump wants will fail, as it did for Russia. But whether it fails or not, Europe must still deal with a disruptive former ally determined to break all the rules. there's a lot of talk about sphere of influence, a concept so little known to the laity or the lay public that I'm going to actually put it into the chat so that you can see its spelling and therefore know of what I speak. And I will help you understand it to the best of my ability. We're going to start by putting it into our call, and we will put it as well into the chat. Anyhow, good night to dear Brendan, who's left us for the night. And as a matter of fact, it's coming close on midnight. And after what I've been through, if people want me to continue a while longer, you let me know. And if not, see, I can easily come back and do this on Sunday. And we can get into the sphere of influence. And we can speak about Russia and Ukraine and basically explain what's going on. If people want me to continue, you let me know right now. And I'll do my best. It's certainly something that I want everybody to understand is an in-depth subject. And I want to know that I've got you with me while I'm going through it. So up to you on that. And let's see some feedback in the chat. Otherwise, of course, because everything I've been through the past few days, probably better for me to catch up on some sleep, rest up, and then prepare myself for recooling my energy to give a great go at it this coming Sunday. And again, feedback from the people. Let's see if you guys want me to continue going on. Otherwise, we covered quite a bit for tonight. And we will come back to you on Sunday. All right, let's get this in. Looking up at our live stream, and okay, people, any feedback, put it in now or forever hold your peace. We will be back on Sunday, same time, same place, getting the hearts, and my love to those who send them. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got going here. We've got live stream. Okay, we'll call it a night and join us again on Sunday as dated the 25th. It'll be the last day of the last transmission day will be the Wednesday after that. So with all that being said, our man Aristides is awake. Okay, Aristides, do me a favor and come on and say good morning to all our listeners, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. Let's wait for Aristides' voice. Good man.
All right. Hey.
Yeah.
Don't have too much to say except that I just put the link to your PayPal in the chat. But you can always find him at Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. So
thank you.
Send Douglas your support.
Yes. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. That's beautiful. And okay, so that's dear Aristides. And okay, so all of that having been stated, we'll be back on Sunday night with Aristides and the gang and all the usual suspects. And until that time, everybody, kisses to all the ladies, hugs to all the men, and to everybody who supports me morally or financially. Of course, you have my gratitude. And with that, we are going to end stream. Okay. Clicking one button. Bang. And pressing end. Bang. And then three-way process here. Triple redundancy procedure.